Recorded Books Incorporated presents an unabridged recording of The Queen of the Damned by Anne Rice, narrated by Frank Muller. This work, copyrighted by Anne Rice, is recorded by arrangement with Random House Audio Incorporated. This recording is copyrighted 1994 by Recorded Books Incorporated. And now, Book 3 of the Vampire Chronicles, The Queen of the Damned.
Tragic Rabbit. Tragic rabbit, a painting. The caked ears green like rolled corn, the black forehead pointing at the stars, a painting on my wall, alone as rabbits are and aren't. Fat red cheek, all art, trembling nose, a habit hard to break as not. You too can be a tragic rabbit, green and red your back, blue your manly little chest. But if you're ever goaded into being one, beware the true flesh. It will knock you off your tragic horse and break your tragic colors like a ghost breaks marble. Your wounds will heal so quickly, water will be jealous. Rabbits on white paper painted outgrow all charms against their breeding wild, and their rolled corn ears become horns. So watch out if the tragic life feels fine. Caught in that rabbit trap, all colors look like sunlight's swords, and scissors like the living Lord. Stan Rice, Some Lamb, 1975. I'm the vampire Lestat. Remember me? The vampire who became a super rock star, the one who wrote the autobiography, the one with the blonde hair and the gray eyes and the insatiable desire for visibility and fame. You remember? I wanted to be a symbol of evil in a shining century that didn't have any place for the literal evil that I am. I even figured I'd do some good in that fashion, playing the devil on the painted stage. And I was off to a good start when we talked last. I'd just made my debut in San Francisco, first live concert for me and my mortal band. Our album was a huge success. My autobiography was doing respectably with both the dead and the undead. Then something utterly unforeseen took place. Well, at least I hadn't seen it coming, and when I left you I was hanging from the proverbial cliff, you might say. Well, it's all over now. What followed? I've survived, obviously. I wouldn't be talking to you if I hadn't, and the cosmic dust has finally settled, and the small rift in the world's fabric of rational beliefs has been mended, or at least closed. I'm a little sadder for all of it, and a little meaner, and a little more conscientious as well. I'm also infinitely more powerful, though the human in me is closer to the surface than ever. An anguished and hungry being who both loves and detests this invincible, immortal shell in which I'm locked. The bloodthirst? Insatiable, though physically I have never needed blood less. Possibly I could exist now without it altogether. But the lust I feel for everything that walks tells me that this will never be put to the test. You know, it was never merely the need for the blood anyway. Though the blood is all things sensual that a creature could desire. It's the intimacy of that moment, drinking, killing, the great heart-to-heart dance that takes place as the victim weakens and I feel myself expanding, swallowing the death which for a split second blazes as large as the life. That's deceptive, however. No death can be as large as a life, and that's why I keep taking life, isn't it? and I'm as far from salvation now as I could ever get. The fact that I know it only makes it worse. Of course, I can still pass for human. All of us can in one way or another, no matter how old we are. Collar up, hat down, dark glasses, hands in pockets, it usually does the trick. I like slim leather jackets and tight jeans for this disguise now, and a pair of plain black boots that are good for walking on any terrain. But now and then I wear the fancier silks, which people like in these southern climes where I now reside. If someone does look too closely, then there is a little telepathic razzle-dazzle. Perfectly normal, what you see. And a flash of the old smile, fanged teeth easily concealed, and the mortal goes his way. Occasionally I throw up all the disguises. I just go out the way I am. Hair long, a velvet blazer that makes me think of the olden times, and an emerald ring or two on my right hand. I walk fast right through the downtown crowds in this lovely, corrupt southern city, or stroll slowly along the beaches, breathing the warm southern breeze on sands that are as white as the moon. Nobody stares for more than a second or two. There are too many other inexplicable things around us, horrors, threats, mysteries that draw you in and then inevitably disenchant you. Back to the predictable and humdrum. The prince is never going to come. Everybody knows that. And maybe Sleeping Beauty's dead. It's the same for the others who have survived with me, and who share this hot and verdant little corner of the universe, the southeastern tip of the North American continent, the glistering metropolis of Miami. A happy hunting ground for bloodthirsty immortals, if there ever was such a place. It's good to have them with me, the others. It's crucial, really. And what I always thought I wanted, a grand coven of the wise, the enduring, the ancient, and the careless young. But the agony of being anonymous among mortals has never been worse for me, greedy monster that I am. The soft murmur of preternatural voices can't distract me from it. That taste of mortal recognition was too seductive. The record albums in the windows, the fans leaping and clapping in front of the stage. Never mind that they didn't really believe I was a vampire. For that moment, we were together. They were calling my name. Now the record albums are gone, and I will never listen to those songs again. My book remains, along with Interview with the Vampire, safely disguised as fiction, which is perhaps as it should be. I caused enough trouble, as you will see. Disaster. That's what I wrought with my little games. The vampire who would have been a hero and a martyr, finally, for one moment of pure relevance. You'd think I'd learn something from it, wouldn't you? Well, I did, actually. I really did. But it's just so painful to shrink back into the shadows. Lestat, the sleek and nameless gangster ghoulie again, creeping up on helpless mortals who know nothing of things like me. So hurtful to be again the outsider, forever on the fringes, struggling with good and evil in the age-old private hell of body and soul. In my isolation now, I dream of finding some sweet young thing in a moonlighted chamber, one of those tender teenagers, as they call them now, who read my book and listened to my songs, one of the idealistic lovelies who wrote me fan letters on scented paper during that brief period of ill-fated glory, talking of poetry and the power of illusion, saying she wished I was real. I dream of stealing into her darkened room, where maybe my book lies on a bedside table with a pretty velvet marker in it, and I dream of touching her shoulder and smiling as our eyes meet. Lestat, I always believed in you. I always knew you would come. I clasp her face in both hands as I bend to kiss her. Yes, darling, I answer, and you don't know how I need you, how I love you, how I always have. Maybe she would find me more charming on account of what's befallen me. The unexpected horror I've seen, the inevitable pain I've endured. It's an awful truth that suffering can deepen us, give a greater luster to our colors, a richer resonance to our words. That is, if it doesn't destroy us, if it doesn't burn away the optimism and the spirit, the capacity for visions, and the respect for simple yet indispensable things. Please forgive me if I sound bitter. I don't have any right to be. I started the whole thing, and I got out in one piece, as they say, and so many of our kind did not. Then there were the mortals who suffered. That part was inexcusable, and surely I shall always pay for that. But you see, I still don't really fully understand what happened. I don't know whether or not it was a tragedy or merely a meaningless venture, or whether or not something absolutely magnificent might have been born of my blundering, something that could have lifted me right out of irrelevance and nightmare and into the burning light of redemption after all. I may never know either. The point is, it's over. And our world, our little private realm, is smaller and darker and safer than ever. It will never again be what it was. It's a wonder that I didn't foresee the cataclysm, but then I never really envisioned the finish of anything that I start. It's the risk that fascinates, the moment of infinite possibility. It lures me through eternity when all other charms fail. After all, I was like that when I was alive, 200 years ago, the restless one, the impatient one, the one who was always spoiling for love and a good brawl. When I set out for Paris in the 1780s to be an actor, all I dreamed of were beginnings, the moment each night when the curtain went up. Maybe the old ones are right. I refer now to the true immortals, the blood drinkers who've survived the millennia, who say that none of us really changes over time. We only become more fully what we are. To put it another way, you do get wiser when you live for hundreds of years, but you also have more time to turn out as badly as your enemies always said you might. And I'm the same devil I always was, the young man who would have center stage, where you can best see me and maybe love me. One's no good without the other. And I want so much to amuse you, to enthrall you, to make you forgive me everything. Random moments of secret contact and recognition will never be enough, I'm afraid. But I'm jumping ahead now, aren't I? If you've read my autobiography, then you want to know what I'm talking about. What was this disaster of which I speak? Well, let's review, shall we? As I've said, I wrote the book and made the album because I wanted to be visible, to be seen for what I am, even if only in symbolic terms. As to the risk that mortals might really catch on, that they might realize I was exactly what I said I was rather excited by that possibility as well. Let them hunt us down. Let them destroy us. That was, in a way, my fondest wish. We don't deserve to exist. They ought to kill us. And think of the battles. Fighting those who really know what I am. But I never really expected such a confrontation. And the rock musician persona, it was too marvelous a cover for a fiend like me. It was my own kind who took me literally, who decided to punish me for what I had done, and of course I'd counted on that too. After all, I'd told our history in my autobiography. I'd told our deepest secrets, things that I'd been sworn never to reveal. And I was strutting before the hot lights and the camera lenses. And what if some scientist had got hold of me? Or more likely a zealous police officer on a minor traffic violation 5 minutes before sunup, and somehow I'd been incarcerated, inspected, identified, and classified, all during the daylight hours while I lay helpless, to the satisfaction of the worst mortal skeptics worldwide. Granted, that wasn't very likely. Still isn't. Though it could be such fun. It really could. Yet it was inevitable that my own kind should be infuriated by the risks I was taking, that they would try to burn me alive or chop me up in little immortal pieces. Most of the young ones, they were too stupid to realize how safe we were. And as the night of the concert approached, I'd found myself dreaming of those battles too. Such a pleasure it was going to be to destroy those who were as evil as I was, to cut a swath through the guilty, to cut down my own image again and again. Yet you know the sheer joy of being out there, making music, making theater, making magic. That's what it was all about in the end. I wanted to be alive, finally. I wanted to be simply human, the mortal actor who'd gone to Paris 200 years ago and met death on the boulevard would have his moment at last. But to continue with the review, the concert was a success. I had my moment of triumph before 15,000 screaming mortal fans, and two of my greatest immortal loves were there with me, Gabrielle and Louis, my fledglings, my paramours, from whom I'd been separated for too many dark years. Before the night was over, we licked the pesky vampires who tried to punish me for what I was doing. But we'd had an invisible ally in these little skirmishes. Our enemies burst into flames before they could do us harm. As morning approached, I was too elated by the whole night to take the question of danger seriously. I ignored Gabrielle's impassioned warnings, too sweet to hold her once again, and I dismissed Louis's dark suspicions as I always had. And then the jam, the cliffhanger. Just as the sun was rising over Carmel Valley and I was closing my eyes, as vampires must do at that moment, I realized I wasn't alone in my underground lair. It wasn't only the young vampires I'd reached with my music. My songs had roused from their slumber the very oldest of our kind in the world. And I found myself in one of those breathtaking instants of risk and possibility. What was to follow? Was I to die finally, or perhaps to be reborn? Now, to tell you the full story of what happened after that, I must move back a little in time. I have to begin some 10 nights before the fatal concert, and I have to let you slip into the minds and hearts of other beings who were responding to my music and my book in ways of which I knew little or nothing at the time. In other words, a lot was going on which I had to reconstruct later, and it is the reconstruction that I offer you now. So we will move out of the narrow lyrical confines of the first-person singular. We will jump, as 1,000 mortal writers have done, into the brains and souls of many characters. We will gallop into the world of third-person and multiple point of view. And, by the way, when these other characters think or say of me that I am beautiful or irresistible, etc., don't think I put these words in their heads. I didn't. It's what was told to me after, or what I drew out of their minds with infallible telepathic power. I wouldn't lie about that, or anything else. I can't help being a gorgeous fiend. It's just the card I drew. The bastard monster who made me what I am picked me on account of my good looks. That's the long and short of it. And accidents like that occur all the time. We live in a world of accidents, finally, in which only aesthetic principles have a consistency of which we can be sure. Right and wrong we will struggle with forever, striving to create and maintain an ethical balance. But the shimmer of summer rain under the street lamps, or the great flashing glare of artillery against a night sky, such brutal beauty is beyond dispute. Now be assured, though I am leaving you, I will return with full flair at the appropriate moment. The truth is, I hate not being the first-person narrator all the way through. To paraphrase David Copperfield, I don't know whether I'm the hero or the victim of this tale, but either way, shouldn't I dominate it? I'm the one really telling it, after all. Alas, my being the James Bond of vampires isn't the whole issue. Vanity must wait. I want you to know what really took place with us, even if you never believe it. In fiction, if nowhere else, I must have a little meaning, a little coherence, or I will go mad. So until we meet again, I am thinking of you always. I love you. I wish you were here, in my arms. Proem. Declaration in the form of graffiti, written in black felt-tip pen on a red wall in the back room of a bar called Dracula's Daughter in San Francisco. Children of darkness, be aware of the following. Book 1, Interview with the Vampire, published in 1976, was a true story. Any one of us could have written it, an account of becoming what we are, of the misery and the searching. Yet Lewis, the 200-year-old immortal who reveals all, insists on mortal sympathy. Lestat, the villain who gave Lewis the dark gift, gave him precious little else in the way of explanations or consolation. Sound familiar? Lewis hasn't given up the search for salvation yet, though even Armand, the oldest immortal he was ever to find, could tell him nothing of why we are here or who made us. Not very surprising, is it, vampire boys and girls? After all, there has never been a Baltimore catechism for vampires. That is, there wasn't until the publication of Book 2, The Vampire Lestat, this very week. Subtitle, His Early Education and Adventures. You don't believe it? Check with the nearest mortal bookseller. Then go into the nearest record store and ask to see the album, which has only just arrived, also entitled The Vampire Lestat, with predictable modesty. Or if all else fails, switch on your cable TV if you don't disdain such things, and wait for one of Lestat's numerous rock video films which began to air with nauseating frequency only yesterday. You will know Lestat for what he is immediately, and it may not surprise you to be told that he plans to compound these unprecedented outrages by appearing live on stage in a debut concert in this very city. Yes, on Halloween. You guessed it. But let us forget for the moment the blatant insanity of his preternatural eyes flashing from every record store window, or his powerful voice singing out the secret names and stories of the most ancient among us. Why is he doing all this? What do his songs tell us? It is spelled out in his book. He has given us not only a catechism, but a Bible. And deep into biblical times we are led to confront our first parents, Enlil and Akasha, rulers of the valley of the Nile before it was ever called Egypt. Kindly disregard the gobbledygook of how they became the first bloodsuckers on the face of the earth. It makes only a little more sense than the story of how life formed on this planet in the first place, or how human fetuses develop from microscopic cells within the wombs of their mortal mothers. The truth is we are descended from this venerable pair, and like it or no, there is considerable reason to believe that the primal generator of all our delicious and indispensable powers resides in one or the other of their ancient bodies. What does this mean? To put it bluntly, if Akasha and Enlil should ever walk hand in hand into a furnace, we should all burn with them, crush them to glittering dust, and we are annihilated. Ah, but there's hope. The pair haven't moved in over 50 centuries. Yes, that's correct. Except, of course, that Lestat claims to have wakened them both by playing a violin at the foot of their shrine. But if we dismiss his extravagant tale that Akasha took him in her arms and shared with him her primal blood, we are left with the more likely state of affairs, corroborated by stories of old, that the two have not batted an eyelash since before the fall of the Roman Empire. They've been kept all this time in a nice private crypt by Marius, an ancient Roman vampire who certainly knows what's best for all of us, and it was he who told the vampire Lestat never to reveal the secret. Not a very trustworthy confidant, the vampire Lestat. And what are his motives for the book, the album, the films, the concert? Quite impossible to know what goes on in the mind of this fiend, except that what he wants to do he does, with reliable consistency. After all, did he not make a vampire child? And a vampire of his own mother, Gabrielle, who for years was his loving companion? He may set his sights upon the papacy, this devil, out of sheer thirst for excitement. So that's the gist. Louis, a wandering philosopher whom none of us can find, has confided our deepest moral secrets to countless strangers, and Lestat has dared to reveal our history to the world as he parades his supernatural endowments before the mortal public. Now the question, why are these two still in existence? Why have we not destroyed them already? Oh, the danger to us from the great mortal herd is by no means a certainty. The villagers are not yet at the door, torches in hand, threatening to burn the castle. But the monster is courting a change in mortal perspective. And though we are too clever to corroborate for the human record his foolish fabrications, the outrage exceeds all precedent. It cannot go unpunished. Further observations. If the story the vampire Lestat has told is true, and there are many who swear it is, though on what account they cannot tell you, may not the 2,000-year-old Marius come forward to punish Lestat's disobedience? Or perhaps the king and queen, if they have ears to hear, will waken at the sound of their names carried on radio waves around the planet. What might happen to all of us if this should occur? Shall we prosper under their new reign, or will they set the time for universal destruction? Whatever the case, might not the swift destruction of the vampire Lestat avert it? The plan. Destroy the vampire Lestat and all his cohorts as soon as they dare to show themselves. Destroy all those who show him allegiance. A warning. Inevitably there are other very old blood drinkers out there. We have all from time to time glimpsed them or felt their presence. Lestat's revelations do not shock so much as they rouse some unconscious awareness within us. And surely with their great powers, these old ones can hear Lestat's music. What ancient and terrible beings incited by history, purpose, or mere recognition might be moving slowly and inexorably to answer his summons? Copies of this declaration have been sent to every meeting place on the Vampire Connection and to coven houses the world over. But you must take heed and spread the word. The vampire Lestat is to be destroyed, and with him his mother Gabrielle, his cohorts Louis and Armand, and any and all immortals who show him loyalty. Happy Halloween, vampire boys and girls. We shall see you at the concert. We shall see that the vampire Lestat never leaves it. The blonde-haired figure in the red velvet coat read the declaration over again from his comfortable vantage point in the far corner. His eyes were almost invisible behind his dark-tinted glasses and the brim of his gray hat. He wore gray suede gloves, and his arms were folded over his chest as he leaned back against the high black wainscoting, one boot heel hooked on the rung of his chair. "Lestat, you are the damnedest creature," he whispered under his breath. "You are a brat prince." He gave a little private laugh. Then he scanned the large shadowy room. Not unpleasing to him, the intricate black ink mural drawn with such skill, like spiderwebs on the white plaster wall. He rather enjoyed the ruined castle, the graveyard, the withered tree clawing at the full moon. It was the cliché reinvented as if it were not a cliché, an artistic gesture he invariably appreciated. Very fine, too, was the moulded ceiling, with its frieze of prancing devils and hags upon broomsticks, and the incense, sweet, an old Indian mixture which he himself had once burnt in the shrine of those who must be kept, centuries ago. Yes, one of the more beautiful of the clandestine meeting places. Less pleasing were the inhabitants, the scattering of slim white figures who hovered around candles set on small ebony tables. Far too many of them for this civilized modern city, and they knew it. To hunt tonight they would have to roam far and wide, and young ones always have to hunt. Young ones have to kill. They are too hungry to do it any other way. But they thought only of him. Just now. Who was he? Where had he come from? Was he very old and very strong? And what would he do before he left here? Always the same questions. Though he tried to slip into their vampire bars like any vagrant blood drinker, eyes averted, mind closed. Time to leave their questions unanswered. He had what he wanted, a fix on their intentions, and Lestat's small audio cassette in his jacket pocket. He would have a tape of the video rock films before he went home. He rose to go, and one of the young ones rose also. A stiff silence fell, a silence in thoughts as well as words, as he and the young one both approached the door. Only the candle flames moved, throwing their shimmer on the black tile floor as if it were water. "Where do you come from, stranger?" asked the young one politely. He couldn't have been more than 20 when he died, and that could not have been 10 years ago. He painted his eyes, waxed his lips, streaked his hair with barbaric color, as if the preternatural gifts were not enough. How extravagant he looked. How unlike what he was, a spare and powerful revenant who could with luck survive the millennia. What had they promised him, with their modern jargon, that he should know the bardo, the astral plane, etheric realms, the music of the spheres, the sound of one hand clapping? Again he spoke. "Where do you stand on the vampire Lestat, on the declaration?" "You must forgive me. I'm going now." "But surely you know what Lestat's done," the young one pressed, slipping between him and the door. Now this was not good manners. He studied this brash young male more closely. Should he do something to stir them up, to have them talking about it for centuries? He couldn't repress a smile. But no, there'd be enough excitement soon, thanks to his beloved Lestat. "Let me give you a little piece of advice in response," he said quietly to the young inquisitor. "You cannot destroy the vampire Lestat. No one can. But why that is so, I honestly can't tell you." The young one was caught off guard and a little insulted. "But let me ask you a question now," the other continued. "Why this obsession with the vampire Lestat? What about the content of his revelations? Have you fledglings no desire to seek Marius, the guardian of those who must be kept, to see for yourselves the mother and the father?" The young one was confused, then gradually scornful. He could not form a clever answer. But the true reply was plain enough in his soul, in the souls of all those listening and watching. Those who must be kept might or might not exist, and Marius perhaps did not exist either, but the vampire Lestat was real as anything this callow immortal knew, and the vampire Lestat was a greedy fiend who risked the secret prosperity of all his kind just to be loved and seen by mortals. He almost laughed in the young one's face. Such an insignificant battle. Lestat understood these faithless times so beautifully, one had to admit it. Yes, he'd told the secrets he'd been warned to keep, but in so doing he had betrayed nothing and no one. "Watch out for the vampire Lestat," he said to the young one finally, with a smile. There are very few immortals walking this earth. He may be one of them. Then he lifted the young one off his feet and set him down out of the way, and he went out the door into the tavern proper. The front room, spacious and opulent, with its black velvet hangings and fixtures of lacquered brass, was packed with noisy mortals. Cinema vampires glared from their gilt frames on satin-lined walls. An organ poured out the passionate toccata and fugue of Bach beneath a babble of conversation and violent riffs of drunken laughter. He loved the sight of so much exuberant life. He loved even the age-old smell of the malt and the wine and the perfume of the cigarettes. And as he made his way to the front, he loved the crush of the soft, fragrant humans against him. He loved the fact that the living took not the slightest notice of him. At last the moist air, the busy early evening pavements of Castro Street. The sky still had a polished silver gleam. Men and women rushed to and fro to escape the faint slanting rain, only to be clotted at the corners, waiting for great bulbous colored lights to wink and signal. The speakers of the record store across the street blared Lestat's voice over the roar of the passing bus, the hiss of wheels on the wet asphalt. In my dreams I hold her still, angel, lover, mother, and in my dreams I kiss her lips, mistress, muse, daughter. She gave me life, I gave her death, my beautiful marquise. And on the devil's road we walked, two orphans then together. And does she hear my hymns tonight, of kings and queens and ancient truths, of broken vows and sorrow? Or does she climb some distant path where rhyme and song can't find her? Come back to me, my Gabrielle, my beautiful marquise, the castles ruined on the hill, the village lost beneath the snow, but you are mine forever. Was she here already, his mother? The voice died away in a soft drift of electric notes to be swallowed finally by the random noise around him. He wandered out into the wet breeze and made his way to the corner. Pretty, the busy little street. The flower vendor still sold his blooms beneath the awning. The butcher was thronged with after-work shoppers. Behind the cafe windows, mortals took their evening meals or lingered with their newspapers. Dozens waited for a downhill bus, and a line had formed across the way before an old motion picture theater. She was here, Gabrielle. He had a vague yet infallible sense of it. When he reached the curb, he stood with his back against the iron street lamp, breathing the fresh wind that came off the mountain. It was a good view of downtown along the broad, straight length of Market Street, rather like a boulevard in Paris. And all around the gentle urban slopes covered with cheerful lighted windows. Yes, but where was she precisely? Gabrielle, he whispered. He closed his eyes. He listened. At first there came the great, boundless roar of thousands of voices, image crowding upon image. The whole wide world threatened to open up and to swallow him with its ceaseless lamentations. Gabrielle. The thunderous clamor slowly died away. He caught a glimmer of pain from a mortal passing near. And in a high building on the hill a dying woman dreamed of childhood strife as she sat listless at her window. Then, in a dim, steady silence, he saw what he wanted to see. Gabrielle, stopped in her tracks. She'd heard his voice. She knew that she was watched. A tall, blonde female, hair in a single braid down her back, standing in one of the clean, deserted streets of downtown, not far from him. She wore a khaki jacket and pants, a worn brown sweater, and a hat not unlike his own that covered her eyes, only a bit of her face visible above her upturned collar. Now she closed her mind, effectively surrounding herself with an invisible shield. The image vanished. Yes, here, waiting for her son, Lestat. Why had he ever feared for her? The cold one who fears nothing for herself, only for Lestat. All right. He was pleased. And Lestat would be also. But what about the other, Louis, the gentle one with the black hair and green eyes, whose steps made a careless sound when he walked, who even whistled to himself in dark streets so that mortals heard him coming? "Louis, where are you?" Almost instantly he saw Louis enter an empty drawing-room. He had only just come up the stairs from the cellar where he had slept by day in a vault behind the wall. He had no awareness at all of anyone watching. He moved with silky strides across the dusty room and stood looking down through the soiled glass at the thick flow of passing cars. Same old house on Divisadero Street. In fact, nothing changed much at all with this elegant and sensuous creature who had caused such a little tumult with his story and interview with the vampire. Except that now he was waiting for Lestat. He had had troubling dreams. He was fearful for Lestat, and full of old and unfamiliar longings. Reluctantly, he let the image go. He had a great affection for that one, Louis. And the affection was not wise, because Louis had a tender, educated soul, and none of the dazzling power of Gabrielle or her devilish son. Yet Louis might survive as long as they. He was sure of that. Curious, the kinds of courage which made for endurance. Maybe it had to do with acceptance. But then how account for Lestat, beaten, scarred, yet risen again? Lestat, who never accepted anything. They had not found each other yet, Gabrielle and Louis. But it was all right. What was he to do? Bring them together? The very idea. Besides, Lestat would do that soon enough. But now he was smiling again. "Lestat, you are the damnedest creature. Yes, a brat prince." Slowly he re-invoked every detail of Lestat's face and form, the ice-blue eyes darkening with laughter, the generous smile, the way the eyebrows came together in a boyish scowl, the sudden flares of high spirits and blasphemous humor. Even the cat-like poise of the body he could envisage, so uncommon in a man of muscular build. Such strength, always such strength, and such irrepressible optimism. The fact was, he did not know his own mind about the entire enterprise, only that he was amused and fascinated. Of course, there was no thought of vengeance against Lestat for telling his secrets. And surely Lestat had counted upon that, but then one never knew. Maybe Lestat truly did not care. He knew no more than the fools back there in the bar on that score. What mattered to him was that for the first time in so many years he found himself thinking in terms of past and future. He found himself most keenly aware of the nature of this era. Those who must be kept were fiction even to their own children. Long gone were the days when fierce, rogue blood-drinkers searched for their shrine in their powerful blood. Nobody believed or even cared any longer. And there lay the essence of the age. For its mortals were of an even more practical ilk, rejecting at every turn the miraculous. With unprecedented courage they had founded their greatest ethical advances squarely upon the truths embedded in the physical. 200 years since he and Lestat had discussed these very things on an island in the Mediterranean, the dream of a godless and truly moral world where love of one's fellow man would be the only dogma. A world in which we do not belong. And now such a world was almost realized, and the vampire Lestat had passed into popular art, where all the old devils ought to go, and would take with him the whole accused tribe, including those who must be kept, though they might never know it. It made him smile, the symmetry of it. He found himself not merely in awe, but strongly seduced by the whole idea of what Lestat had done. He could well understand the lure of fame. Why, it had thrilled him shamelessly to see his own name scrawled on the wall of the bar. He had laughed, but he had enjoyed the laughter thoroughly. Leave it to Lestat to construct such an inspiring drama, and that's what it was, all right. Lestat, the boisterous boulevard actor of the Ancien Régime, now risen to stardom in this beauteous and innocent era. But had he been right in his little summation to the fledgling in the bar that no one could destroy the brat prince? That was sheer romance. Good advertising. The fact is, any of us can be destroyed, one way or another. Even those who must be kept, surely. They were weak, of course, those fledgling children of darkness, as they styled themselves. The numbers did not increase their strength significantly. But what of the older ones? If only Lestat had not used the names of Mael and Pandora. But were there not blood drinkers older even than that, ones of whom he himself knew nothing? He thought of that warning on the wall, ancient and terrible beings, moving slowly and inexorably to answer his summons. A frisson startled him, coldness. Yet for an instant he thought he saw a jungle, a green, fetid place, full of unwholesome and smothering warmth. Gone, without explanation, like so many sudden signals and messages he received. He'd learned long ago to shut out the endless flow of voices and images that his mental powers enabled him to hear, yet now and then something violent and unexpected, like a sharp cry, came through. Whatever, he had been in this city long enough. He did not know that he meant to intervene no matter what happened. He was angry with his own sudden warmth of feeling. He wanted to be home now. He had been away from those who must be kept for too long. But how he loved to watch the energetic human crowd, the clumsy parade of shining traffic. Even the poison smells of the city he did not mind. They were no worse than the stench of ancient Rome or Antioch or Athens, when piles of human waste fed the flies wherever you looked, and the air reeked of inevitable disease and hunger. No, he liked the clean, pastel-colored cities of California well enough. He could have lingered forever among their clear-eyed and purposeful inhabitants. But he must go home. The concert was not for many nights, and he would see Lestat then, if he chose. How delicious not to know precisely what he might do, any more than others knew, others who didn't even believe in him. He crossed Castro Street and went swiftly up the wide pavement of Market. The wind had slackened, the air was almost warm. He took up a brisk pace, even whistling to himself, the way that Louis often did. He felt good, human. Then he stopped before the store that sold television sets and radios. Lestat was singing on each and every screen, both large and small. He laughed under his breath at the great concert of gesture and movement. The sound was off, buried in tiny glowing seeds within the equipment. He'd have to search to receive it. But wasn't there a charm in merely watching the antics of the yellow-haired brat prince in merciless silence? The camera drew back to render the full figure of Lestat, who played a violin as if in a void. A starry darkness now and then enclosed him. Then quite suddenly a pair of doors were opened. It was the old shrine of those who must be kept, quite exactly. And there, Akasha and Enkil, or rather actors made up to play the part, white-skinned Egyptians with long black silken hair and glittering jewelry. Of course. Why hadn't he guessed that Lestat would carry it to this vulgar and tantalizing extreme? He leant forward, listening for the transmission of the sound. He heard the voice of Lestat above the violin. Akasha, Enkil, keep your secrets, keep your silence. It is a better gift than truth. And now, as the violin-player closed his eyes and bore down on his music, Akasha slowly rose from the throne. The violin fell from Lestat's hands as he saw her. Like a dancer, she wrapped her arms around him, drew him to her, bent to take the blood from him, while pressing his teeth to her own throat. It was rather better than he had ever imagined, such clever craft. Now the figure of Enkil awakened, rising and walking like a mechanical doll. Forward he came to take back his queen. Lestat was thrown down on the floor of the shrine. And there the film ended. The rescue by Marius was not part of it. "Ah, so I do not become a television celebrity," he whispered with a faint smile. He went to the entrance of the darkened store. A young woman was waiting to let him in. She had the black plastic videocassette in her hand. "All 12 of them," she said. Fine, dark skin and large, drowsy brown eyes. The band of silver around her wrist caught the light. He found it enticing. She took the money gratefully without counting it. "They've been playing them on a dozen channels. I caught them all over, actually. Finished it yesterday afternoon." "You've served me well," he answered. "I thank you." He produced another thick fold of bills. "No big thing," she said. She didn't want to take the extra money. "You will." She took it with a shrug and put it in her pocket. No big thing. He loved these eloquent, modern expressions. He loved the sudden shift of her luscious breasts as she'd shrugged, and the lithe twist of her hips beneath the coarse denim clothes that made her seem all the more smooth and fragile. An incandescent flower. As she opened the door for him, he touched the soft nest of her brown hair. Quite unthinkable to feed upon one who has served you, one so innocent. He would not do this. Yet he turned her around, his gloved fingers slipping up through her hair to cradle her head. "The smallest kiss, my precious one." Her eyes closed. His teeth pierced the artery instantly, and his tongue lapped at the blood. Only a taste. A tiny flash of heat that burnt itself out in his heart within a second. Then he drew back, his lips resting against her frail throat. He could feel her pulse. The craving for the full draught was almost more than he could bear. Sin and atonement. He let her go. He smoothed her soft, springy curls as he looked into her misted eyes. "Do not remember." "Goodbye now," she said, smiling. He stood motionless on the deserted sidewalk, and the thirst, ignored and sullen, gradually died back. He looked at the cardboard sheath of the videocassette. "A dozen channels," she had said. "I caught them all over, actually." Now, if that was so, his charges had already seen Lestat, inevitably, on the large screen positioned before them in the shrine. Long ago he'd set the satellite dish on the slope above the roof to bring them broadcast from all the world. A tiny computer device changed the channel each hour. For years they'd stared expressionless as the images and colors shifted before their lifeless eyes. Had there been the slightest flicker when they heard Lestat's voice, or saw their very own image, or heard their own names sung as if in a hymn? Well, he would soon find out. He would play the videocassette for them. He would study their frozen, gleaming faces for something, anything, besides the mere reflection of the light. "Ah, Marius, you never despair, do you? You are no better than Lestat with your foolish dreams." It was midnight before he reached home. He shut the steel door against the driving snow, and standing still for a moment let the heated air surround him. The blizzard through which he'd passed had lacerated his face and his ears, even his gloved fingers. The warmth felt so good. In the quiet he listened for the familiar sound of the giant generators and the faint electronic pulse of the television set within the shrine many hundreds of feet beneath him. Could that be Lestat singing? Yes, undoubtedly the last mournful words of some other song. Slowly he peeled off his gloves. He removed his hat and ran his hand through his hair. He studied the large entrance hall and the adjacent drawing room for the slightest evidence that anyone else had been here. Of course, that was almost an impossibility. He was miles from the nearest outpost of the modern world, in a great frozen, snow-covered waste. But out of force of habit he always observed everything closely. There were some who could breach this fortress if only they knew where it was. All was well. He stood before the giant aquarium, the great room-sized tank which abutted the south wall. So carefully he had constructed this thing, of the heaviest glass and the finest equipment. He watched the schools of multicolored fishes dance past him, then alter their direction instantly and totally in the artificial gloom. The giant sea kelp swayed from one side to another, a forest caught in a hypnotic rhythm as the gentle pressure of the aerator drove it this way and that. It never failed to captivate him, to lock him suddenly to its spectacular monotony. The round black eyes of the fish sent a tremor through him. The high, slender trees of kelp with their tapering yellow leaves thrilled him vaguely. But it was the movement, the constant movement, that was the crux. Finally he turned away from it, glancing back once into that pure, unconscious, and incidentally beautiful world. Yes, all was well here. Good to be in these warm rooms. Nothing amiss with the soft leather furnishings scattered about the thick wine-colored carpet. Fireplace piled with wood, books lining the walls, and there the great bank of electronic equipment waiting for him to insert Lestat's tape. That's what he wanted to do, settle by the fire and watch each rock film in sequence. The craft intrigued him as well as the songs themselves, the chemistry of old and new. How Lestat had used the distortions of media to disguise himself so perfectly as another mortal rock singer trying to appear a god. He took off his long grey cloak and threw it on the chair. Why did the whole thing give him such unexpected pleasure? Do we all long to blaspheme, to shake our fists in the faces of the gods? Perhaps so. Centuries ago, in what is now called ancient Rome, he, the well-mannered boy, had always laughed at the antics of bad children. He should go to the shrine before he did anything else, he knew that. Just for a few moments, to make certain things were as they should be, to check the television, the heat, and all the complex electrical systems, to place fresh coals and incense in the brazier. It was so easy to maintain a paradise for them now, with the vivid lights that gave the nutrients of the sun to trees and flowers that had never seen the natural lights of heaven. But the incense, that must be done by hand, as always. And never did he sprinkle it over the coals that he did not think of the first time he'd ever done it. Time to take a soft cloth, too, and carefully, respectfully wipe the dust from the parents, from their hard, unyielding bodies, even from their lips and their eyes, their cold, unblinking eyes. And to think it had been a full month. It seemed shameful. Have you missed me, my beloved Akasha and Enkil? Ah, the old game. His reason told him, as it always had, that they did not know or care whether he came or went, but his pride always teased with another possibility. Does not the crazed lunatic locked in the madhouse cell feel something for the slave who brings it water? Perhaps it wasn't an apt comparison. Certainly not one that was kind. Yes, they had moved for Lestat, the brat prince, that was true. Akasha to offer the powerful blood, and Enkil to take vengeance, and Lestat could make his video films about it forever. But had it not merely proved once and for all that there was no mind left in either of them? Surely no more than an atavistic spark had flared for an instant. It had been too simple to drive them back to silence and stillness on their barren throne. Nevertheless, it had embittered him. After all, it had never been his goal to transcend the emotions of a thinking man, but rather to refine them, reinvent them, enjoy them with an infinitely perfectible understanding. And he had been tempted at the very moment to turn on Lestat with an all-too-human fury. "Young one, why don't you take those who must be kept, since they have shown you such remarkable favor? I should like to be rid of them now. I have only had this burden since the dawn of the Christian era." But in truth that wasn't his finer feeling. Not then, not now. Only a temporary indulgence. Lestat he loved as he always had. Every realm needs a brat prince. And the silence of the king and queen was as much a blessing as a curse, perhaps. Lestat's song had been quite right on that point. But who would ever settle the question? Oh, he would go down later with the videocassette and watch for himself, of course. And if there were just the faintest flicker, the faintest shift in their eternal gaze. But there you go again. Lestat makes you young and stupid, likely to feed on innocence and dream of cataclysm. How many times over the ages had such hopes risen, only to leave him wounded, even heartbroken? Years ago he had brought them color films of the rising sun, the blue sky, the pyramids of Egypt. Ah, such a miracle! Before their very eyes the sun-drenched waters of the Nile flowed. He himself had wept at the perfection of illusion. He had even feared the cinematic sun might hurt him, though of course he knew that it could not. But such had been the caliber of the invention, that he could stand there watching the sunrise as he had not seen it since he was a mortal man. But those who must be kept had gazed on in unbroken indifference. Or was it wonder, great undifferentiated wonder, that held the particles of dust in the air to be a source of endless fascination? Who will ever know? They had lived 4,000 years before he was ever born. Perhaps the voices of the world roared in their brains, so keen was their telepathic hearing. Perhaps a billion shifting images blinded them to all else. Surely such things had almost driven him out of his mind until he'd learned to control them. It had even occurred to him that he would bring modern medical tools to bear on the matter, that he would hook electrodes to their very heads to test the patterns of their brains. But it had all been too distasteful, the idea of such callous and ugly instruments. After all, they were his king and his queen, the father and mother of us all. Under his roof they had reigned without challenge for 2 millennia. One fault he must admit. He had an acid tongue of late in speaking to them. He was no longer the high priest when he entered the chamber. No. There was something flippant and sarcastic in his tone, and that should be beneath him. Maybe it was what they called the modern temper. How could one live in a world of rockets to the moon without an intolerable self-consciousness threatening every trivial syllable? And he had never been oblivious to the century at hand. Whatever the case, he had to go to the shrine now. And he would purify his thoughts properly. He would not come with resentment or despair. Later, after he had seen the videos, he would play the tape for them. He would remain there, watching. But he did not have the stamina for it now. He entered the steel elevator and pressed the button. The great electronic whine and the sudden loss of gravity gave him a faint, sensuous pleasure. The world of this day and age was full of so many sounds that had never been heard before. It was quite refreshing. And then there was the lovely ease of plummeting hundreds of feet in a shaft through solid ice to reach the electrically lighted chambers below. He opened the door and stepped into the carpeted corridor. It was Lestat again, singing within the shrine, a rapid, more joyful song, his voice battling a thunder of drums and the twisted, undulating electronic moans. But something was not quite right here. Merely looking at the long corridor, he sensed it. The sound was too loud, too clear. The antechambers leading to the shrine were open. He went to the entrance immediately. The electric doors had been unlocked and thrown back. How could this be? Only he knew the code for the tiny series of computer buttons. The second pair of doors had been opened wide as well, and so had the third. In fact, he could see into the shrine itself, his view blocked by the white marble wall of the small alcove. The red and blue flicker of the television screen beyond was like the light of an old gas fireplace. And Lestat's voice echoed powerfully over the marble walls, the vaulted ceilings. "Kill us, my brothers and sisters. The war is on. Understand what you see when you see me." He took a slow, easy breath. No sound other than the music, which was fading now, to be replaced by characterless mortal chatter. And no outsider here. No, he would have known. No one in his lair. His instincts told him that for certain. There was a stab of pain in his chest. He even felt a warmth in his face. How remarkable. He walked through the marble antechambers and stopped at the door of the alcove. Was he praying? Was he dreaming? He knew what he would soon see, those who must be kept, just as they had always been. And some dismal explanation for the doors, a shorted circuit or a broken fuse, would soon present itself. Yet he felt not fear, suddenly, but the raw anticipation of a young mystic on the verge of a vision, that at last he would see the living Lord, or in his own hands the bloody stigmata. Calmly he stepped into the shrine. For a moment it did not register. He saw what he expected to see, the long room filled with trees and flowers, and the stone bench that was the throne, and beyond it the large television screen pulsing with eyes and mouths and unimportant laughter. Then he acknowledged the fact. There was only one figure seated on the throne, and this figure was almost completely transparent. The violent colors of the distant television screen were passing right through it. No, but this is quite out of the question. Marius, look carefully. Even your senses are not infallible. Like a flustered mortal, he put his hands to his head, as if to block out all distraction. He was gazing at the back of Enkil, who, save for his black hair, had become some sort of milky glass statue through which the colors and the lights moved with faint distortion. Suddenly an uneven burst of light caused the figure to radiate, to become a source of faint, glancing beams. He shook his head. Not possible. Then he gave himself a little shake all over. "All right, Marius," he whispered. "Proceed slowly." But a dozen unformed suspicions were sizzling in his mind. Someone had come. Someone older and more powerful than he. Someone who had discovered those who must be kept and done something unspeakable. And all this was Lestat's doing. Lestat, who had told the world his secret. His knees were weak. Imagine! He had not felt such mortal debilities in so long that he had utterly forgotten them. Slowly he removed a linen handkerchief from his pocket. He wiped at the thin layer of blood sweat that covered his forehead. Then he moved towards the throne and went round it until he stood staring directly at the figure of the king. Enkil as he had been for 2,000 years, the black hair and long, tiny plaits hanging to his shoulders, the broad gold collar lying against his smooth, hairless chest, the linen of his kilt immaculate with its pressed pleats, the rings still on his motionless fingers. But the body itself was glass, and it was utterly hollow. Even the huge, shining orbs of the eyes were transparent, only shadowy circles defining the irises. No, wait. Observe everything. And there you can see the bones, turned to the very same substance as the flesh. They are there. And also the fine crazing of veins and arteries, and something like lungs inside. But it is all transparent now. It is all of the same texture. But what had been done to him? And the thing was changing still. Before his very eyes it was losing its milky cast. It was drying up, becoming ever more transparent. Tentatively he touched it. Not glass at all. A husk. But his careless gesture had upset the thing. The body teetered, then fell over onto the marble tile, its eyes locked open, its limbs rigid in their former position. It made a sound like the scraping of an insect as it settled. Only the hair moved, the soft black hair. But it too was changed. It was breaking into fragments. It was breaking into tiny, shimmering splinters. A cool, ventilating current was scattering it like straw. And as the hair fell away from the throat, he saw 2 dark puncture wounds in it. Wounds that had not healed as they might have done, because all the healing blood had been drawn out of the thing. "Who has done this?" he whispered aloud, tightening the fingers of his right fist as if this would keep him from crying out. Who could have taken every last drop of life from him? And the thing was dead. There wasn't the slightest doubt of it. And what was revealed by this awful spectacle? Our king is destroyed, our father, and I still live. I breathe. And this can only mean that she contains the primal power. She was the first, and it has always resided in her. And someone has taken her. Search the cellar. Search the house. But these were frantic, foolish thoughts. No one had entered here, and he knew it. Only one creature could have done this deed. Only one creature would have known that such a thing was finally possible. He didn't move. He stared at the figure lying on the floor, watching it lose the very last trace of opacity. And would that he could weep for the thing, for surely someone should. Gone now, with all that it had ever known, all that it had ever witnessed. This, too, coming to an end. It seemed beyond his ability to accept it. But he wasn't alone. Someone or something had just come out of the alcove, and he could feel it watching him. For one moment, one clearly irrational moment, he kept his eyes on the fallen king. He tried to comprehend as calmly as he could everything that was occurring around him. The thing was moving towards him now, without a sound. It was becoming a graceful shadow in the corner of his eye, as it came around the throne and stood beside him. He knew who it was, who it had to be, and that it had approached with the natural poise of a living being. Yet as he looked up, nothing could prepare him for the moment. Akasha, standing only 3 inches away from him. Her skin was white and hard and opaque as it had always been. Her cheek shone like pearl as she smiled, her dark eyes moist and enlivened as the flesh puckered ever so slightly around them. They positively glistered with vitality. Speechless, he stared. He watched as she lifted her jeweled fingers to touch his shoulder. He closed his eyes, then opened them. Over thousands of years he had spoken to her, in so many tongues, prayers, pleas, complaints, confessions. And now he said not a word. He merely looked at her mobile lips, at the flash of white-fanged teeth, and the cold glint of recognition in her eyes, and the soft, yielding cleft of the bosom moving beneath the gold necklace. "You've served me well," she said. "I thank you." Her voice was low, husky, beautiful. But the intonation, the words, it was what he'd said hours ago to the girl in the darkened store in the city. The fingers tightened on his shoulder. "Ah, Marius," she said, imitating his tone perfectly again, "you never despair, do you? You are no better than Lestat with your foolish dreams." His own words again, spoken to himself on a San Francisco street. She mocked him. Was this terror? Or was it hatred that he felt? Hatred that had lain waiting in him for centuries, mixed with resentment and weariness and grief for his human heart, hatred that now boiled to a heat he could never have imagined. He didn't dare move, dare speak. The hate was fresh and astonishing, and it had taken full possession of him, and he could do nothing to control it or understand it. All judgment had left him. But she knew. Of course. She knew everything, every thought, word, deed. That's what she was telling him. She had always known, everything and anything that she chose to know. And she'd known that the mindless thing beside her was past defending itself. And this, which should have been a triumphant moment, was somehow a moment of horror. She laughed softly as she looked at him. He could not bear the sound of it. He wanted to hurt her. He wanted to destroy her. All her monstrous children be damned. Let us all perish with her. If he could have done it, he would have destroyed her. It seemed she nodded. That she was telling him she understood. The monstrous insult of it. Well, he did not understand, and in another moment he would be weeping like a child. Some ghastly error had been made, some terrible miscarriage of purpose. "My dear servant," she said, her lips lengthening in a faint, bitter smile, "you have never had the power to stop me." "What do you want? What do you mean to do?" "You must forgive me," she said, oh so politely, just as he had said the very words to the young one in the back room of the bar. "I'm going now." He heard the sound before the floor moved, the shriek of tearing metal. He was falling, and the television screen had blown apart, the glass piercing his flesh like so many tiny daggers. He cried out like a mortal man, and this time it was fear. The ice was cracking, roaring as it came down upon him. "Akasha!" He was dropping into a giant crevasse. He was plunging into scalding coldness. "Akasha!" he cried again, but she was gone, and he was still falling. Then the broken, tumbling ice caught him, surrounded him, and buried him as it crushed the bones of his arms, his legs, his face. He felt his blood pouring out against the searing surface, then freezing. He couldn't move. He couldn't breathe. And the pain was so intense that he couldn't bear it. He saw the jungle again, inexplicably, for an instant, as he had seen it earlier, the hot, fetid jungle, and something moving through it. Then it was gone. And when he cried out this time, it was to Lestat. "Danger! Lestat, beware! We are all in danger!" Then there was only the cold, and the pain, and he was losing consciousness. A dream coming, a lovely dream of warm sun shining on a grassy clearing. Yes, the blessed sun. The dream had him now. And the women, how lovely, their red hair. But what was it? The thing that was lying there, beneath the wilted leaves, on the altar. Part 1. The Road to the Vampire Lestat. Tempting to place in coherent collage the bee, the mountain range, the shadow of my hoof, tempting to join them, enlaced by logical, vast, and shining molecular thought thread through all substance. Tempting to say I see in all I see the place where the needle began in the tapestry. But it all looks whole and part. Long live the eyeball and the lucid heart. Stan Rice, from 4 Days in Another City, Some Lamb, 1975. Chapter 1. The Legend of the Twins. Tell it in rhythmic continuity. Detail by detail the living creatures. Tell it as must the rhythm solid in the shape. Woman, arms lifted, shadow eater. Stan Rice, from Elegy, White Boy, 1976.
"Call her for me," he said. "Tell her I have had the strangest dreams, that they were about the twins. You must call her."
His daughter didn't want to do it. She watched him fumble with the book. His hands were his enemies now, he often said. At 91, he could scarcely hold a pencil or turn a page. "Daddy," she said, "that woman's probably dead." Everybody he had known was dead. He'd outlived his colleagues, he'd outlived his brothers and sisters, and even 2 of his children. In a tragic way, he had outlived the twins, because no one read his book now. No one cared about the legend of the twins.
"No, you call her," he said. "You must call her. You tell her that I dreamed of the twins. I saw them in the dream."
"Why would she want to know that, Daddy?" His daughter took the little address book and paged through it slowly. Dead, all these people, long dead. The men who had worked with her father on so many expeditions, the editors and photographers who had worked with him on his book. Even his enemies who had said his life was wasted, that his research had come to nothing. Even the most scurrilous, who had accused him of doctoring pictures and lying about the caves, which her father had never done. Why should she be still alive, the woman who had financed his long-ago expeditions, the rich woman who had sent so much money for so many years?
"You must ask her to come. Tell her it's very important. I must describe to her what I've seen."
To come? All the way to Rio de Janeiro because an old man had had strange dreams? His daughter found the page, and yes, there was the name and the number, and the date beside it, only 2 years old. "She lives in Bangkok, Daddy." What time was it in Bangkok? She had no idea.
"She'll come to me. I know she will."
He closed his eyes and settled back onto the pillow. He was small now, shrunken. But when he opened his eyes, there was her father looking at her, in spite of the shriveling yellowed skin, the dark spots on the backs of his wrinkled hands, the bald head. He appeared to be listening to the music now, the soft singing of the Vampire Lestat coming from her room. She would turn it down if it kept him awake. She wasn't much for American rock singers, but this one she'd rather liked.
"Tell her I must speak to her,"
he said suddenly, as though coming back to himself. "All right, Daddy, if you want me to." She turned off the lamp by the bed. "You go back to sleep."
"Don't give up till you find her. Tell her, the twins. I've seen the twins."
But as she was leaving, he called her back again with one of those sudden moans that always frightened her. In the light from the hall, she could see he was pointing to the books on the far wall.
"Get it for me,"
he said. He was struggling to sit up again. "The book, Daddy?"
"The twins. The pictures."
She took down the old volume and brought it to him and put it in his lap. She propped the pillows up higher for him and turned on the lamp again. It hurt her to feel how light he was as she lifted him. It hurt her to see him struggle to put on his silver-rimmed glasses. He took the pencil in his hand to read with it, ready to write as he had always done, but then he let it fall, and she caught it and put it back on the table. "You go call her," he said. She nodded, but she stayed there just in case he needed her. The music from her study was louder now, one of the more metallic and raucous songs, but he didn't seem to notice. Very gently she opened the book for him and turned to the first pair of color pictures, one filling the left page, the other the right. How well she knew these pictures. How well she remembered as a little girl making the long climb with him to the cave on Mount Carmel, where he had led her into the dry, dusty darkness, his flashlight lifted to reveal the painted carvings on the wall. "There, the two figures, you see them, the red-haired women?" It had been difficult at first to make out the crude stick figures in the dim beam of the flashlight. So much easier later to study what the close-up camera so beautifully revealed. But she would never forget that first day when he had shown her each small drawing in sequence, the twins dancing in rain that fell in tiny dashes from a scribble of cloud, the twins kneeling on either side of the altar upon which a body lay as if in sleep or death, the twins taken prisoner and standing before a tribunal of scowling figures, the twins running away. And then the damaged pictures, of which nothing could be recovered, and finally the one twin alone, weeping, her tears falling in tiny dashes, like the rain, from eyes that were tiny black dashes too. They'd been carved in the rock, with pigments added, orange for the hair, white chalk for the garments, green for the plants that grew around them, and even blue for the sky over their heads. 6,000 years had passed since they had been created in the deep darkness of the cave. And no less old were the near-identical carvings in a shallow rock chamber high on the slope of Huayna Picchu on the other side of the world. She had made that journey also with her father, a year later, across the Urubamba River and up through the jungles of Peru. She'd seen for herself the same two women in a style remarkably similar, though not the same. There again on the smooth wall were the same scenes of the rain falling, of the red-haired twins in their joyful dance. And then the somber altar scene in loving detail. It was the body of a woman lying on the altar, and in their hands the twins held two tiny, carefully drawn plates. Soldiers bore down upon the ceremony with swords uplifted. The twins were taken into bondage, weeping. And then came the hostile tribunal and the familiar escape. In another picture, faint but still discernible, the twins held an infant between them, a small bundle with dots for eyes and the barest bit of red hair. Then to others they entrusted their treasure, as once more the menacing soldiers appeared. And lastly, the one twin, amid the full leafy trees of the jungle, her arms reaching out as if for her sister, the red pigment of her hair stuck to the stone wall with dried blood. How well she could recall her excitement. She had shared her father's ecstasy that he had found the twins a world apart from each other in these ancient pictures, buried in the mountain caves of Palestine and Peru. It seemed the greatest event in history. Nothing could have been so important. Then a year later a vase had been discovered in a Berlin museum that bore the very same figures, kneeling, plates in hand, before the stone bier. A crude thing it was, without documentation, but what did that matter? It had been dated 4000 B.C. by the most reliable methods, and there, unmistakably, in the newly translated language of ancient Sumer, were the words that meant so much to all of them. The legend of the twins. Yes, so terribly significant it had all seemed, the foundation of a life's work, until he presented his research. They'd laughed at him. Or ignored him. Not believable, such a link between the old world and the new, 6,000 years old indeed. They'd relegated him to the crazy camp, along with those who talked of ancient astronauts, Atlantis, and the lost kingdom of Mu. How he'd argued, lectured, begged them to believe, to journey with him to the caves, to see for themselves. How he'd laid out the specimens of pigment, the lab reports, the detailed studies of the plants and the carvings, and even the white robes of the twins. Another man might have given it up. Every university and foundation had turned him away. He had no money even to care for his children. He took a teaching position for bread and butter, and in the evenings wrote letters to museums all over the world. And a clay tablet covered with drawings was found in Manchester and another in London, both clearly depicting the twins. On borrowed money, he journeyed to photograph these artifacts. He wrote papers on them for obscure publications. He continued his search. Then she had come, a quiet-spoken and eccentric woman who had listened to him, looked at his materials, and then given him an ancient papyrus, found early in this century in a cave in Upper Egypt, which contained some of the very same pictures and the words, "The Legend of the Twins." "A gift for you," she'd said. And then she'd bought the vase for him from the museum in Berlin. She obtained the tablets from England as well. But it was the Peruvian discovery that fascinated her most of all. She gave him unlimited sums of money to go back to South America and continue his work. For years he'd searched cave after cave for more evidence, spoken to villagers about their oldest myths and stories, examined ruined cities, temples, even old Christian churches for stones taken from pagan shrines. But decades passed, and he found nothing. It had been the ruin of him, finally. Even she, his patron, had told him to give it up. She did not want to see his life spent on this. He should leave it now to younger men. But he would not listen. This was his discovery, the legend of the twins. And so she wrote the checks for him, and he went on until he was too old to climb the mountains and hack his way through the jungle anymore. In the last years he lectured only now and then. He could not interest the new students in this mystery, even when he showed the papyrus, the vase, the tablets. After all, these items did not fit anywhere, really. They were of no definable period. And the caves, could anyone have found them now? But she had been loyal, his patron. She'd bought him this house in Rio, created a trust for him which would come to his daughter when he died. Her money had paid for his daughter's education, for so many other things. Strange that they lived in such comfort. It was as if he had been successful after all.
"Call her,"
he said again. He was becoming agitated, empty hands scraping at the photographs. After all, his daughter had not moved. She stood at his shoulder, looking down at the pictures, at the figures of the twins. "All right, Father." She left him with his book. It was late afternoon the next day when his daughter came in to kiss him. The nurse said that he'd been crying like a child. He opened his eyes as his daughter squeezed his hand.
"I know now what they did to them," he said. "I've seen it. It was sacrilege what they did."
His daughter tried to quiet him. She told him that she had called the woman. The woman was on her way. "She wasn't in Bangkok, Daddy. She's moved to Burma, to Rangoon. But I reached her there, and she was so glad to hear from you. She said he'd leave within a few hours. She wants to know about the dreams." He was so happy. She was coming. He closed his eyes and turned his head into the pillow.
"The dreams will start again after dark," he whispered. "The whole tragedy will start again."
"Daddy, rest," she said, "until she comes." Sometime during the night he died. When his daughter came in, he was already cold. The nurse was waiting for her instructions. He had the dull, half-lidded stare of dead people. His pencil was lying on the coverlet, and there was a piece of paper, a flyleaf of his precious book, crumpled under his right hand. She didn't cry. For a moment she didn't do anything. She remembered the cave in Palestine, the lantern.
"Do you see the two women?"
Gently she closed his eyes and kissed his forehead. He'd written something on the piece of paper. She lifted his cold, stiff fingers and removed the paper and read the few words he'd scrawled in his uneven, spidery hand. "In the jungles, walking." What could it mean? And it was too late to reach the woman now. She would probably arrive sometime that evening. All that long way. Well, she would give her the paper if it mattered, and tell her the things he'd said about the twins. Chapter 2. The Short, Happy Life of Baby Jenks and the Fang Gang. The murder burger is served right here. You need not wait at the gate of heaven for unleavened death. You can be a goner on this very corner. Mayonnaise, onions, dominance of flesh. If you wish to eat it, you must feed it. Y'all come back. You bet. Stan Rice, from Texas Sweet. Some Lamb, 1975. Baby Jenks pushed her Harley to 70 miles an hour, the wind freezing her naked white hands. She'd been 14 last summer when they'd done it to her, made her one of the dead. And dead weight, she was 85 pounds max. She hadn't combed out her hair since it happened, didn't have to, and her two little blonde braids were swept back by the wind off the shoulders of her black leather jacket. Bent forward, scowling with her little pouting mouth turned down, she looked mean and deceptively cute. Her big blue eyes were vacant. The rock music of the Vampire Lestat was blaring through her earphones, so she felt nothing but the vibration of the giant motorcycle under her, and the mad lonesomeness she had known all the way from Gun Barrel City 5 nights ago. And there was a dream that was bothering her, a dream she kept having every night right before she opened her eyes. She'd see these red-headed twins in the dream, these two pretty ladies, and then all these terrible things would go down. Now, she didn't like it one damn bit, and she was so lonely she was going out of her head. The Fang Gang hadn't met her south of Dallas as they had promised. She had waited 2 nights by the graveyard, then she had known that something was really, really wrong. They would never have headed out to California without her. They were going to see the Vampire Lestat on stage in San Francisco, but they'd had plenty of time. Now, something was wrong. She knew it. Even when she'd been alive, Baby Jenks could feel things like that. And now that she was dead, it was 10 times what it had been then. She knew the Fang Gang was in deep trouble. Killer and Davis would never have dumped her. Killer said he loved her. Why the hell else would he have ever made her if he didn't love her? She would have died in Detroit if it hadn't been for Killer. She'd been bleeding to death. The doctor had done it to her all right. The baby was gone and all, but she was going to die too. He'd cut something in there, and she was so high on heroin she didn't give a damn. And then that funny thing happened, floating up to the ceiling and looking down at her body. And it wasn't the drugs either. It seemed to her like a whole lot of other things were about to happen. But down there, Killer had come into the room, and from up where she was floating, she could see that he was a dead guy. Of course, she didn't know what he called himself then. She just knew he wasn't alive. Otherwise, he just looked kind of ordinary. Black jeans, black hair, real deep black eyes. He had Fang Gang written on the back of his leather jacket. He'd sat down on the bed by her body and bent over it. "Ain't you cute, little girl," he'd said. Same damn thing the pimp had said to her when he made her braid her hair and put plastic barrettes in it before she went out on the street. Then, whoom, she was back in her body all right, and she was just full of something warmer and better than horse, and she heard him say, "You're not going to die, Baby Jenks. Not ever." She had her teeth in his goddamn neck, and boy, was that heaven. But the never dying part, she wasn't so sure now. Before she'd lit out of Dallas, giving up on the Fang Gang for good, she'd seen the Coven House on Swiss Avenue burnt to timbers. All the glass blown out of the windows. It had been the same in Oklahoma City. What the hell had happened to all those dead guys in those houses? And they were the big city bloodsuckers, too, the smart ones that called themselves vampires. How she laughed when Killer and Davis had told her that those dead guys went around in 3-piece suits and listened to classical music and called themselves vampires. Baby Jenks could have laughed herself to death. Davis thought it was pretty funny, too, but Killer just kept warning her about them. Stay away from them. Killer and Davis and Tim and Russ had taken her by the Swiss Avenue Coven House just before she left them to go to Gun Barrel City. "You got to always know where it is," Davis had said. then stay away from it. They'd showed her the coven houses in every big city they hit, but it was when they showed her the first one in St. Louis that they'd told her the whole story. She'd been real happy with the Fang gang since they left Detroit, feeding off the men they lured out of the roadside beer joints. Tim and Russ were okay guys, but Killer and Davis were her special friends, and they were the leaders of the Fang gang. Now and then they'd gone into town and found some little shack of a place all deserted, with maybe 2 bums in there or something, men who looked kind of like her dad, wearing bill caps and with real calloused hands from the work they did. And they'd have a feast in there on those guys. You could always live off that kind, Killer told her, because nobody gives a damn what happens to them. They'd strike fast, ka-choom, drinking the blood quick, draining him right down to the last heartbeat. It wasn't fun to torture people like that, Killer said. You had to feel sorry for them. You did what you did, then you burnt down the shack, or you took them outside and dug a hole real deep and stuck them down there. And if you couldn't do anything like that to cover it up, you did this little trick. Cut your finger, let your dead blood run over the bite where you'd sucked them dry, and look at that, the little puncture wounds just like they vanished. Flash. Nobody'd ever figure it out. It looked like stroke or heart attack. Baby Jenks had been having a ball. She could handle a full-size Harley, carry a dead body with one arm, leap over the hood of a car. It was fantastic. And she hadn't had the damn dream then, the dream that had started up in Gun Barrel City with those red-headed twins and that woman's body lying on an altar. What were they doing? What would she do now? She couldn't find the Fang gang. Out in California, the vampire Lestat was going on stage 2 nights from now. And every dead guy in creation would be there. Leastways, that's how she figured it, and that's how the Fang gang had figured it, and they were all supposed to be together. So what the hell was she doing lost from the Fang gang and headed for a jerkwater city like St. Louis? All she wanted was for everything to be like it had been before, God damn it. Oh, the blood was good. Yum. It was so good, even now that she was alone and had to work up her nerve the way it had been this evening to pull into a gas station and lure the old guy out back. Oh, yeah, snap when she'd gotten her hands on his neck and the blood came. It had been just fine. It was hamburgers and French fries and strawberry shakes. It was beer and chocolate sundaes. It was mainline and Coke and hash. It was better than screwing. It was all of it. But everything had been better when the Fang gang was with her, and they had understood when she got tired of the chewed-up old guys and said she wanted to taste something young and tender. No problem. It was just a nice little runaway kid she needed, Killer said. Just close your eyes and wish. And sure enough, like that, they found him, hitchhiking on the main road, just 5 miles out of some town in northern Missouri, name of Parker. Real pretty boy, with long, shaggy, black hair, just 12 years old, but real tall for his age, with some beard on his chin and trying to pass for 16. They'd climbed on her bike and they'd taken him into the woods. Then Baby Jenks laid down with him, real gentle-like, and slurp. That was it for Parker. It was delicious, all right. Juicy was the word. But she didn't know really whether it was any better than the mean old guys when you got down to it. And with them it was more sport. Good old boy blood, Davis called it. Davis was a black dead guy, and one damn good-looking black dead guy, as Baby Jenks saw it. His skin had a gold glow to it, the dead glow, which in the case of white dead guys made them look like they were standing in a fluorescent light all the time. Davis had beautiful eyelashes, too, just damn near unbelievably long and thick. And he decked himself out in all the gold he could find. He stole the gold rings and watches and chains and things off the victims. Davis loved to dance. They all loved to dance, but Davis could outdance any of them. They'd go to the graveyards to dance, maybe around 3 a.m. after they'd all fed and buried the dead and all that jazz. They'd set the ghetto blaster radio on a tombstone and turn it way up with the vampire Lestat roaring the Grand Sabbat song. That was the one that was good for dancing. And oh man, how good it felt, twisting and turning and leaping in the air, or just watching Davis move and Killer move and Russ spinning in circles till he fell down. Now that was real dead guy dancing. Now if those big city bloodsuckers weren't hip to that, they were crazy. God, she wished now that she could tell Davis about this dream she'd been having since Gun Barrel City. How it had come to her in her mom's trailer, zap, the first time when she'd been sitting, waiting. It was so clear for a dream. Those 2 women with the red hair and the body lying there with its skin all black and crackled like. And what the hell was that on the plates in the dream? Yeah, it had been a heart on one plate and a brain on the other. Christ. All those people kneeling around that body in those plates. It was creepy. And she'd had it over and over again since then. Why, she was having it every goddamn time she shut her eyes, and again right before she dug her way out of wherever she'd been hiding by daylight. Killer and Davis would understand. They'd know if it meant something. They wanted to teach her everything. When they first hit St. Louis on their way south, the fan gang had headed off the boulevard into one of those big dark streets with iron gates that they call a private place in St. Louis. It was the Central West End down there, they said. Baby Jenks had liked those big trees. There just aren't enough big trees in South Texas. There wasn't much of nothing in South Texas. And here the trees were so big their branches made a roof over your head. And the streets were full of noisy, rustling leaves, and the houses were big with peaked roofs and the lights buried deep inside them. The Coven house was made of brick and had what Killer called Moorish arches. "Don't go any closer," Davis had said. Killer just laughed. Killer wasn't scared of the big city dead. Killer had been made 60 years ago. He was old. He knew everything. "But they will try to hurt you, Baby Jenks," he said, walking his Harley just a little farther up the street. He had a lean, long face, wore a gold earring in his ear, and his eyes were small, kind of thoughtful. "See, this one's an old coven, been in St. Louis since the turn of the century." "But why would they want to hurt us?" Baby Jenks had asked. She was real curious about that house. What did the dead do who lived in houses? What kind of furniture did they have? Who paid the bills, for God's sakes? Seemed like she could see a chandelier in one of those front rooms through the curtains. A big fancy chandelier. Man, now that's living. "Oh, they got all that down," said Davis, reading her mind. "You don't think the neighbors think they're real people. Look at that car in the drive. You know what that is? That's a Bugatti, baby. And the other one beside it, a Mercedes-Benz." What the hell was wrong with a pink Cadillac? That's what she'd like to have. A big gas-guzzling convertible that she could push to 120 on the open stretch. And that's what had got her into trouble. Got her to Detroit, an asshole with a Cadillac convertible. But just because you were dead didn't mean you had to drive a Harley and sleep in the dirt every day, did it? "We're free, darling," Davis said, reading her thoughts. "Don't you see? There's a lot of baggage goes with this big city life. Tell her, Killer. And you ain't getting me in no house like that, sleeping in a box under the floorboards." He broke up. Killer broke up. She broke up, too. But what the hell was it like in there? Did they turn on the Late Show and watch the vampire movies? Davis was really rolling on the ground. "The fact is, Baby Jenks," Killer said, "we're rogues to them. They want to run everything. Like they don't think we have a right to be dead. Like when they make a new vampire, as they call it, it's a big ceremony." "Like what happens, like a wedding or something, you mean?" More laughter from those two. "Not exactly," Killer said. "More like a funeral." They were making too much noise. Surely those dead guys in the house were going to hear him. But Baby Jenks wasn't afraid, if Killer wasn't afraid. Where were Russ and Tim? Gone off hunting? "But the point is, Baby Jenks," said Killer, "they have all these rules, and I'll tell you what, they're spreading it all over that they're going to get the vampire Lestat the night of his concert. But you know what? They're reading his book like it was the Bible. They're using all that language he used. Dark gift, dark trick. I tell you, it's the stupidest thing I've ever seen. They're going to burn the guy at the stake and then use his book like it was Emily Post or Miss Manners." "They'll never get Lestat," Davis had sneered. "No way, man. You can't kill the vampire Lestat. That is flat out impossible. It has been tried, you see, and it has failed. Now that is one cat who is utterly and completely immortal." "Now they're going out there same as we are," Killer said, "to join up with the cat if he wants us." Baby Jenks didn't understand the whole thing. She didn't know who Emily Post was, or Miss Manners either. And weren't we all supposed to be immortal? And why would the vampire Lestat want to be running around with the Fang Gang? I mean, he was a rock star, for Christ's sakes. Probably had his own limousine. And was he ever one adorable-looking guy, dead or alive? Blonde hair to die for and a smile that just made you want to roll over and let him bite your goddamn neck. She'd tried to read the vampire Lestat's book, the whole history of dead guys back to ancient times and all, but there were just too many big words, and conk, she was asleep. Killer and Davis said she'd find out she could read real fast now if she just stuck with it. They carried copies of Lestat's book around with them, and the first one, the one with the title she could never get straight, something like Conversations with the Vampire, or Talking with the Vampire, or Getting to Meet the Vampire, or something like that. Davis would read out loud from that one sometimes, but Baby Jenks couldn't take it in. Snore. The dead guy, Lewis, or whoever he was, had been made dead down in New Orleans, and the book was full of stuff about banana leaves and iron railings and Spanish moss. Baby Jenks, they know everything, the old European ones, Davis had said. They know how it started. They know we can go on and on and on if we hang in there, live to be 1,000 years old and turn into white marble. Gee, that's just great, Davis, Baby Jenks said. It's bad enough now not being able to walk into a 7-Eleven under those lights without people looking at you. Who wants to look like white marble? Baby Jenks, you don't need anything anymore from the 7-Eleven, Davis said real calmly. But he got the point. Forget the books. Baby Jenks did love the Vampire Lestat's music, and those songs just kept giving her a lot, especially that one about those who must be kept, the Egyptian king and queen. Though to tell the truth, she didn't know what the hell it meant till Killer explained. They're the parents of all vampires, Baby Jenks, the mother and the father. See, we're all an unbroken line of blood coming down from the king and the queen in ancient Egypt, who are called those who must be kept. And the reason you got to keep 'em is if you destroy 'em, you destroy all of us, too. Sounded like a bunch of bull to her. Lestat's seen the mother and the father, Davis said. Found them hidden on a Greek island, so he knows that it's the truth. That's what he's been telling everybody with these songs, and it's the truth. And the mother and the father don't move or speak or drink blood, Baby Jenks, Killer said. He looked real thoughtful, sad almost. They just sit there and stare, like they've done for thousands of years. Nobody knows what those two know. Probably nothing, Baby Jenks had said disgustedly. And I tell you, this is some kind of being immortal. What do you mean the big city dead guys can kill us? Just how can they manage that? Fire and sun can always do it, Killer answered, just a touch impatient. I told you that. Now mind me, please. You can always fight the big city dead guys. You're tough. Fact is, the big city dead are as scared of you as you will ever be of them. You just beat it when you see a dead guy you don't know. That's a rule that's followed by everybody who's dead. After they'd left the Coven House, she'd got another big surprise from Killer. He'd told her about the vampire bars, big fancy places in New York and San Francisco and New Orleans where the dead guys met in the back rooms while the damn fool human beings drank and danced up front. In there, no other dead guy could kill you, city slicker, European, or rogue like her. You run for one of those places, he told her, if the big city dead guys ever get on your case. I'm not old enough to go in a bar, Baby Jenks said. That really did it. He and Davis laughed themselves sick. They were falling off their motorcycles. You find a vampire bar, Baby Jenks, Killer said. You just give 'em the evil eye and say, let me in. Yeah, she'd done that evil eye on people and made them do stuff. It worked okay. And truth was, they'd never seen the vampire bars, just heard about them, didn't know where they were. She'd had lots of questions when they finally left St. Louis. But as she made her way north towards the same city now, the only thing in the world she cared about was getting to that same damned Coven House. Big city, dead guys, here I come. She'd go clean out of her head if she had to go on alone. The music in the earphones stopped. The tape had run out. She couldn't stand the silence and the roar of the wind. The dream came back. She saw those twins again, the soldiers coming. Jesus! If she didn't block it out, the whole damn dream would replay itself like the tape. Steadying the bike with one hand, she reached in her jacket to open the little cassette player. She flipped the tape over. "Sing on, man," she said, her voice sounding shrill and tiny to her over the roar of the wind, if she heard it at all. Of those who must be kept, what can we know? Can any explanation save us? Yes, sir, that was the one she loved. That's the one she'd been listening to when she fell asleep, waiting for her mother to come home from work in Gun Barrel City. It wasn't the words that got to her, it was the way he sang it, groaning like Bruce Springsteen into the mic and making it just break your heart. It was kind of like a hymn in a way. It had that kind of sound, yet Lestat was right there in the middle of it, singing to her, and there was a steady drum beat that went to her bones. Okay, man. Okay, you're the only goddamn dead guy I've got now, Lestat. Keep singing. 5 minutes to St. Louis, and there she was, thinking about her mother again. How strange it had all been. How bad. Baby Jenks hadn't even told Killer or Davis why she was going home, though they knew, they understood. Baby Jenks had to do it. She had to get her parents before the Fang Gang went out west. And even now she didn't regret it, except for that strange moment when her mother was dying there on the floor. Now, Baby Jenks had always hated her mother. She thought her mother was just a real fool, making crosses every day of her life with little pink seashells and bits of glass, and then taking them to the Gun Barrel City flea market and selling them for $10. And they were ugly, too, just real ready-made junk, those little things with a little twisted-up Jesus in the middle made up of tiny red and blue beads and things. But it wasn't just that. It was everything her mother had ever done that got to Baby Jenks and made her disgusted. Going to church, that was bad enough, but talking the way she did to people so sweet and just putting up with her husband's drinking and always saying nice things about everybody. Baby Jenks never bought a word of it. She used to lie there on her bunk in the trailer, thinking to herself, what really makes that lady tick? When is she going to blow up like a stick of dynamite? Or is she just too stupid? Her mother had stopped looking Baby Jenks in the eye years ago. When Baby Jenks was 12, she'd come in and said, you know I done it, don't you? Hope to God you don't think I'm no virgin. And her mother just faded out just looked away with her eyes wide and empty and stupid, and went back to her work, humming like always as she made those seashell crosses. One time some big city person told her mother that she made real folk art. They're making a fool of you, Baby Jenks had said. Don't you know that? They didn't buy one of those ugly things, did they? You know what those things look like to me? I'll tell you what they look like. They look like great big dime store earrings. No arguing, just turning the other cheek. You want some supper, honey? It was like an open and shut case, Baby Jenks figured. So she had headed out of Dallas early, making Cedar Creek Lake in less than an hour. And there was a familiar sign that meant her sweet little old hometown. Welcome to Gun Barrel City. We shoot straight with you. She hid her Harley behind the trailer when she got there, nobody home, and lay down for a nap, Lestat singing in the earphones and the steam iron ready by her side. When her mother came in, slam, bam, thank you, ma'am, she'd take her out with it. Then the dream happened. Why, she wasn't even asleep when it started. It was like Lestat faded out and the dream pulled her down, and snap! She was in a place full of sunlight. A clearing on the side of a mountain. And these two twins were there, beautiful women with soft, wavy red hair, and they knelt like angels in church with their hands folded. Lots of people around, people in long robes like people in the Bible. And there was music, too, a creepy thumping and the sound of a horn playing, real mournful. But the worst part was the dead body, the burned body of the woman on a stone slab. Why, she looked like she'd been cooked lying there. And on the plates there was a fat, shiny heart and a brain. Yep, sure thing, that was a heart and a brain. Baby Jenks had woken up scared. To hell with that. Her mother was standing in the door. Baby Jenks jumped up and banged her with the steam iron till she stopped moving, really bashed in her head. And she should have been dead, but she wasn't yet. And then that crazy moment came. Her mother was lying there on the floor, half dead, staring just like her daddy would be later. And Baby Jenks was sitting in the chair, one blue jean leg thrown over the arm, leaning on her elbow or twirling one of her braids, just waiting, thinking about the twins in the dream, sort of, and the body and the things on the plates. What was it all for? But mostly just waiting. Die, you stupid bitch. Go on, die. I'm not slamming you again. Even now, Baby Jenks wasn't sure what had happened. It was like her mother's thoughts had changed, grown wider, bigger. Maybe she was floating up on the ceiling somewhere, the way Baby Jinx had been when she nearly died before Killer saved her. But whatever was the cause, the thoughts were just amazing, just flat-out amazing, like her mother knew everything. All about good and bad and how important it was to love, really love, and how it was so much more than just all the rules about don't drink, don't smoke, pray to Jesus. It wasn't preacher stuff. It was just gigantic. Her mother, lying there, had thought about how the lack of love in her daughter, Baby Jinx, had been as awful as a bad gene that made Baby Jinx blind and crippled. Yet it didn't matter. It was going to be all right. Baby Jinx would rise out of what was going on now, just as she had almost done before Killer had got to her, and there would be a finer understanding of everything. What the hell did that mean? Something about everything around us being part of one big thing. The fibers in the carpet, the leaves outside the window, the water dripping in the sink, the clouds moving over Cedar Creek Lake, and the bare trees. And they weren't really so ugly as Baby Jinx had thought. No. The whole thing was almost too beautiful to describe suddenly. And Baby Jinx's mother had always known about this, seen it that way. Baby Jinx's mother forgave Baby Jinx everything. Poor Baby Jinx, she didn't know. She didn't know about the green grass or the seashells shining in the light of the lamp. Then Baby Jinx's mother had died. Thank God, enough. But Baby Jinx had been crying. Then she'd carried the body out of the trailer and buried it in back real deep, feeling how good it was to be one of the dead and so strong and able to just heft those shovels full of dirt. Then her father came home. This one's really for fun. She buried him while he was still alive. She'd never forget the look on his face when he came in the door and saw her with the fire axe. Well, if it ain't Lizzie Borden. Who the hell was Lizzie Borden? Then the way his chin stuck out and his fist came flying towards her, he was so sure of himself. You little slut. She split his goddamn forehead in half. Yeah, that part was great, feeling the skull cave. Go down, you bastard! And so was shoveling dirt on his face while he was still looking at her. Paralyzed, couldn't move, thinking he was a kid again on a farm or something in New Mexico. Just baby talk. You son of a bitch, I always knew you had shit for brains. Now I can smell it. But why the hell had she ever gone down there? Why had she left the Fang Gang? If she'd never left them, she'd be with them now in San Francisco with Killer and Davis waiting to see Lestat on the stage. They might even have made the vampire bar out there or something. Leastways, if they had ever gotten there, if something wasn't really, really wrong. And what the hell was she doing now, backtracking? Maybe she should have gone along out west. 2 nights, that was all that was left. Hell, maybe she'd rent a motel room when the concert happened so she could watch it on TV. But before that, she had to find some dead guys in St. Louis. She couldn't go on alone. How to find the Central West End? Where was it? This boulevard looked familiar. She was cruising along, praying no meddling cop would start after her. She'd outrun him, of course, she always did, though she dreamed of getting just one of those damn sons of bitches on a lonely road. But the fact was, she didn't want to be chased out of St. Louis. Now, this looked like something she knew. Yeah, this was the Central West End, or whatever they called it, and she turned off now to the right, and went down an old street with those big, cool, leafy trees all around her. Made her think of her mother again, the green grass, the clouds, a little sob in her throat. If she just wasn't so damn lonesome. But then she saw the gates. Yeah, this was the street. Killer had told her that dead guys never really forget anything. Her brain would be like a little computer. Maybe it was true. These were the gates, all right, great big iron gates, opened wide and covered with dark green ivy. Guess they never really close up a private place. She slowed to a rumbling crawl, then cut the motor altogether. Too noisy in this dark valley of mansions. Some bitch might call the cops. She had to get off to walk her bike. Her legs weren't long enough to do it any other way, but that was okay. She liked walking in these deep, dead leaves. She liked this whole quiet street. Boy, if I was a big city vampire, I'd live here too, she thought. And then far off down the street she saw the Coven House, saw the brick walls and the white Moorish arches. Her heart was really going. Burnt up. At first she didn't believe it. Then she saw it was true, all right. Big streaks of black on the bricks, and the windows all blown out, not a pane of glass left anywhere. Jesus Christ! She was going crazy. She walked her bike up closer, biting her lip so hard she could taste her own blood. Just look at it. Who the hell was doing it? Teeny bits of glass all over the lawn and even in the trees, so the whole place was kind of sparkling in a way that human beings probably couldn't make out. Looked to her like nightmare Christmas decorations. And the stink of burning wood, it was just hanging there. She was going to cry. She was going to start screaming. But then she heard something. Not a real sound, but the things that Killer had taught her to listen for. There was a dead guy in there. She couldn't believe her luck, and she didn't give a damn what happened. She was going in there. Yeah, somebody in there. It was real faint. She went a few more feet, crunching real loud in the dead leaves. No light, but something moving in there, and it knew she was coming. And as she stood there, heart hammering, afraid and frantic to go in, somebody came out on the front porch. A dead guy, looking right at her. "Praise the Lord," she whispered. And he wasn't no jerk-off in a three-piece suit either. No, he was a young kid, maybe no more than 2 years older than her when they did it to him, and he looked real special. Like he had silver hair, for one thing, just real pretty, short, curly gray hair, and that always looked great on a young person. And he was tall, too, about 6 feet, and skinny. A real elegant guy, the way she saw it. He had an icy look to his skin. It was so white, and he wore a dark brown turtleneck shirt, real smooth across his chest, and a fancy-cut brown leather jacket and pants, nothing at all like biker leather. Really boss, this guy, and cuter than any dead guy in the Fang gang. "Come inside," he said in a hiss. "Hurry." She like to flew up the steps. The air was still full of tiny ashes, and it hurt her eyes and made her cough. Half the porch had fallen in. Carefully she made her way into the hallway. Some of the stairs was left, but the roof way above was wide open, and the chandelier had fallen down, all crushed and full of soot. Real spooky, like a haunted house, this place. The dead guy was in the living room, or what was left of it, kicking and picking through burnt-up stuff, furniture and things, sort of in a rage, it looked like. "Baby Jenks, is it?" he said, flashing her a weird fake smile, full of pearly teeth, including his little fangs, and his gray eyes glittering, kind of. "And you're lost, aren't you?" Okay, another goddamn mind reader, like Davis, and one with a foreign accent. "Yeah, so what?" she said. And real surprising, she caught his name, like as if it was a ball and he'd tossed it to her. Laurent. Now that was a classy name, French-sounding. "Stay right there, Baby Jenks," he said. The accent was French, too, probably. "There were 3 in this coven, and 2 were incinerated. The police can't detect the remains, but you will know them if you step on them, and you will not like it." Christ! And he was telling her the truth, because there was one of them right there, no jive, at the back of a hall. And it looked like a half-burnt suit of clothes lying there, kind of vaguely in the outline of a man. And sure thing, she could tell by the smell there'd been a dead guy in the clothes, and just the leaves and the pant legs and shoes were left. In the middle of all of it, there was a kind of grayish, messy stuff. Looked more like grease and powder than ashes. Funny the way the shirt sleeve was still neatly sticking out of the coat sleeve. Now that had been a 3-piece suit, maybe. She was getting sick. Could you get sick when you were dead? She wanted to get out of here. What if whatever had done this was coming back? Immortal, tie a can to it. "Don't move," the dead guy said to her, "and we'll be leaving together just as soon as we can." "Like now, okay?" she said. She was shaking, goddammit. This is what they meant when they said cold sweat. He'd found a tin box, and he was taking all the unburnt money out of it. "Hey, man, I'm splitting," she said. She could feel something around here, and it had nothing to do with that grease spot on the floor. She was thinking of the burnt-up coven houses in Dallas and Oklahoma City, the way the Fang Gang had vanished on her. He got all that, she could tell. His face got soft, real cute again. He threw down the box and came towards her so fast it scared her worse. "Yes, ma chère," he said in a real nice voice. "All those coven houses, exactly. The East Coast has been burnt out like a circuit of lights. There is no answer at the coven house in Paris or the coven house in Berlin." He took her arm as they headed for the front door. "Who the hell's doing this?" she said. "Who the hell knows, chérie? It destroys the houses, the vampire bars, whatever rogues it finds. We have got to get out of here. Now make the bike go." But she had come to a halt. Something out here. She was standing at the edge of the porch. Something... She was as scared to go on as she was to go back in the house. "What's wrong?" he asked her in a whisper. How dark this place was with these great big trees and the houses. They all looked haunted, and she could hear something real low, like someone's breathing. Something like that. "Baby Jenks, move it now." "But where are we going?" she asked. This thing, whatever it was almost a sound. "The only place we can go. To him, darling, to the vampire Lestat. He is out there in San Francisco, waiting, unharmed." "Yeah?" she said, staring at the dark street in front of her. "Yeah, right, to the vampire Lestat." Just 10 steps to the bike. "Take it, baby Jenks." He was about to leave without her. "No, don't you do that, you son of a bitch! Don't you touch my bike!" But it was a sound now, wasn't it? Baby Jenks had never heard anything quite like it. But you hear a lot of things when you're dead. You hear trains miles away and people talking on planes over your head. The dead guy heard it. No, he heard her hearing it. "What is it?" he whispered. Jesus, he was scared. And now he heard it all by himself, too. He pulled her down the steps. She stumbled and almost fell, but he lifted her off her feet and put her on the bike. The noise was getting really loud. It was coming in beats like music, and it was so loud now she couldn't even hear what this dead guy was saying to her. She twisted the key, turned the handles to give the Harley gas, and the dead guy was on the bike behind her. But Jesus, the noise, she couldn't think. She couldn't even hear the engine of the bike. She looked down, trying to see what the hell was going on. Was it running? She couldn't even feel it. Then she looked up, and she knew she was looking towards the thing that was sending the noise. It was in the darkness, behind the trees. The dead guy had leaped off the bike, and he was jabbering away at it as if he could see it. But no, he was looking around like a crazy man talking to himself. But she couldn't hear a word. She just knew it was there. It was looking at them, and the crazy guy was wasting his breath. She was off the Harley. It had fallen over. The noise stopped. Then there was a loud ringing in her ears. "Anything you want," the dead guy next to her was saying. "Just anything, name it. We will do it. We are your servants." Then he ran past Baby Jenks, nearly knocking her over and grabbing up her bike. "Hey!" she shouted, but just as she started for him, he burst into flames. He screamed. And then Baby Jenks screamed too. She screamed and screamed. The burning dead guy was turning over and over on the ground, just pinwheeling. And behind her, the coven house exploded. She felt the heat on her back. She saw stuff flying through the air. The sky looked like high noon. "Oh, sweet Jesus, let me live, let me live." For one split second, she thought her heart had burst. She meant to look down to see if her chest had broken open and her heart was spewing out blood like molten lava from a volcano. But then the heat built up inside her head, and swoosh, she was gone. She was rising, up and up through a dark tunnel, and then high above she floated, looking down on the whole scene. Oh, yeah, just like before. And there it was, the thing that had killed them, a white figure standing in a thicket of trees. And there was the dead guy's clothes smoking on the pavement, and her own body just burning away. Through the flames she could see the pure black outline of her own skull and her bones. But it didn't frighten her. It didn't really seem that interesting at all. It was the white figure that amazed her. It looked just like a statue, like the Blessed Virgin Mary in the Catholic Church. She stared at the sparkling silver threads that seemed to move out from the figure in all directions, threads made out of some kind of dancing light. And as she moved higher, she saw that the silver threads stretched out, tangling with other threads to make a giant net all over the whole world. All through the net were dead guys caught like helpless flies in a web, tiny pinpoints of light pulsing and connected to the white figure, and almost beautiful, the sight of it, except it was so sad. Oh, poor souls of all the dead guys locked in indestructible matter, unable to grow old or die. But she was free. The net was way far away from her now. She was seeing so many things. Like there were thousands and thousands of other dead people floating up here, too, in a great, hazy, gray layer. Some were lost, others were fighting with each other, and some were looking back down to where they'd died, so pitiful, like they didn't know or wouldn't believe they were dead. There was even a couple of them trying to be seen and heard by the living, but that they could not do. She knew she was dead. This had happened before. She was just passing through this murky lair of sad, lingering people. She was on her way, and the pitifulness of her life on earth caused her sorrow. But it was not the important thing now. The light was shining again. The magnificent light she'd glimpsed when she'd almost died that first time around. She moved towards it, into it. And this was truly beautiful. Never had she seen such colors, such radiance. Never had she heard the pure music that she was hearing now. There were no words to describe this. It was beyond any language she'd ever known. And this time nobody would bring her back, because the one coming towards her, to take her and to help her, it was her mother. And her mother wouldn't let her go. Never had she felt such love as she felt for her mother. But then love surrounded her. The light, the color, the love, these things were utterly indistinguishable. Ah, that poor baby Jenks, she thought as she looked down to earth just one last time. But she wasn't baby Jenks now. No, not at all. Chapter 3. The Goddess Pandora. Once we had the words, ox and falcon, plow. There was clarity, savage as horns curved. We lived in stone rooms. We hung our hair out the windows, and up it climbed the men. A garden behind the ears, the curls. On each hill a king of that hill. At night the threads were pulled out of the tapestries. The unraveled men screamed. All moons revealed. We had the words. Stan Rice, from The Words Once. White Boy, 1976. She was a tall creature, clad in black, with only her eyes uncovered, her strides long, as she moved with inhuman speed up the treacherous snow-covered path. Almost clear, this night of tiny stars in the high, thin air of the Himalayas, and far ahead, beyond her powers of reckoning distance, loomed the massive, pleated flank of Everest, splendidly visible above a thick wreath of turbulent white cloud. It took her breath away each time she glanced at it, not only because it was so beautiful, but because it was so seemingly full of meaning, though no true meaning was there. Worship this mountain? Yes, one could do that with impunity, because the mountain would never answer. The whistling wind that chilled her skin was the voice of nothing and no one. And this incidental and utterly indifferent grandeur made her want to cry. So did the sight of the pilgrims far below her, a thin stream of ants, it seemed, winding their way up an impossibly narrow road, too unspeakably sad, their delusion. Yet she moved towards the same hidden mountain temple. She moved towards the same despicable and deceiving God. She was suffering from the cold. Frost covered her face, her eyelids. It clung in tiny crystals to her eyelashes. And each step in the driving wind was hard, even for her. Pain or death it couldn't cause her, really. She was too old for that. It was something mental, her suffering. It came from the tremendous resistance of the elements, from seeing nothing for hours but the sheer white and dazzling snows. No matter. A deep shiver of alarm had passed through her nights ago in the crowded, stinking streets of Old Delhi, and every hour or so since had repeated itself, as if the earth had begun to tremble at its core. At certain moments she was sure that the mother and the father must be waking. Somewhere far away in a crypt where her beloved Marius had placed them, those who must be kept had stirred at last. Nothing less than such a resurrection could transmit this powerful yet vague signal, Akasha and Enkill rising after 6,000 years of horrifying stillness from the throne they shared. But that was fancy, wasn't it? Might as well ask the mountain to speak. For these were no mere legend to her, the ancient parents of all blood-drinkers. Unlike so many of their spawn, she had seen them with her own eyes. At the door of their shrine she had been made immortal. She had crept forward on her knees and touched the mother. She had pierced the smooth, shining surface that had once been the mother's human skin and caught in her open mouth the gushing stream of the mother's blood. What a miracle it had been, even then, the living blood pouring forth from the lifeless body before the wounds miraculously closed. But in those early centuries of magnificent belief, she had shared Marius's conviction that the mother and father merely slumbered, that the time would come when they would wake and speak to their children once again. In the candlelight she and Marius had sung hymns to them together. She herself had burnt the incense, placed before them the flowers. She had sworn never to reveal the location of the sanctuary, lest other blood-drinkers come to destroy Marius, to steal his charges and feast gluttonously on the original and most powerful blood. But that was long ago, when the world was divided among tribes and empires, when heroes and emperors were made gods in a day. In that time, elegant philosophical ideas had caught her fancy. She knew now what it meant to live forever. Tell it to the mountain. Danger. She felt it again, coursing through her, a scorching current, then gone. And then a glimpse of a green and humid place, a place of soft earth and stifling growth. But it vanished almost immediately. She paused, the moonlit snow blinding her for a moment, and she raised her eyes to the stars, twinkling through a thin fleece of passing cloud. She listened for other immortal voices. But she heard no clear and vital transmission, only a dim throb from the temple to which she was going, and from far behind her, rising out of the dark warrens of a dirty, overcrowded city, the dead electronic recordings of that mad blood-drinker, the rock star, the vampire Lestat. Doomed, that impetuous modern fledgling who had dared to fashion garbled songs of bits and pieces of old truths. She had seen countless young ones rise and fall. Yet his audacity intrigued her, even as it shocked her. Could it be that the alarm she heard was somehow connected to his plaintive yet raucous songs? Akasha, Enkil, hearken to your children. How dare he speak the ancient names to the mortal world? It seemed impossible, an offense to reason, that such a creature not be dismissed out of hand. Yet the monster, reveling in improbable celebrity, revealed secrets he could have learned only from Marius himself. And where was Marius, who for 2,000 years had taken those who must be kept from one secret sanctuary to another? Her heart would break if she let herself think of Marius, of the quarrels that had long ago divided them. But the recorded voice of Lestat was gone now, swallowed by other faint electric voices, vibrations rising from cities and villages, and the ever-audible cry of mortal souls. As so often happened, her powerful ears could separate no one signal. The rising tide had overwhelmed her, shapeless, horrific, so that she closed herself off. Only the wind again. Ah, what must the collective voices of the earth be to the mother and the father, whose powers had grown inevitably from the dawn of recorded time? Had they the power, as she had still, to shut off the flow, or to select from time to time the voices they might hear? Perhaps they were as passive in this regard as any other, and it was the unstoppable din that kept them fixed, unable to reason as they heard the endless cries, mortal and immortal, of the entire world. She looked at the great jagged peak before her. She must continue. She tightened the covering over her face. She walked on. And as the trail led her to a small promontory, she saw her destination at last. Across an immense glacier, the temple rose from a high cliff, a stone structure of near invisible whiteness, its bell tower disappearing into the swirling snow that had just begun to fall. How long would it take her to reach it, even fast as she could walk? She knew what she must do, yet she dreaded it. She must lift her arms, defy the laws of nature and her own reason, and rise over the gulf that separated her from the temple, gently descending only when she had reached the other side of the frozen gorge. No other power she possessed could make her feel so insignificant, so inhuman, so far from the common earthly being she had once been. But she wanted to reach the temple. She had to. And so she did raise her arms slowly, with conscious grace. Her eyes closed for the moment as she willed herself upwards, and she felt her body rising immediately, as if it were weightless, a force seemingly unfettered by substance, riding by sheer intention the wind itself. For a long moment she let the winds buffet her. She let her body twist, drift. She rose higher and higher, allowing herself to turn away from the earth altogether, the clouds flying past her as she faced the stars. How heavy her garments felt. Was she not ready to become invisible? Would that not be the next step? A speck of dust in the eye of God, she thought. Her heart was aching. The horror of this, to be utterly unconnected. The tears welled in her eyes. And as always happened in such moments, the vague, shining human past she clung to seemed more than ever a myth to be cherished as all practical belief died away. That I lived, that I loved, that my flesh was warm. She saw Marius, her maker, not as he was now, but then, a young immortal, burning with a supernatural secret. Pandora, my dearest, give it to me, I beg you. Pandora, come with me to ask the blessing of the mother and the father. Come into the shrine. Unanchored, in despair, she might have forgotten her destination. She could have let herself drift towards the rising sun. But the alarm came again, the silent, pulsating signal of danger, to remind her of her purpose. She spread out her arms, willed herself to face the earth again, and saw the temple courtyard with its smoking fires directly below. Yes, there. The speed of her descent astonished her. Momentarily it shattered her reason. She found herself standing in the courtyard, her body aching for one flashing instant, and then cold and still. The scream of the wind was distant. The music of the temple came through the walls, a dizzying throb, the tambourines and drums driving with it, voices melding into one gruesome and repetitive sound. And before her were the pyres, spitting, crackling, the dead bodies darkening as they lay heaped on the burning wood. The stench sickened her. Yet for a long time she watched the flames working slowly at the sizzling flesh, the blackening stumps, the hair that gave off sudden wisps of white smoke. The smell suffocated her. The cleansing mountain air could not reach her here. She stared at the distant wooden door to the inner sanctum. She would test the power again, bitterly. There. And she found herself moving over the threshold. The door opened, the light of the inner chamber dazzling her, along with the warm air and the deafening chant. Azim, 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 the celebrants sang over and over. Their backs turned to her as they pressed to the center of the candle-lighted hall, their hands raised, twisting at the wrists in rhythm with their rocking heads. Azim, 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 Azim. Smoke rose from the censers. An endless swarm of figures turned, circling in place on their bare feet, but they did not see her. Their eyes were closed, their dark faces smooth, only their mouths moving as they repeated the revered name. She pushed into the thick of them, men and women in rags, others in gorgeous colored silks and clattering gold jewelry, all repeating the invocation in horrifying monotony. She caught the smell of fever, starvation, dead bodies fallen in the press, unheeded in the common delirium. She clung to a marble column, as if to anchor herself in the turbulent stream of movement and noise. And then she saw Azim in the middle of the crush. His dark bronze skin was moist and gleaming in the light of the candles, his head bound in a black silk turban, his long embroidered robe stained with a mingling of mortal and immortal blood. His black eyes, ringed in kohl, were enormous. To the hard underlying beat of the drums he danced, undulating, thrusting his fists forward and drawing them back as though pounding upon an invisible wall. His slippered feet tapped the marble in frenzied rhythm. Blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. His expression was one of utter, mindless absorption. Yet he knew that she had come. And from the center of his dance he looked directly at her, and she saw his blood-smeared lips curl in a smile. "Pandora, my beautiful, immortal Pandora." Glutted with the feast he was, plump and heated with it as she had seldom ever seen an immortal become. He threw back his head, spun around, and gave a shrill cry. His acolytes came forward, slashing at his outstretched wrists with their ceremonial knives. And the faithful surged against him, mouths uplifted to catch the sacred blood as it gushed out. The chant grew louder, more insistent over the strangled cries of those nearest him. And suddenly she saw him being lifted, his body stretched out full length on the shoulders of his followers. Golden slippers pointed to the high, tessellated ceiling, the knives slashing at his ankles and again at his wrists, where the wounds had already closed. The maddened crowd seemed to expand as its movements grew more frantic, reeking bodies slamming against her, oblivious to the coldness and hardness of the ancient limbs beneath her soft, shapeless wool clothes. She did not move. She let herself be surrounded, drawn in. She saw Azim lowered to the ground once more, bled, moaning, wounds already healed. He beckoned to her to join him. Silently she refused. She watched as he reached out and snatched a victim, blindly, at random, a young woman with painted eyes and dangling golden earrings, gashing open her slender throat. The crowd had lost the perfect shape of the syllables it chanted. It was now a simple, wordless cry that came from every mouth. Eyes wide, as if in horror at his own power, Azim sucked the woman dry of blood in one great draught, then dashed the body on the stones before him, where it lay mangled as the faithful surrounded it, hands out in supplication to their staggering god. She turned her back. She went out into the cold air of the courtyard, moving away from the heat of the fires. Stink of urine. Awful. She stood against the wall, gazing upwards, thinking of the mountain, paying no heed when the acolytes dragged past her the bodies of the newly dead and threw them into the flames. She thought of the pilgrims she had seen on the road below the temple, the long chain that moved sluggishly day and night through the uninhabited mountains to this unnamed place. How many died without ever reaching this precipice? How many died outside the gates waiting to be let in? She loathed it. And yet it did not matter. It was an ancient horror. She waited. Then Azim called her. She turned and moved back through the door, and then through another, into a small, exquisitely painted antechamber, where, standing on a red carpet bordered with rubies, he waited silently for her, surrounded by random treasures, offerings of gold and silver, the music in the hall lower, full of languor and fear. "Dearest," he said. He took her face in his hands and kissed her. A heated stream of blood flowed out of his mouth into her, and for one rapturous moment her senses were filled with the song and dance of the faithful, the heady cries, flooding warmth of mortal adoration, surrender, love. Yes, love. She saw Marius for one instant. She opened her eyes and stepped back. For a moment she saw the walls with their painted peacocks, lilies. She saw the heaps of shimmering gold. Then she saw only Azim. He was changeless as were his people, changeless as were the villages from which they had come, wandering through snow and waste to find this horrid, meaningless end. 1,000 years ago, Azim had begun his rule in this temple, from which no worshipper ever departed alive. His supple, golden skin, nourished by an endless river of blood sacrifice, had paled only slightly over the centuries, whereas her own flesh had lost its human blush in half the time. Only her eyes and her dark brown hair, perhaps, gave an immediate appearance of life. She had beauty. Yes, she knew that, but he had a great, surpassing vigor. Evil. Irresistible to his followers, shrouded in legend, he ruled without past or future, as incomprehensible to her now as he had ever been. She didn't want to linger. The place repelled her more than she wanted him to know. She told him silently of her purpose, the alarm that she had heard, something wrong somewhere, something changing, something that has never happened before. And she told him, too, of the young blood-drinker who recorded songs in America, songs full of truths about the mother and the father whose names he knew. It was a simple opening of her mind without drama. She watched Azim, sensing his immense power, the ability with which he'd glean from her any random thought or idea, and shield from her the secrets of his own mind. "Blessed Pandora," he said scornfully. "What do I care about the mother and the father? What are they to me? What do I care about your precious Marius, that he calls for help over and over? This is nothing to me." She was stunned. Marius calling for help. Azim laughed. "Explain what you're saying," she said. Again laughter. He turned his back to her. There was nothing she could do but wait. Marius had made her. All the world could hear Marius's voice, but she could not hear it. Was it an echo that had reached her, dim in its deflection of a powerful cry that the others had heard? "Tell me, Azim, why make an enemy of me?" When he turned to her again, he was thoughtful. his round face plump, human-looking as he yielded to her, the backs of his hands fleshy and dimpled as he pressed them together just beneath his moist lower lip. He wanted something of her. There was no scorn or malice now. "It's a warning," he said. "It comes over and over, echoing through a chain of listeners who carry it from its origins in some far-off place. We are all in danger. Then it is followed by a call for help, which is weaker. Help him that he may try to avert the danger. But in this there is no conviction. It is the warning above all that he would have us heed." "The words, what are they?" He shrugged. "I do not listen, I do not care." "Ah!" She turned her back now on him. She heard him come towards her, felt his hands on her shoulders. "You must answer my question now," he said. He turned her to face him. "It is the dream of the twins that concerns me. What does this mean?" Dream of the twins? She didn't have an answer. The question didn't make sense to her. She had had no such dream. He regarded her silently, as if he believed she was lying. Then he spoke very slowly, evaluating her response carefully. "Two women, red hair. Terrible things befall them. They come to me in troubling and unwelcome visions just before I would open my eyes. I see these women raped before a court of onlookers, yet I do not know who they are or where this outrage takes place. And I am not alone in my questioning. Out there, scattered through the world, there are other dark gods who have these dreams and would know why they come to us now." Dark gods. We are not gods, she thought contemptuously. He smiled at her. Were they not standing in his very temple? Could she not hear the moaning of the faithful? Could she not smell their blood? "I know nothing of these two women," she said. "Twins. Red hair. No." She touched his fingers gently, almost seductively. "Azim, don't torment me. I want you to tell me about Marius. From where does his call come?" How she hated him at this moment, that he might keep this secret from her. "From where?" he asked her defiantly. "Ah, that is the crux, isn't it? Do you think he would dare to lead us to the shrine of the Mother and the Father? If I thought that, I would answer him. Oh, yes, oh, truly. I would leave my temple to find him, of course. But he cannot fool us. He would rather see himself destroyed than reveal the shrine." "From where is he calling?" she asked patiently. "These dreams," he said, his face darkening with anger. "The dreams of the twins. This I would have explained." "And I would tell you who they are and what they mean, if only I knew." She thought of the songs of Lestat, the words she'd heard. Songs of those who must be kept, and crypts beneath European cities, songs of questing, sorrow. Nothing there of red-haired women, nothing. Furious, he gestured for her to stop. "The vampire Lestat," he said, sneering. "Do not speak of this abomination to me. Why hasn't he been destroyed already? Are the dark gods asleep like the Mother and the Father?" He watched her, calculating. She waited. "Very well, I believe you," he said finally. "You've told me what you know." "Yes." "I close my ears to Marius, I told you. Stealer of the Mother and the Father, let him cry for help until the end of time. But you, Pandora, for you I feel love as always, and so I will soil myself with these affairs. Cross the sea to the new world. Look in the frozen north beyond the last of the woodlands near the western sea, and there you may find Marius, trapped in a citadel of ice. He cries that he is unable to move. As for his warning, it is as vague as it is persistent. We are in danger. We must help him so that he may stop the danger, so that he may go to the vampire Lestat." "Ah, so it is the young one who has done this." The shiver passed through her, violent, painful. She saw in her mind's eye the blank, senseless faces of the mother and the father, indestructible monsters in human form. She looked at Azim in confusion. He had paused, but he wasn't finished, and she waited for him to go on. "No," he said, his voice dropping, having lost its sharp edge of anger. "There is a danger, Pandora, yes, great danger, and it does not require Marius to announce it. It has to do with the red-haired twins." How uncommonly earnest he was, how unguarded. "This I know," he said, "because I was old before Marius was made. The twins, Pandora. Forget Marius, and hearken to your dreams." She was speechless, watching him. He looked at her for a long moment, and then his eyes appeared to grow smaller, to become solid. She could feel him drawing back, away from her and all the things of which they'd spoken. Finally, he no longer saw her. He heard the insistent wails of his worshippers. He felt thirst again. He wanted hymns and blood. He turned and started out of the chamber, but he glanced back. "Come with me, Pandora. Join me but for an hour." His voice was drunken, unclear. The invitation caught her off guard. She considered. It had been years since she had sought the exquisite pleasure. She thought not merely of the blood itself, but of the momentary union with another soul. And there it was, suddenly, waiting for her, among those who had climbed the highest mountain range on earth to seek this death. She thought also of the quest that lay before her to find Marius, and of the sacrifices it would entail. "Come, dearest." She took his hand. She let herself be led out of the room and into the center of the crowded hall. The brightness of the light startled her. Yes, the blood again. The smell of humans pressed in on her, tormenting her. The cry of the faithful was deafening. The stamp of human feet seemed to shake the painted walls, the glimmering gold ceiling. The incense burned her eyes. Faint memory of the shrine, eons ago, of Marius embracing her. Azim stood before her as he removed her outer cloak, revealing her face, her naked arms, the plain gown of black wool she wore, and her long brown hair. She saw herself reflected in 1,000 pairs of mortal eyes. "The goddess Pandora!" he cried out, throwing back his head. Screams rose over the rapid thudding of drums. Countless human hands stroked her. "Pandora! Pandora! Pandora!" The chant mingled with the cries of Azim. A young brown-skinned man danced before her, white silk shirt plastered to the sweat of his dark chest. His black eyes, gleaming under low, dark brows, were fired with the challenge. "I am your victim, goddess." She could see nothing suddenly in the flickering light and drowning noise but his eyes, his face. She embraced him, crushing his ribs in her haste, her teeth sinking deep into his neck. Alive! The blood poured into her, reached her heart and flooded its chambers, then sent its heat through all her cold limbs. It was beyond remembrance, this glorious sensation, and the exquisite lust, the wanting again. The death shocked her, knocked the breath out of her. She felt it pass into her brain. She was blinded, moaning. Then instantly the clarity of her vision was paralyzing. The marble columns lived and breathed. She dropped the body and took hold of another young male, half-starved, naked to the waist, his strength on the verge of death maddening her. She broke his tender neck as she drank, hearing her own heart swell, feeling even the surface of her skin flooded with blood. She could see the color in her own hands just before she closed her eyes. Yes, human hands, the death slower, resistant, and then yielding in a rush of dimming light and roaring sound. Alive! Pandora! 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 God, is there no justice? Is there no end? She stood rocking back and forth, human faces, each discreet, lurid, dancing in front of her. The blood inside her was boiling as it sought out every tissue, every cell. She saw her third victim hurling himself against her, sleek young limbs enfolding her, so soft, this hair, this fleece on the back of his arms, the fragile bones so light, as if she were the real being, and these were but creatures of the imagination. She ripped the head half off the neck, staring at the white bones of the broken spinal cord, then swallowing the death instantly with the violent spray of blood from the torn artery. But the heart, the beating heart, she would see it, taste it. She threw the body back over her right arm, bones cracking, while with her left hand she split the breastbone and tore open the ribs and reached through the hot, bleeding cavity to pull the heart free. Not dead yet, this, not really, and slippery, glistening like wet grapes. The faithful crushed against her as she held it up over her head, squeezing it gently so that the living juice ran down her fingers and into her open mouth. Yes, this, forever and ever. Goddess, goddess. Azim was watching her, smiling at her. But she did not look at him. She stared at the shriveled heart as the last droplets of blood left it, a pulp. She let it fall. Her hands glowed like living hands, smeared with blood. She could feel it in her face, the tingling warmth. A tide of memory threatened, a tide of visions without understanding. She drove it back. This time it wouldn't enslave her. She reached for her black cloak. She felt it enclosing her as warm, solicitous human hands brought the soft wool covering up over her hair, over the lower part of her face. And ignoring the heated cries of her name all around her, she turned and went out, her limbs accidentally bruising the frenzied worshippers who stumbled into her path. So deliciously cold, the courtyard. She bent her head back slightly, breathing a vagrant wind as it gusted down into the enclosure where it fanned the pyres before carrying their bitter smoke away. The moonlight was clear and beautiful, falling on the snow-covered peaks beyond the walls. She stood, listening to the blood inside her, and marveling in a crazed, despairing way that it could still refresh her and strengthen her even now. Sad, grief-stricken, she looked at the lovely, stark wilderness encircling the temple. She looked up at the loose and billowing clouds. How the blood gave her courage, how it gave her a momentary belief in the sheer rightness of the universe, fruits of a ghastly, unforgivable act. If the mind can find no meaning, then the senses give it. Live for this, wretched being that you are. She moved towards the nearest pyre, and careful not to singe her clothes, reached out to let the fire cleanse her hands, burn away the blood, the bits of heart. The licking flames were nothing to the heat of the blood inside her. When finally the faintest beginning of pain was there, the faintest signal of change, she drew back and looked down at her immaculate white skin. But she must leave here now. Her thoughts were too full of anger, new resentment. Marius needed her. Danger! The alarm came again, stronger than ever before, because the blood made her a more powerful receptor. And it did not seem to come from one. Rather, it was a communal voice, the dim clarion of a communal knowledge. She was afraid. She allowed her mind to empty itself as tears blurred her vision. She lifted her hands, just her hands, delicately, and the ascent was begun. Soundlessly, swiftly, as invisible to mortal eyes perhaps as the wind itself. High over the temple, her body pierced a soft, thin, agitated mist. The degree of light astonished her. Everywhere the shining whiteness. And below the crenellated landscape of stone peak and blinding glacier descending to a soft darkness of lower forests and vale. Nestled here and there were clusters of sparkling lights, the random pattern of villages or towns. She could have gazed on this forever. Yet within seconds an undulating fleece of cloud had obscured all of it, and she was with the stars alone. The stars, hard, glittering, embracing her as though she were one of their own. But the stars claimed nothing really, and no one. She felt terror, then a deepening sorrow, not unlike joy, finally. No more struggle, no more grief. Scanning the splendid drift of the constellations, she slowed her ascent and reached out with both hands to the west. The sunrise lay 9 hours behind her, and so she commenced her journey away from it, in time with the night, on its way to the other side of the world. Chapter 4. The story of Daniel, the devil's minion, or the boy from the interview with the vampire. Who are these shades we wait for and believe will come some evening in limousines from heaven? The rose, though it knows, is throatless and cannot say. My mortal half laughs, the code and the message are not the same, and what is an angel but a ghost in drag? Stan Rice, from Of Heaven, Body of Work, 1983. He was a tall, slender young man, with ashen hair and violet eyes. He wore a dirty gray sweatshirt and jeans, and in the icy wind whipping along Michigan Avenue at 5 o'clock, he was cold. Daniel Malloy was his name. He was 32, though he looked younger, a perennial student, not a man, that kind of youthful face. He murmured aloud to himself as he walked, "Armand, I need you, Armand. That concert is tomorrow night, and something terrible is going to happen, something terrible." He was hungry. 36 hours had passed since he'd eaten. There was nothing in the refrigerator of his small, dirty hotel room, and besides he had been locked out of it this morning because he had not paid the rent. Hard to remember everything at once. Then he remembered the dream that he kept having, the dream that came every time he closed his eyes, and he didn't want to eat at all. He saw the twins in the dream. He saw the roasted body of the woman before them, her hair singed away, her skin crisped. Her heart lay glistening like a swollen fruit on the plate beside her. The brain on the other plate looked exactly like a cooked brain. Armand knew about it. He had to know. It was no ordinary dream, this. Something to do with Lestat, definitely, and Armand would come soon. God, he was weak, delirious. Needed something. A drink, at least. In his pocket there was no money, only an old crumpled royalty check for the book Interview with the Vampire, which he had written under a pseudonym over 12 years ago. Another world, that, when he had been a young reporter roaming the bars of the world with his tape recorder, trying to get the flotsam and jetsam of the night to tell him some truth. Well, one night in San Francisco he had found a magnificent subject for his investigations, and the light of ordinary life had suddenly gone out. Now he was a ruined thing, walking too fast under the lowering night sky of Chicago in October. Last Sunday he had been in Paris, and the Friday before that in Edinburgh. Before Edinburgh he'd been in Stockholm, and before that he couldn't recall. The royalty check had caught up with him in Vienna, but he did not know how long ago that was. In all these places he frightened those he passed. The vampire Lestat had a good phrase for it in his autobiography, one of those tiresome mortals who has seen spirits. That's me. Where was that book, The Vampire Lestat? Somebody had stolen it off the park bench this afternoon while Daniel slept. Well, let them have it. Daniel had stolen it himself, and he'd read it 3 times already. But if only he had it now, he could sell it. Maybe get enough for a glass of brandy to make him warm. And what was his net worth at this moment, this cold and hungry vagabond that shuffled along Michigan Avenue, hating the wind that chilled him through his worn and dirty clothes? 10 million? 100 million? He didn't know. Armand would know. "You want money, Daniel? I'll get it for you. It's simpler than you think." 1,000 miles south, Armand waited on their private island, the island that belonged in fact to Daniel alone. And if only he had a quarter now, just a quarter, he could drop it into a payphone and tell Armand that he wanted to come home. Out of the sky they'd come to get him. They always did, either the big plane with the velvet bedroom on it or the smaller one with a low ceiling and the leather chairs. Would anybody on this street lend him a quarter in exchange for a plane ride to Miami? Probably not. "Armand, now! I want to be safe with you when Lestat goes on that stage tomorrow night." Who would cash this royalty check? No one. It was 7 o'clock, and the fancy shops along Michigan Avenue were for the most part closed, and he had no identification because his wallet had somehow disappeared day before yesterday. So dismal, this glaring gray winter twilight, the sky boiling silently with low metallic clouds. Even the stores had taken on an uncommon grimness with their hard facades of marble or granite, the wealth within gleaming like archaeological relics under museum glass. He plunged his hands in his pockets to warm them, and he bowed his head as the wind came with greater fierceness and the first sting of rain. He didn't give a damn about the check, really. He couldn't imagine pressing the buttons of a phone. Nothing here seemed particularly real to him, not even the chill. Only the dream seemed real, and the sense of impending disaster that the vampire Lestat had somehow set into motion something that even he could never control. Eat from a garbage can if you have to. Sleep somewhere, even if it's a park. None of that matters. But he'd freeze if he lay down again in the open air, and besides, the dream would come back. It was coming now every time he closed his eyes. And each time it was longer, more full of detail. The red-haired twins were so tenderly beautiful. He did not want to hear them scream. The first night, in his hotel room, he'd ignored the whole thing. Meaningless. He'd gone back to reading Lestat's autobiography, and glancing up now and then as Lestat's rock video films played themselves out on the little black-and-white TV that came with that kind of dump. He'd been fascinated by Lestat's audacity, yet the masquerade as rock star was so simple. Searing eyes, powerful yet slender limbs, and a mischievous smile, yes, but you really couldn't tell. Or could you? He had never laid eyes on Lestat. But he was an expert on Armand, wasn't he? He had studied every detail of Armand's youthful body and face. Ah, what a delirious pleasure it had been to read about Armand in Lestat's pages, wondering all the while if Lestat's stinging insults and worshipful analyses had put Armand himself into a rage. In mute fascination, Daniel had watched that little clip on MTV, portraying Armand as the coven master of the old vampires beneath the Paris cemetery, presiding over demonic rituals until the vampire Lestat, the 18th century iconoclast, had destroyed the old ways. Armand must have loathed it, his private history laid bare in flashing images, so much more crass than Lestat's more thoughtful written history. Armand, whose eyes scanned perpetually the living beings around him, refusing even to speak of the undead. But it was impossible that he did not know. And all this for the multitudes, like the paperback report of an anthropologist back from the inner circle who sells the tribe's secrets for a slot on the bestseller list. So let the demonic gods war with each other. This mortal has been to the top of the mountain where they cross swords, and he has come back. He has been turned away. The next night the dream had returned with the clarity of a hallucination. He knew that it could not have been invented by him. He had never seen people quite like that, seen such simple jewelry made of bone and wood. The dream had come again 3 nights later. He had been watching a Lestat rock video for the 15th time, perhaps, this one about the ancient and immovable Egyptian father and mother of the vampires, those who must be kept. Akasha and Enkil, we are your children, but what do you give us? Is your silence a better gift than truth? And then Daniel was dreaming, and the twins were about to begin the feast. They would share the organs on the earthen plates. One would take the brain, the other the heart. He'd awakened with a sense of urgency, dread. Something terrible going to happen, something going to happen to all of us. And that was the first time he'd connected it with Lestat. He had wanted to pick up the phone then. It was 4 o'clock in the morning in Miami. Why the hell hadn't he done it? Armand would have been sitting on the terrace of the villa, watching the tireless fleet of white boats wend its way back and forth from the night island. Yes, Daniel, that sensuous, mesmerizing voice. Calm down and tell me where you are, Daniel. But Daniel hadn't called. 6 months had passed since he had left the night island, and this time it was supposed to be for good. He had once and for all forsworn the world of carpets and limousines and private planes, of liquor closets stocked with rare vintages and dressing rooms full of exquisitely cut clothing, of the quiet, overwhelming presence of his immortal lover who gave him every earthly possession he could want. But now it was cold, and he had no room and no money, and he was afraid. You know where I am, you demon. You know what Lestat's done, and you know I want to come home. What would Armand say to that? But I don't know, Daniel. I listen. I try to know. I am not God, Daniel. Never mind. Just come, Armand. Come. It's dark and cold in Chicago, and tomorrow night the vampire Lestat will sing his songs on a San Francisco stage, and something bad is going to happen. This mortal knows. Without slowing his pace, Daniel reached down under the collar of his sagging sweatshirt and felt the heavy gold locket he always wore. The amulet, as Armand called it, with his unacknowledged yet irrepressible flair for the dramatic, which held the tiny vial of Armand's blood. And if he had never tasted that cup, would he be having this dream, this vision, this portent of doom? People turned to look at him. He was talking to himself again, wasn't he? And the wind made him sigh loudly. He had the urge for the first time in all these years to break open the locket and the vial, to feel that blood burn his tongue. Armand, come! The dream had visited him in its most alarming form this noon. He'd been sitting on a bench in the little park near the water tower place. A newspaper had been left there, and when he opened it he saw the advertisement, "Tomorrow night, the vampire Lestat live on stage in San Francisco." The cable would broadcast the concert at 10 o'clock Chicago time. How nice for those who still lived indoors, could pay their rent and had electricity. He had wanted to laugh at the whole thing, delight in it, revel in it, Lestat surprising them all. But the chill had passed through him, becoming a deep, jarring shock. And what if Armand does not know? But the record stores on the night island must have the vampire Lestat in their windows. In the elegant lounges they must be playing those haunting and hypnotic songs. It had even occurred to Daniel at that moment to go on to California on his own. Surely he could work some miracle, get his passport from the hotel, go into any bank with it for identification. Rich, yes, so very rich, this poor mortal boy. But how could he think of something so deliberate? The sun had been warm on his face and shoulders as he'd lain down on the bench. He'd folded the newspaper to make of it a pillow. And there was the dream that had been waiting all the time. Midday in the world of the twins, the sun pouring down onto the clearing, silence, except for the singing of the birds, and the twins kneeling quite still together in the dust, Such pale women, their eyes green, their hair long and wavy and coppery red. Fine clothes they wore, white linen dresses that had come all the way from the markets of Nineveh, bought by the villagers to honor these powerful witches whom the spirits obey. The funeral feast was ready. The mud bricks of the oven had been torn down and carried away, and the body lay steaming hot on the stone slab, the yellow juices running out of it where the crisp skin had broken, a black and naked thing with only a covering of cooked leaves. It horrified Daniel. But it horrified no one present, this spectacle, not the twins or the villagers who knelt to watch the feast begin. This feast was the right and the duty of the twins. This was their mother, the blackened body on the stone slab. And what was human must remain with the human. A day and night it may take to consume the feast, but all will keep watch until it is done. Now a current of excitement passes through the crowd around the clearing. One of the twins lifts the plate on which the brain rests together with the eyes, and the other nods and takes the plate that holds the heart. And so the division has been made. The beat of a drum rises, though Daniel cannot see the drummer. Slow, rhythmic, brutal. "Let the banquet begin!" But the ghastly cry comes, just as Daniel knew it would. "Stop the soldiers!" But he can't. All this has happened somewhere. Of that he is now certain. It is no dream, it is a vision, and he is not there. The soldiers storm the clearing. The villagers scatter. The twins set down the plates and fling themselves over the smoking feast. But this is madness. The soldiers tear them loose so effortlessly, and as the slab is lifted, the body falls, breaking into pieces, and the heart and the brain are thrown down into the dust. The twins scream and scream. But the villagers are screaming too. The soldiers are cutting them down as they run. The dead and the dying litter the mountain paths. The eyes of the mother have fallen from the plate into the dirt, and they, along with the heart and brain, are trampled underfoot. One of the twins, her arms pulled behind her back, cries to the spirits for vengeance. And they come. They do. It is a whirlwind, but not enough. If only it were over. But Daniel can't wake up. Stillness. The air is full of smoke. Nothing stands where these people have lived for centuries. The mud bricks are scattered. Clay pots are broken. All that will burn has burned. Infants with their throats slit lie naked on the ground as the flies come. No one will roast these bodies. No one will consume this flesh. It will pass out of the human race with all its power and its mystery. The jackals are already approaching, and the soldiers have gone. Where are the twins? He hears the twins crying, but he cannot find them. A great storm is rumbling over the narrow road that twists down through the valley towards the desert. The spirits make the thunder. The spirits make the rain. His eyes opened. Chicago, Michigan Avenue at midday. The dream had gone out like a light turned off. He sat there, shivering, sweating. A radio had been playing near him, Lestat singing in that haunting, mournful voice of those who must be kept. "Mother and father, keep your silence, keep your secrets, but those of you with tongues, sing my song. Sons and daughters, children of darkness, raise your voices, make a chorus, let heaven hear us. Come together, brother and sisters, come to me." He had gotten up, started walking. Go into the water tower place, so like the night island with its engulfing shops, endless music and lights, shining glass. And now it was almost 8 o'clock, and he had been walking continuously, running from sleep and from the dream. He was far from any music and light. How long would it go on next time? Would he find out whether they were alive or dead? My beauties, my poor beauties. He stopped, turning his back to the wind for a moment, listening to the chimes somewhere, then spotting a dirty clock above a dime store lunch counter. Yes, Lestat had risen on the west coast. Who is with him? Is Louis there? And the concert, a little over 24 hours. Catastrophe! Armand, please! The wind gusted, pushed him back a few steps on the pavement, left him shivering violently. His hands were frozen. Had he ever been this cold in his life? Doggedly he crossed Michigan Avenue with the crowd at the stoplight and stood at the plate-glass windows of the bookstore where he could see the book, The Vampire Lestat, on display. Surely Armand had read it, devouring every word in that eerie, horrible way he had of reading, of turning page after page without pause, eyes flashing over the words until the book was finished, and then tossing it aside. How could a creature shimmer with such beauty, yet incite such... what was it, revulsion? No. He had never been revolted by Armand. He had to admit it. What he always felt was ravening and hopeless desire. A young girl inside the warmth of the store picked up a copy of Lestat's book, then stared at him through the window. His breath made steam on the glass in front of him. "Don't worry, my darling. I am a rich man. I could buy this whole store full of books and make it a present to you. I am lord and master of my own island. I am the devil's minion, and he grants my every wish. Want to come take my arm?" It had been dark for hours on the Florida coast. The night island was already thronged. The shops, restaurants, bars had opened their broad, seamless plate-glass doors at sunset, on 5 levels of richly carpeted hallway. The silver escalators had begun their low, churning hum. Daniel closed his eyes and envisioned the walls of glass rising above the harbor terraces. He could almost hear the great roar of the dancing fountains, see the long, narrow beds of daffodils and tulips blooming eternally out of season, hear the hypnotic music that beat like a heart beneath it all. And Armand, he was probably roaming the dimly lighted rooms of the villa, steps away from the tourists and the shoppers, yet utterly cut off by steel doors and white walls, a sprawling palace of floor-length windows and broad balconies perched over white sand. Solitary, yet near to the endless commotion, its vast living room facing the twinkling lights of the Miami shore. Or maybe he had gone through one of the many unmarked doors into the public galleria itself. To live and breathe among mortals, as he called it, in this safe and self-contained universe which he and Daniel had made. How Armand loved the warm breezes of the Gulf, the endless springtime of the night island. No lights would go out until dawn. "Send someone for me, Armand. I need you. You know you want me to come home." Of course it had happened this way over and over again. It did not need strange dreams or Lestat to reappear roaring like Lucifer from tape and film. Everything would go all right for months as Daniel felt compelled to move from city to city, walking the pavements of New York or Chicago or New Orleans. Then the sudden disintegration. He'd realize he had not moved from his chair in 5 hours, or he'd wake suddenly in a stale and unchanged bed, frightened, unable to remember the name of the city where he was or where he'd been for days before. Then the car would come for him. Then the plane would take him home. Didn't Armand cause it? Didn't he somehow drive Daniel to these periods of madness? Didn't he by some evil magic dry up every source of pleasure, every fount of sustenance, until Daniel welcomed the sight of the familiar chauffeur come to drive him to the airport, the man who was never shocked by Daniel's demeanor, his unshaven face, his soiled clothes? When Daniel finally reached the night island, Armand would deny it. "You came back to me because you wanted to, Daniel. Armand always said calmly, face still and radiant, eyes full of love. "There is nothing for you now, Daniel, except me. You know that. Madness waits out there." "Same old dance," Daniel invariably answered. "And all that luxury, so intoxicating. Soft beds, music, the wine-glass placed in his hand. The rooms were always full of flowers. The foods he craved came on silver trays." Armand lay sprawled in a huge black velvet wing-chair, gazing at the television, Ganymede in white pants and white silk shirt, watching the news, the movies, the tapes he'd made of himself reading poetry, the idiot sitcoms, the dramas, the musicals, the silent films. "Come in, Daniel. Sit down. I never expected you back so soon." "You son of a bitch," Daniel would say. "You wanted me here. You summoned me. I couldn't eat, sleep, nothing, just wander and think of you. You did it." Armand would smile, sometimes even laugh. Armand had a rich, beautiful laugh, always eloquent of gratitude as well as humor. He looked and sounded mortal when he laughed. "Calm yourself, Daniel. Your heart's racing. It frightens me." Small crease to the smooth forehead, the voice for a moment deepened by compassion. "Tell me what you want, Daniel, and I'll get it for you. Why do you keep running away?" "Lies, you bastard. Say that you wanted me. You'll torment me forever, won't you? And then you'll watch me die, and you'll find that interesting, won't you? It was true what Lewis said. You watch them die, your mortal slaves. They mean nothing to you. You'll watch the colors change in my face as I die." "That's Lewis's language," Armand said patiently. "Please don't quote that book to me. I'd rather die than see you die, Daniel." "Then give it to me! Damn you! Immortality that close, as close as your arms." "No, Daniel, because I'd rather die than do that, too." But even if Armand did not cause this madness that brought Daniel home, surely he always knew where Daniel was. He could hear Daniel's call. The blood connected them. It had to, the precious tiny drinks of burning preternatural blood. Never enough to do more than awaken dreams in Daniel, and the thirst for eternity, to make the flowers in the wallpaper sing and dance. Whatever, Armand could always find him. Of that he had no doubt. In the early years, even before the blood exchange, Armand had pursued Daniel with the cunning of a harpy. There had been no place on earth that Daniel could hide. Horrifying, yet tantalizing, their beginning in New Orleans 12 years ago, when Daniel had entered a crumbling old house in the Garden District and known at once that it was the vampire Lestat's lair. 10 days before, he'd left San Francisco after his night-long interview with the vampire Lewis, suffering from the final confirmation of the frightening tale he had been told. In a sudden embrace, Lewis had demonstrated his supernatural power to drain Daniel almost to the point of death. The puncture wounds had disappeared, but the memory had left Daniel near to madness. Feverish, sometimes delirious, he had traveled no more than a few hundred miles a day. In cheap roadside motels where he forced himself to take nourishment, he had duplicated the tapes of the interview one by one, sending the copies off to a New York publisher, so that a book was in the making before he ever stood before Lestat's gate. But that had been secondary. The publication, an event connected with the values of a dimming and distant world. He had to find the vampire Lestat. He had to unearth the immortal who had made Lewis, the one who still survived somewhere in this damp, decadent, and beautiful old city, waiting perhaps for Daniel to awaken him, to bring him out into the century that had terrified him and driven him underground. It was what Lewis wanted, surely. Why else had he given this mortal emissary so many clues as to where Lestat could be found? Yet some of the details were misleading. Was this ambivalence on Lewis's part? It did not matter, finally. In the public records, Daniel had found the title to the property and the street number under the unmistakable name Lestat de Liancourt. The iron gate had not even been locked, and once he'd hacked his way through the overgrown garden, he had managed easily to break the rusted lock on the front door. Only a small pocket flash helped him as he entered. But the moon had been high, shining its full white light here and there through the oak branches. He had seen clearly the rows and rows of books stacked to the ceiling, making up the very walls of every room. No human could or would have done such a mad and methodical thing. And then in the upstairs bedroom, he had knelt down in the thick dust that covered the rotting carpet and found the gold pocket watch on which was written the name Lestat. Ah, that chilling moment. That moment when the pendulum swung away from ever-increasing dementia to a new passion. He would track to the ends of the earth these pale and deadly beings whose existence he had only glimpsed. What had he wanted in those early weeks? Did he hope to possess the splendid secrets of life itself? Surely he would gain from this knowledge no purpose for an existence already fraught with disappointment. No. He wanted to be swept away from everything he had once loved. He longed for Louis's violent and sensuous world. Evil. He was no longer afraid. Maybe he was like the lost explorer who, pushing through the jungle, suddenly sees the wall of the fabled temple before him, its carvings overhung with spiderwebs and vines. No matter that he may not live to tell his story, he has beheld the truth with his own eyes. But if only he could open the door a little further, see the full magnificence. If they would only let him in. Maybe he just wanted to live forever. Could anyone fault him for that? He had felt good and safe, standing alone in the ruin of Lestat's old house, with the wild roses crawling at the broken window, and the four-poster bed a skeleton, its hangings rotting away. Near them, near to their precious darkness, their lovely, devouring gloom. How he had loved the hopelessness of it all, the mouldering chairs with their bits of carving, shreds of velvet, and the slithering things eating the last of the carpet away. But the relic, the relic was everything, the gleaming gold watch that bore an immortal's name. After a while he had opened the armoire. The black frock coats fell to pieces when he touched them. Withered and curling boots lay on the cedar boards. But Lestat, you are here. He had taken the tape recorder out, set it down, put in the first tape, and let the voice of Louis rise softly in the shadowy room. Hour by hour the tapes played. Then, just before dawn, he had seen a figure in the hallway, and known that he was meant to see it. And he had seen the moon strike the boyish face, the auburn hair. The earth tilted. The darkness came down. The last word he uttered had been the name Armand. He should have died then. Had a whim kept him alive? He'd awakened in a dark, damp cellar. Water oozed from the walls. Groping in the blackness, he'd discovered a bricked-up window, a locked door plated with steel. And what was his comfort? That he had found yet another god of the secret pantheon, Armand, the oldest of the immortals whom Louis had described, Armand, the coven master of the 19th century theatre of the vampires in Paris, who had confided his terrible secret to Louis. Of our origins, nothing is known. For 3 days and nights, perhaps, Daniel had lain in this prison. Impossible to tell. He had been near to dying, certainly, the stench of his own urine sickening him, the insects driving him mad. Yet his was a religious fervor. He had come ever nearer to the dark, pulsing truth that Louis had revealed. Slipping in and out of consciousness, he dreamed of Louis talking to him in that dirty little room in San Francisco. There have always been things such as we are, always. Louis embracing him, his green eyes darkening suddenly as he let Daniel see the fanged teeth. The fourth night, Daniel had awakened, and known at once that someone or something was in the room. The door lay open to a passage. Water was flowing somewhere, fast, as if in a deep underground sewer. Slowly his eyes grew accustomed to the dirty greenish light from the doorway, and then he saw the pale, white-skinned figure standing against the wall. So immaculate, the black suit, the starched white shirt, like the imitation of a 20th-century man, and the auburn hair clipped short and the fingernails gleaming dully even in this semi-darkness. Like a corpse for the coffin, that sterile, that well-prepared. The voice had been gentle, with a trace of an accent. Not European, something sharper yet softer at the same time. Arabic or Greek, perhaps, that kind of music. The words were slow and without anger. Get out. Take your tapes with you. They are there beside you. I know of your book. No one will believe it. Now you will go and take these things. Then you won't kill me, and you won't make me one of you either. Desperate, stupid thoughts, but he couldn't stop them. He had seen the power. No lies, no cunning here, and he felt himself crying, so weakened by fear and hunger, reduced to a child. Make you one of us. The accent thickened, giving a fine lilt to the words. Why would I do that? Eyes narrowing. I would not do that to those whom I find to be despicable, whom I would see burning in hell as a matter of course. So why should I do it to an innocent fool like you? I want it. I want to live forever. Daniel had sat up, climbed to his feet slowly, struggling to see Armand more clearly. A dim bulb burned somewhere far down the hall. I want to be with Louis and with you. Laughter. Low, gentle, but contemptuous. I see why he chose you for his confidant. You are naive and beautiful, but the beauty could be the only reason, you know. Silence. Your eyes are an unusual color, almost violet, and you are strangely defiant and beseeching in the same breath. Make me immortal. Give it to me. Laughter again, almost sad. Then silence, the water rushing fast in that distant some place. The room had become visible, a filthy basement hole, and the figure more nearly mortal. There was even a faint pink tinge to the smooth skin. It was all true what he told you, but no one will ever believe it. And you will go mad in time from this knowledge. That's what always happens. But you're not mad yet. No, this is real. It's all happening. You're Armand and we're talking together, and I'm not mad. Yes, and I find it rather interesting. Interesting that you know my name and that you're alive. I have never told my name to anyone who is alive. Armand hesitated. I don't want to kill you. Not just now. Daniel had felt the first touch of fear. If you looked closely enough at these beings, you could see what they were. It had been the same with Louis. No, they weren't living. They were ghastly imitations of the living. And this one, the gleaming mannequin of a young boy. I am going to let you leave here, Armand had said, so politely, softly. I want to follow you, watch you, see where you go. As long as I find you interesting, I won't kill you. And of course I may lose interest altogether and not bother to kill you. That's always possible. You have hope in that. And maybe, with luck, I'll lose track of you. I have my limitations, of course. You have the world to roam, and you can move by day. Go now. Start running. I want to see what you do. I want to know what you are. Go now, start running. He'd been on the morning plane to Lisbon, clutching Lestat's gold watch in his hand. Yet 2 nights later, in Madrid, he turned to find Armand seated on a city bus beside him no more than inches away. A week later, in Vienna, he looked out the window of a cafe to see Armand watching him from the street. In Berlin, Armand slipped into a taxi beside him and sat there staring at him until finally Daniel had leapt out in the thick of the traffic and run away. Within months, however, these shattering, silent confrontations had given way to more vigorous assaults. He woke in a hotel room in Prague to find Armand standing over him, crazed, violent. "Talk to me now! I demand it! Wake up! I want you to walk with me, show me things in this city. Why did you come to this particular place?" Riding on a train through Switzerland, he looked up suddenly to see Armand directly opposite, watching him over the upturned cover of his fur-lined coat. Armand snatched a book out of his hand and insisted that he explain what it was, why he read it, what did the picture on the cover mean. In Paris, Armand pursued him nightly through the boulevards and the back streets, only now and then questioning him on the places he went, the things he did. In Venice, he looked out of his room at the Danieli to see Armand staring from a window across the way. Then weeks passed without a visitation. Daniel vacillated between terror and strange expectation, doubting his very sanity again. But there was Armand waiting for him in the New York airport. And the following night in Boston, Armand was in the dining room of the Copley when Daniel came in. Daniel's dinner was already ordered. Please sit down. Did Daniel know that Interview with the Vampire was in the bookstores? I must confess I enjoy this small measure of notoriety, Armand had said with exquisite politeness and a vicious smile. What puzzles me is that you do not want notoriety. You did not list yourself as the author, which means that you are either very modest or a coward. Either explanation would be very dull. I'm not hungry. Let's get out of here, Daniel had answered weakly. Yet suddenly dish after dish was being placed on the table. Everyone was staring. I didn't know what you wanted, Armand confided, the smile becoming absolutely ecstatic. So I ordered everything that they had. You think you can drive me crazy, don't you? Daniel had snarled. Well, you can't. Let me tell you, every time I lay eyes on you, I realize that I didn't invent you and that I'm sane. And he had started eating. Lustily, furiously, a little fish, a little beef, a little veal, a little sweetbreads, a little cheese, a little everything, put it all together. What did he care? And Armand had been so delighted, laughing and laughing like a schoolboy as he sat watching with folded arms. It was the first time Daniel had ever heard that soft, silky laughter, so seductive. He got drunk as fast as he could. The meetings grew longer and longer. Conversations, sparring matches, and downright fights became the rule. Once Armand had dragged Daniel out of bed in New Orleans and shouted at him, "That telephone! I want you to dial Paris. I want to see if it can really talk to Paris." "God damn it, do it yourself!" Daniel had roared. "You're 500 years old and you can't use a telephone? Read the directions. What are you, an immortal idiot? I will do no such thing." How surprised Armand had looked. "All right, I'll call Paris for you, but you pay the bill." "But of course," Armand had said innocently. He had drawn dozens of $100 bills out of his coat, sprinkling them on Daniel's bed. More and more they argued philosophy at these meetings. Pulling Daniel out of a theater in Rome, Armand had asked what did Daniel really think that death was. People who were still living knew things like that. Did Daniel know what Armand truly feared? As it was past midnight and Daniel was drunk and exhausted and had been sound asleep in the theater before Armand found him, he did not care. "I'll tell you what I fear," Armand had said, intense as any young student. "That it's chaos after you die, that it's a dream from which you can't wake. Imagine drifting half in and out of consciousness, trying vainly to remember who you are or what you were. Imagine straining forever for the lost clarity of the living." It had frightened Daniel. Something about it rang true. Weren't there tales of mediums conversing with incoherent yet powerful presences? He didn't know. How in hell could he know? Maybe when you died there was flat-out nothing. That terrified Armand, no effort expended to conceal the misery. "You don't think it terrifies me?" Daniel had asked, staring at the white-faced figure beside him. "How many years do I have? Can you tell just by looking at me? Tell me." When Armand woke him up in Port-au-Prince, it was war he wanted to talk about. What did men in this century actually think of war? Did Daniel know that Armand had been a boy when this had begun for him? 17 years old, and in those times that was young, very young. 17-year-old boys in the 20th century were virtual monsters. They had beards, hair on their chests, and yet they were children. Not then. Yet children worked as if they were men. But let us not get sidetracked. The point was, Armand didn't know what men felt. He never had. Oh, of course he'd known the pleasures of the flesh. That was par for the course. Nobody then thought children were innocent of sensuous pleasures. But of true aggression he knew little. He killed because it was his nature as a vampire, and the blood was irresistible. But why did men find war irresistible? What was the desire to clash violently against the will of another with weapons? What was the physical need to destroy? At such times Daniel did his best to answer. For some men it was the need to affirm one's own existence through the annihilation of another. Surely Armand knew these things. "No? No? What does that matter if you don't understand?" Armand had asked, his accent unusually sharp in his agitation. "If you cannot proceed from one perception to another, don't you see this is what I cannot do?" When he found Daniel in Frankfurt, it was the nature of history, the impossibility of writing any coherent explanation of events that was not in itself a lie, the impossibility of truth being served by generalities, and the impossibility of learning proceeding without them. Now and then these meetings had not been entirely selfish. In a country inn in England, Daniel woke to the sound of Armand's voice, warning him to leave the building at once. A fire destroyed the inn in less than an hour. Another time he had been in jail in New York, picked up for drunkenness and vagrancy, when Armand appeared to bail him out, looking all too human, as he always did after he had fed, a young lawyer in a tweed coat and flannel pants, escorting Daniel to a room in the Carlisle, where he left him to sleep it off with a suitcase full of new clothes waiting and a wallet full of money hidden in a pocket. Finally, after a year and a half of this madness, Daniel began to question Armand. What had it really been like in those days in Venice? Look at this film set in the 18th century. Tell me what is wrong. But Armand was remarkably unresponsive. "I cannot tell you those things because I have no experience of them. You see, I have so little ability to synthesize knowledge. I deal in the immediate, with a cool intensity." What was it like in Paris? Ask me if it rained on the night of Saturday, June 5, 1793. Perhaps I could tell you that. Yet at other moments he spoke in rapid bursts of the things around him, of the eerie, garish cleanliness of this era, of the horrid acceleration of change. "Behold, earth-shaking inventions which are useless or obsolete within the same century. The steamboat, the railroads. Yet do you know what these meant after 6,000 years of galley slaves and men on horseback? And now the dance-hall girl buys a chemical to kill the seed of her lovers and lives to be 75 in a room full of gadgets which cool the air and veritably eat the dust. And yet for all the costume movies and the paperback history thrown at you in every drugstore, the public has no accurate memory of anything. Every social problem is observed in relation to norms, which in fact never existed. People fancy themselves deprived of luxuries and peace and quiet, which in fact were never common to any people anywhere at all. But the Venice of your time, tell me what? That it was dirty, that it was beautiful, that people went about in rags with rotting teeth and stinking breath and laughed at public executions? You want to know the key difference? There was a horrifying loneliness at work in this time.
No, listen to me. We lived 6 and 7 to a room in those days when I was still among the living. The city streets were seas of humanity, and now in these high buildings dim-witted souls hover in luxurious privacy, gazing through the television window at a faraway world of kissing and touching. It is bound to produce some great fund of common knowledge, some new level of human awareness, a curious skepticism to be so alone. Daniel found himself fascinated, sometimes trying to write down the things Armand told him. Yet Armand continued to frighten him. Daniel was ever on the move. He wasn't quite sure how long it had gone on before he stopped running, though the night itself was quite impossible to forget. Maybe 4 years had passed since the game had begun. Daniel had spent a long, quiet summer in southern Italy, during which he had not seen his demon familiar even once. In a cheap hotel, only a half-block from the ruins of ancient Pompeii, he had spent his hours reading, writing, trying to define what his glimpse of the supernatural had done to him, and how he must learn again to want, to envision, to dream. Immortality on this earth was, indeed, possible. This he knew without question. But what did it matter if immortality was not Daniel's to have? By day he walked the broken streets of the excavated Roman city, and when the moon was full he wandered there, alone, by night as well. It seemed sanity had come back to him, and life might soon come back too. Green leaves smelled fresh when he crushed them in his fingers. He looked up at the stars and did not feel resentful so much as sad. Yet at other times he burned for Armand, as if for an elixir without which he could not go on. The dark energy that had fired him for 4 years was now missing. He dreamed Armand was near him. He awoke weeping stupidly. Then the morning would come and he would be sad but calm. Then Armand had returned. It was late, perhaps 10 o'clock in the evening, and the sky, as it is so often in southern Italy, was a brilliant dark blue overhead. Daniel had been walking alone down the long road that leads from Pompeii proper to the Villa of the Mysteries, hoping no guards would come to drive him away. As soon as he'd reached the ancient house, a stillness had descended. No guards here, no one living. Only the sudden silent appearance of Armand before the entrance. Armand again. He'd come silently out of the shadows into the moonlight, a young boy in dirty jeans and worn denim jacket, and he had slipped his arm around Daniel and gently kissed Daniel's face. Such warm skin, full of the fresh blood of the kill. Daniel fancied he could smell it, the perfume of the living clinging to Armand still. "You want to come into this house?" Armand had whispered. No locks ever kept Armand from anything. Daniel had been trembling, on the edge of tears. And why was that? So glad to see him, touch him. Ah, damn him! They had entered the dark, low-ceilinged rooms, the press of Armand's arm against Daniel's back oddly comforting. Ah, yes, this intimacy, because that's what it is, isn't it? You, my secret lover. Yes. Then the realization had come to Daniel, as they stood together in the ruined dining room, with its famous murals of ritual flagellation barely visible in the dark. He isn't going to kill me after all. He isn't going to do it. Of course, he won't make me what he is, but he isn't going to kill me. The dance will not end like that. But how could you not know such a thing? Armand had said, reading his thoughts. I love you. If I hadn't grown to love you, I would have killed you before now, of course. The moonlight poured through the wooden lattices. The lush figures of the murals came to life against their red backdrop, the color of dried blood. Daniel stared hard at the creature before him, the thing that looked human and sounded human but was not. There was a horrid shift in his consciousness.
He saw this being like a great insect, a monstrous, evil predator who had devoured 1,000,000 human lives. And yet he loved this thing. He loved its smooth white skin, its great dark brown eyes. He loved it not because it looked like a gentle, thoughtful young man, but because it was ghastly and awful and loathsome and beautiful, all at the same time. He loved it the way people love evil, because it thrills them to the core of their souls. Imagine killing like that, just taking life any time you want it, just doing it, sinking your teeth into another, and taking all that that person can possibly give. Look at the garments he wore, blue cotton shirt, brass-buttoned denim jacket. Where had he gotten them? Off a victim. Yes, like taking out his knife and skinning the kill while it was still warm. No wonder they reeked of salt and blood, though none was visible. And the hair trimmed, just as if it weren't going to grow out within 24 hours to its regular shoulder length. This is evil. This is illusion. This is what I want to be, which is why I cannot stand to look at him. Armand's lips had moved in a soft, slightly concealed smile. And then his eyes had misted and closed. He had bent close to Daniel, pressed his lips to Daniel's neck. And once again, as he had in a little room under Visadero Street in San Francisco with a vampire Lewis, Daniel felt the sharp teeth pierce the surface of his skin, sudden pain and throbbing warmth. "Are you killing me, finally?" He grew drowsy, on fire, filled with love. "Do it, yes." But Armand had taken only a few droplets. He'd released Daniel and pressed gently on his shoulders, forcing Daniel down to his knees. Daniel had looked up to see the blood flowing from Armand's wrist. Great electric shocks had passed through Daniel at the taste of that blood. It had seemed in a flash that the city of Pompeii was full of a whispering, a crying, some vague and pulsing imprint of long-ago suffering and death, thousands perishing in smoke and ash, thousands dying together. Together. Daniel had clung to Armand. But the blood was gone, only a taste, no more. "You are mine, beautiful boy," Armand had said. The following morning, when he awoke in bed at the Excelsior in Rome, Daniel knew that he would not run away from Armand ever again. Less than an hour after sunset, Armand came to him. They would go to London now. The car was waiting to take them to the plane. But there was time enough, wasn't there, for another embrace, another small exchange of blood? "Here, from my throat," Armand had whispered, cradling Daniel's head in his hand, a fine, soundless throbbing. The light of the lamps expanded, brightened, obliterated the room. Lovers. Yes, it had become an ecstatic and engulfing affair. "You are my teacher," Armand told him. "You will tell me everything about this century. I am learning secrets already that have eluded me since the beginning. You'll sleep when the sun rises, if you wish. But the nights are mine." Into the very midst of life they plunged. At pretense, Armand was a genius, and killing early on any given evening, he passed for human everywhere that they went. His skin was burning hot in those early hours, his face full of passionate curiosity, his embraces feverish and quick. It would have taken another immortal to keep up with him. Daniel nodded off at symphonies and operas, or during the hundreds upon hundreds of films that Armand dragged him to see. Then there were the endless parties, the cluttered, noisy gatherings from Chelsea to Mayfair, where Armand argued politics and philosophy with students or women of fashion, or anyone who would give him the slightest chance. His eyes grew moist with excitement, his voice lost its soft, preternatural resonance, and took on the hard human accent of the other young men in the room. Clothes of all kinds fascinated him, not for their beauty, but for what he thought they meant. He wore jeans and sweatshirts like Daniel. He wore cable-knit sweaters and workman's brogans, leather windbreakers, and mirrored sunglasses pushed up on his head. He wore tailored suits and dinner jackets and white tie and tails when the fancy suited him. His hair was cut short one night so he looked like any young man down from Cambridge, and left curly and long, an angel's mane, the next. It seemed that he and Daniel were always walking up 4 unlighted flights of stairs to visit some painter, sculptor, or photographer, or to see some special, never-released yet revolutionary film. They spent hours in the cold-water flats of dark-eyed young women who played rock music and made herbal tea, which Armand never drank. Men and women fell in love with Armand, of course. So innocent, so passionate, so brilliant. You don't say. In fact, Armand's power to seduce was almost beyond his control. And it was Daniel who must bed these unfortunates, if Armand could possibly arrange it, while he watched from a chair nearby, a dark-eyed Cupid with a tender, approving smile. Hot, nerve-searing, this witnessed passion, Daniel working the other body with ever greater abandon, aroused by the dual purpose of every intimate gesture. Yet he lay empty afterwards, staring at Armand, resentful, cold. In New York they went tearing to museum openings, cafes, bars, adopted a young dancer, paying all his bills through school. They sat on the stoops in Soho and Greenwich Village, whiling the hours away with anybody who would stop to join them. They went to night classes in literature, philosophy, art history, and politics. They studied biology, bought microscopes, collected specimens. They studied books on astronomy and mounted giant telescopes on the roofs of the buildings in which they lived for a few days or a month at most. They went to boxing matches, rock concerts, Broadway shows. Technological inventions began to obsess Armand, one after the other. First it was kitchen blenders, in which he made frightful concoctions, mostly based on the colors of the ingredients. Then microwave ovens, in which he cooked roaches and rats. Garbage disposers enchanted him. He fed them paper towels and whole packages of cigarettes. Then it was telephones. He called long distance all over the planet, speaking for hours with mortals in Australia or India. Finally, television caught him up utterly, so that the flat was full of blaring speakers and flickering screens. Anything with blue skies enthralled him. Then he must watch news programs, prime-time series, documentaries, and finally every film, regardless of merit, ever taped. At last, particular movies struck his fancy. Over and over he watched Ridley Scott's Blade Runner, fascinated by Rutger Hauer, the powerfully built actor who, as the leader of the rebel androids, confronts his human maker, kisses him, and then crushes his skull. It would bring a slow and almost impish laugh from Armand, the bones cracking, the look in Hauer's ice-cold blue eye. "That's your friend Lestat, there," Armand whispered once to Daniel. Lestat would have the, guts to do that. After Blade Runner, it was the idiotic and hilarious Time Bandits, a British comedy in which 5 dwarfs steal a map of creation so they can travel through the holes in time. Into one century after another they tumble, thieving and brawling, along with a little boy companion, until they all wind up in the devil's lair. Then one scene in particular became Armand's favorite. The dwarfs on a broken-down stage in Castiglione singing Me and My Shadow for Napoleon really sent Armand out of his mind. He lost all supernatural composure and became utterly human, laughing till the tears rose in his eyes. Daniel had to admit there was a horrible charm to it, the Me and My Shadow number, with the dwarfs stumbling, fighting with each other, finally lousing up the whole proceedings, and the dazed 18th century musicians in the pit not knowing what to make of the 20th century song. Napoleon was stupefied, then delighted. A stroke of comic genius, the entire scene. But how many times could a mortal watch it? For Armand there seemed no end. Yet within 6 months he had dropped the movies for video cameras and must make his own films. All over New York he dragged Daniel as he interviewed people on the nighttime streets. Armand had reels of himself reciting poetry in Italian or Latin, or merely staring with his arms folded, a gleaming white presence slipping in and out of focus in eternally dim bronze light. Then, somewhere, somehow, in a place unbeknownst to Daniel, Armand made a long tape of himself lying in the coffin during his daytime death-like sleep. Daniel found this impossible to look at. Armand sat before the slow-moving film for hours, watching his own hair cut at sunrise, slowly growing against the satin as he lay motionless with closed eyes. Next it was computers. He was filling disk after disk with his secret writings. He rented additional apartments in Manhattan to house his word processors and video game machines. Finally, he turned to planes. Daniel had always been a compulsive traveler. He had fled Armand to cities worldwide, and certainly he and Armand had taken planes together. Nothing new in that. But now it was a concentrated exploration. They must spend the entire night in the air. Flying to Boston, then Washington, then to Chicago, then back to New York City was not unusual. Armand observed everything. Passengers, stewardesses. He spoke with the pilots. He lay back in the deep first-class seats, listening to the engines roar. Double-decker jets particularly enchanted him. He must try longer, more daring adventures, all the way to Port-au-Prince or San Francisco, or Rome or Madrid or Lisbon. It didn't matter, as long as Armand was safely landed by dawn. Armand virtually disappeared at dawn. Daniel was never to know where Armand actually slept. But then Daniel was dead on his feet by daybreak anyway. Daniel didn't see high noon for 5 years. Often Armand had been in the room some time before Daniel awakened. The coffee would be perking, the music going, Vivaldi or honky-tonk piano, as Armand loved both equally. And Armand would be pacing, ready for Daniel to get up. "Come, lover, we're going to the ballet tonight. I want to see Baryshnikov. And after that, down to the village. You remember that jazz band I loved last summer? Well, they've come back. Come on, I'm hungry, my beloved. We must go." And if Daniel was sluggish, Armand would push him into the shower, soap him all over, rinse him off, drag him out, dry him thoroughly, then shave his face as lovingly as an old-fashioned barber, and finally dress him after carefully selecting from Daniel's wardrobe of dirty and neglected clothes. Daniel loved the feel of the hard, gleaming white hands moving over his naked flesh, rather like satin gloves, and the brown eyes that seemed to draw Daniel out of himself. Ah, the delicious disorientation, the certainty that he was being carried downwards, out of all things physical, and finally the hands closing on his throat gently, and the teeth breaking through the skin. He closed his eyes, his body heating slowly, only to burn truly when Armand's blood touched his lips. He heard the distant sighs again, the crying. Was it of lost souls? It seemed a great luminous continuity was there, as if all his dreams were suddenly connected and vitally important, yet it was all slipping away. Once he'd reached out, held Armand with all his strength, and tried to gash the skin of his throat. Armand had been so patient, making the tear for him, and letting him close his mouth on it for the longest time. Yes, this... Then guiding him gently away. Daniel was past all decision. Daniel lived only in two alternating states, misery and ecstasy, united by love. He never knew when he'd be given the blood. He never knew if things looked different because of it, the carnations staring at him from their vases, skyscrapers hideously visible like plants sprung up from steel seeds overnight, or because he was just going out of his mind. Then had come the night when Armand said he was ready to enter this century in earnest. He understood enough about it now. He wanted incalculable wealth. He wanted a vast dwelling full of all those things he'd come to value, and yachts, planes, cars, millions of dollars. He wanted to buy Daniel everything that Daniel might ever desire. "What do you mean, millions?" Daniel had scoffed. "You throw your clothes away after you wear them. You rent apartments and forget where they are. Do you know what a zip code is, or a tax bracket? I'm the one who buys all the goddamned airline tickets. Millions? How are we going to get millions? Steal another Maserati and be done with it, for God's sakes." "Daniel, you are a gift to me from Louis," Armand had said tenderly. "What would I do without you? You misunderstand everything." His eyes were large, childlike. "I want to be in the vital center of things, the way I was years ago in Paris, in the Theater of the Vampires. Surely you remember. I want to be a canker in the very eye of the world." Daniel had been dazzled by the speed with which things happened. It had begun with a treasure find in the waters off Jamaica, Armand chartering a boat to show Daniel where salvage operations must begin. Within days, a sunken Spanish galleon loaded with bullion and jewels had been discovered. Next, it was an archaeological find of priceless Olmec figurines. 2 more sunken ships were pinpointed in rapid succession. A cheap piece of South American property yielded a long-forgotten emerald mine. They purchased a mansion in Florida, yachts, speedboats, a small but exquisitely appointed jet plane. And now they must be outfitted like princes for all occasions. Armand himself supervised the measurements for Daniel's custom-made shirts, suits, shoes. He chose the fabrics for an endless parade of sports coats, pants, robes, silk foulards. Of course, Daniel must have for colder climes mink-lined raincoats and dinner jackets for Monte Carlo and jeweled cufflinks and even a long black suede cloak, which Daniel, with his 20th century height, could carry off quite well. At sunset, when Daniel awoke, his clothes had already been laid out for him. Heaven help him if he were to change a single item, from the linen handkerchief to the black silk socks. Supper awaited in the immense dining room with its windows open to the pool. Armand was already at his desk in the adjoining study. There was work to do, maps to consult, more wealth to be acquired. "But how do you do it?" Daniel had demanded, as he watched Armand making notes, writing directions for new acquisitions. "If you can read the minds of men, you can have anything that you want," Armand had said patiently. Ah, that soft, reasonable voice, that open and almost trusting, boyish face, the auburn hair always slipping into the eye a bit carelessly, the body so suggestive of human serenity, of physical ease. "Give me what I want," Daniel had demanded. "I'm giving you everything you could ever ask for." "Yes, but not what I have asked for, not what I want." "Be alive, Daniel." A low whisper, like a kiss. "Let me tell you from my heart that life is better than death." "I don't want to be alive, Armand. I want to live forever, and then I will tell you whether life is better than death." The fact was, the riches were maddening him, making him feel his mortality more keenly than ever before. Sailing the warm Gulf Stream with Armand under a clear night sky, sprinkled with countless stars, he was desperate to possess all of this forever. With hatred and love, he watched Armand effortlessly steering the vessel. Would Armand really let him die? The game of acquisition continued. Picassos, Degas, Van Goghs, these were but a few of the stolen paintings Armand recovered without explanation and handed over to Daniel for resales or rewards. Of course, the recent owners would not dare to come forward, if in fact they had survived Armand's silent nocturnal visit to the sanctums where these stolen treasures had been displayed. Sometimes no clear title to the work in question existed. At auction they brought millions. But even this was not enough. Pearls, rubies, emeralds, diamond tiaras, these he brought to Daniel. "Never mind, they were stolen. No one will claim them." And from the savage narcotics traders off the Miami coast, Armand stole anything and everything. Guns, suitcases full of money, even their boats. Daniel stared at the piles and piles of green bills as the secretaries counted them and wrapped them for coded accounts in European banks. Often Daniel watched Armand go out alone to hunt the warm southern waters, a youth in soft black silk shirt and black pants, manning a sleek, unlighted speedboat, the wind whipping his uncut long hair. Such a deadly foe. Somewhere, far out there, beyond sight of land, he finds his smugglers, and he strikes. The lone pirate, death. Are the victims dropped into the deep, hair billowing perhaps for one moment while the moon can still illuminate them as they look up for a last glimpse at what has been their ruin? This boy, they thought they were the evil ones. Would you let me go with you? Would you let me see it when you do it? No. Finally, enough capital had been amassed. Armand was ready for real action. He ordered Daniel to make purchases without counsel or hesitation. A fleet of cruise ships, a chain of restaurants and hotels, 4 private planes were now at their disposal. Armand had 8 phones. And then came the final dream. The Night Island, Armand's own personal creation, with its 5 dazzling glass stories of theaters, restaurants, and shops. He drew the pictures for the architects he'd chosen. He gave them endless lists of the materials he wanted, the fabrics, the sculptures for the fountains, even the flowers, the potted trees. Behold the Night Island. From sunset till dawn, the tourists mobbed it, as boat after boat brought them out from the Miami docks. The music played eternally in the lounges, on the dance floors. The glass elevators never stopped their climb to heaven. Ponds, streams, waterfalls glittered amid banks of moist, fragile blooms. You could buy anything on the Night Island. Diamonds, a Coca-Cola, books, pianos, parrots, designer fashions, porcelain dolls. All the fine cuisines of the world awaited you. 5 films played nightly in the cinemas. Here was English tweed and Spanish leather, Indian silk, Chinese carpets, sterling silver, ice cream cones or cotton candy, bone china, and Italian shoes. Or you could live adjacent to it, in secret luxury, slipping in and out of the whirl at will. All this is yours, Daniel, Armand said, moving slowly through the spacious, airy rooms of their very own Villa of the Mysteries, which covered 3 stories, and cellars verboten to Daniel, windows open to the distant, burning nightscape of Miami, to the dim, high clouds rolling above. Gorgeous the skilled mixture of old and new, elevator doors rolling back on broad rectangular rooms full of medieval tapestries and antique chandeliers, giant television sets in every room. Renaissance paintings filled Daniel's suite, where Persian rugs covered the parquet. The finest of the Venetian school surrounded Armand in his white-carpeted study full of shining computers, intercoms, and monitors. The books, magazines, newspapers came from all over the world. This is your home, Daniel. And so it had been, and Daniel had loved it. He had to admit that. And what he had loved even more was the freedom, the power, and the luxury that attended him everywhere that he went. He and Armand had gone into the depths of the Central American jungles by night to see the Mayan ruins. They had gone up the flank of Annapurna to glimpse the distant summit under the light of the moon. Through the crowded streets of Tokyo they had wandered together, through Bangkok and Cairo and Damascus, through Lima and Rio and Kathmandu. By day Daniel wallowed in comfort at the best of the local hostelries. By night he wandered, fearless, with Armand at his side. Now and then, however, the illusion of civilized life would break down. Sometimes in some far-flung place Armand sensed the presence of other immortals. He explained that he had thrown his shield around Daniel, yet it worried him. Daniel must stay at his side. Make me what you are and worry no more. You don't know what you're saying, Armand had answered. Now you're one of a billion faceless humans. If you were one of us, you'd be a candle burning in the dark. Daniel wouldn't accept it. They would spot you without fail, Armand continued. He had become angry, though not at Daniel. The fact was he disliked any talk at all of the undead. Don't you know the old ones destroy the young ones out of hand? He'd asked. Didn't your beloved Louis explain that to you? It's what I do everywhere that we settle. I clean them out, the young ones, the vermin. But I am not invincible. He'd paused as though debating whether or not he should continue. Then, I'm like any beast on the prowl. I have enemies who are older and stronger, who would try to destroy me if it interested them to do so, I am sure. Older than you are? But I thought you were the oldest, Daniel had said. It had been years since they'd spoken of interview with the vampire. They had, in fact, never discussed its contents in detail. No, of course I'm not the oldest, Armand had answered. He seemed slightly uneasy. Merely the oldest your friend Louis was ever to find. There are others. I don't know their names. I've seldom seen their faces. But at times I feel them. You might say that we feel each other. We send our silent yet powerful signals. Keep away from me. The following night he'd given Daniel the locket, the amulet, as he called it, to wear. He'd kissed it first and rubbed it in his hands as if to warm it. Strange to witness this ritual. Stranger still to see the thing itself with the letter A carved on it, and inside the tiny vial of Armand's blood. Here, snap the clasp if they come near you. Break the vial instantly, and they will feel the power that protects you. They will not dare. Ah, you'll let them kill me. You know you will, Daniel had said coldly. Shut out. Give me the power to fight for myself. But he had worn the locket ever since. Under the lamp he'd examined the A and the intricate carvings all over the thing, to find they were tiny, twisted human figures, some mutilated, others writhing as if in agony, some dead. Horrid thing, actually. He had dropped the chain down into his shirt, and it was cold against his naked chest, but out of sight. Yet Daniel was never to see or sense the presence of another supernatural being. He remembered Louis as if he'd been a hallucination, something known in a fever. Armand was Daniel's single oracle, his merciless and all-loving demonic god. More and more his bitterness increased. Life with Armand inflamed him, maddened him. It had been years since Daniel had even thought of his family, of the friends he used to know. Checks went out to kin, of that he'd made certain, but they were just names now on a list. You'll never die. And yet you look at me and you watch me die, night after night. You watch it. Ugly fights. Terrible fights, finally. Armand broken down, glassy-eyed with silent rage, then crying softly but uncontrollably, as if some lost emotion had been rediscovered which threatened to tear him apart. I will not do it. I cannot do it. Ask me to kill you. It would be easier than that. You don't know what you ask for, don't you see? It is always a damnable error. Don't you realize that any one of us would give it up for one human lifetime? Give up immortality just to live one life? I don't believe you. This is the first time you have told me an out-and-out lie. How dare you? Don't hit me. You might kill me. You're very strong. I'd give it up. If I weren't a coward when it gets right down to it. If I weren't, after 500 greedy years in this whirlwind, still terrified to the marrow of my bones of death. No, you wouldn't. Fear has nothing to do with it. Imagine one lifetime back then when you were born, and all this lost. The future in which you know power and luxury of which Genghis Khan never dreamed, but forget the technical miracles. Would you settle for ignorance of the world's destiny? Ah, don't tell me that you would. No resolution in words was ever reached. It would end with the embrace, the kiss, the blood stinging him, the shroud of dreams closing over him like a great net. Hunger, I love you, give me more, yes, more. But never enough. It was useless. What had these transfusions done to his body and soul, made him see the descent of the falling leaf in greater detail? Armand was not going to give it to him. Armand would see Daniel leave time and again and drift off into the terrors of the everyday world. Risk that rather than do it. There was nothing Daniel could do, nothing he could give. And the wandering started, the escaping, and Armand did not follow him. Armand would wait each time until Daniel begged to come back, or until Daniel was beyond calling, until Daniel was on the verge of death itself, and then, and only then, Armand would bring him back. The rain hit the wide pavements of Michigan Avenue. The bookstore was empty. The lights had gone out. Somewhere a clock had struck the hour of 9. He stood against the glass, watching the traffic stream past in front of him. Nowhere to go. Drink the tiny drop of blood inside the locket. Why not? And Lestat in California, on the prowl already, perhaps stalking a victim even now. And they were preparing the hall for the concert, weren't they? Mortal men rigging up lights, microphones, concession stands, oblivious to the secret codes being given, the sinister audience that would conceal itself in the great, indifferent, and inevitably hysterical human throng. Ah, maybe Daniel had made a horrible miscalculation. Maybe Armand was there. At first it seemed an impossibility. Then a certainty. Why hadn't Daniel realized this before? Surely Armand had gone. If there was any truth at all in what Lestat had written, Armand would go for a reckoning, to witness, to search perhaps for those he'd lost over the centuries, now drawn to Lestat by the same call. And what would a mortal lover matter then? A human who'd been no more than a toy for a decade. No, Armand had gone on without him, and this time there would be no rescue. He felt cold, small, as he stood there. He felt miserably alone. It didn't matter his premonitions, how the dream of the twins descended upon him and then left him with foreboding. These were things that were passing him by like great black wings. You could feel the indifferent wind as they swept over. Armand had proceeded without him towards a destiny that Daniel would never fully understand. It filled him with horror, with sadness. Gates locked. The anxiety aroused by the dream mingled with a dull, sickening fear. He had come to the end of the line. What would he do? Wearily he envisioned the night island locked against him. He saw the villa behind its white walls, high above the beach, impossible to reach. He imagined his past gone, along with his future. Death was the understanding of the immediate present, that there is finally nothing else. He walked on a few steps. His hands were numb. The rain had drenched his sweatshirt. He wanted to lie down on the very pavement and let the twins come again. And Lestat's phrases ran through his head. The dark trick, he called the moment of rebirth. The savage garden, he called the world that could embrace such exquisite monsters. Ah, yes. But let me be a lover in the savage garden with you, and the light that went out of life would come back in a great burst of glory. Out of mortal flesh I would pass into eternity. I would be one of you. Dizzy. Did he almost fall? Someone talking to him, someone asking if he was all right. No, of course not. Why should I be? But there was a hand on his shoulder. Daniel? He looked up. Armand stood at the curb. At first he could not believe it. He wanted it so badly, but there was no denying what he saw. Armand stood there. He was peering silently from the unearthly stillness he seemed to carry with him, his face flushed beneath the faintest touch of unnatural pallor. How normal he looked, if beauty is ever normal. And yet how strangely set apart from the material things touching him, the rumpled white coat and pants he wore. Behind him the big gray hulk of a Rolls waited like an ancillary vision, droplets teeming on its silver roof. Come on, Daniel. You made it hard for me this time, didn't you? So hard. Why the urgency of the command when the hand that pulled him forward was so strong? Such a rare thing to see Armand truly angry. Ah, how Daniel loved this anger. His knees went out from under him. He felt himself lifted, and then the soft velvet of the back seat of the car spread out under him. He fell over on his hands. He closed his eyes. But Armand gently pulled him upright, held him. The car rocked gently, deliciously, as it moved forward. So nice to sleep at last in Armand's arms. But there was so much he must tell Armand, so much about the dream, the book. "Don't you think I know?" Armand whispered. A strange light in the eye. What was it? Something raw and tender in the way Armand looked, all the composure stripped away. He lifted a tumbler half full of brandy and put it in Daniel's hand. "And you running from me," he said, "from Stockholm and Edinburgh and Paris. What do you think I am that I can follow you at such speed down so many pathways, and such danger?" Lips against Daniel's face suddenly. "Ah, that's better. I like kissing, and snuggling with dead things. Yes, hold me." He buried his face in Armand's neck. "Your blood." "Not yet, my beloved." Armand pushed him forward, pressing his fingers to Daniel's lips. Such uncommon feeling in the low, controlled voice. "Listen to what I'm saying to you. All over the world, our kind are being destroyed." Destroyed. It sent a current of panic through him, so that his body tensed in spite of his exhaustion. He tried to focus on Armand, but he saw the red-haired twins again, the soldiers, the blackened body of the mother being overturned in the ashes. But the meaning, the continuity, why? "I cannot tell you," Armand said. And he meant the dream when he spoke, because he'd had the dream too. He lifted the brandy to Daniel's lips. Oh, so warm, yes. He would slip into unconsciousness if he didn't hold tight. They were racing silently along the freeway now, out of Chicago, the rain flooding the windows, locked together in this warm, velvet-lined little place. Ah, such lovely silver rain. And Armand had turned away, distracted, as if listening to some far-away music, his lips parted, frozen on the verge of speech. "I'm with you, safe with you." "No, Daniel, not safe," he answered. "Maybe not even for a night, or so much as an hour." Daniel tried to think, to form a question, but he was too weak, too drowsy. The car was so comfortable, the motion of it so soothing, and the twins, the beautiful red-haired twins, wanted in now. His eyes closed for a split second, and he sank against Armand's shoulder, feeling Armand's hand on his back. Far away he heard Armand's voice. "What do I do with you, my beloved? Especially now, when I myself am so afraid." Darkness again. He held fast to the taste of brandy in his mouth, to the touch of Armand's hand, but he was already dreaming. The twins were walking in the desert. The sun was high above. It burned their white arms, their faces. Their lips were swollen and cracked from thirst. Their dresses were stained with blood. "Make the rain fall," Daniel whispered aloud. "You can do it. Make the rain fall." One of the twins fell down on her knees, and her sister knelt and put her arms around her. Red hair and red hair. Somewhere far off he heard Armand's voice again. Armand said that they were too deep in the desert. Not even their spirits could make rain in such a place. But why? Couldn't spirits do anything? He felt Armand kiss him gently again. The twins have now entered a low mountain pass, but there is no shade because the sun is directly above them, and the rocky slopes are too treacherous for them to climb. On they walk. Can't someone help them? They stumble and fall every few steps now. The rocks look too hot to touch. Finally, one of them falls face down in the sand, and the other lies over her, sheltering her with her hair. Oh, if only evening would come with its cold winds. Suddenly the twin who is protecting her sister looks up. Movement on the cliffs. Then stillness again. A rock falls, echoes with a soft, clear, shuffling sound. And then Daniel sees the men moving over the precipices, desert people as they have looked for thousands of years, with their dark skin and heavy white robes. The twins rise on their knees together as these men approach. The men offer them water. They pour the cool water over the twins. Suddenly the twins are laughing and talking hysterically, so great is their relief. But the men don't understand. Then it is gestures, so purely eloquent, as one twin points to the belly of her sister, and then folding her arms makes the universal sign for rocking a child. Ah, yes, the men lift the pregnant woman, and all move together towards the oasis, round which their tents stand. At last, by the light of a fire outside the tent, the twins sleep, safe, among the desert people, the Bedouins. Could it be that the Bedouins are so very ancient, that their history goes back thousands and thousands of years? At dawn, one of the twins rises, the one who does not carry a child. As her sister watches, she walks out towards the olive trees of the oasis. She lifts her arms, and at first it seems she is only welcoming the sun. Others have awakened. They gather to see. Then a wind rises, gently, moving the branches of the olive trees. And the rain, the light, sweet rain, begins to fall. He opened his eyes. He was on the plain. He recognized the small bedroom immediately by the white plastic walls and the soothing quality of the dim yellow light. Everything synthetic, hard and gleaming like the great rib bones of prehistoric creatures. Have things come full circle? Technology has recreated Jonah's chamber deep within the belly of the whale. He was lying on the bed that had no head or foot or legs or frame to it. Someone had washed his hands and his face. He was clean-shaven. Ah, that felt so good. And the roar of the engines was a huge silence, the whale breathing, slicing through the sea. That made it possible for him to see things around him very distinctly. A decanter. Bourbon. He wanted it, but he was too exhausted to move. And something not right. Something... He reached up, felt his neck. The amulet was gone. But it didn't matter. He was with Armand. Armand sat at the little table near the whale's eye window, the white plastic lid pulled all the way down. He had cut his hair, and he wore black wool now, neat and fine, like the corpse again, dressed for the funeral, even to the shining black shoes. Grim, all this. Someone will now read the 23rd Psalm, bring back the white clothes. "You're dying," Armand said softly. "And though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, etc.," Daniel whispered. His throat was so dry, and his head ached. Didn't matter saying what was really on his mind, all been said long ago. Armand spoke again silently, a laser beam touching Daniel's brain. "Shall we bother with the particulars? You weigh no more than 130 pounds now, and the alcohol is eating at your insides. You are half mad. There is almost nothing left in the world that you enjoy. Except talking to you now and then. It's so easy to hear everything you say." If you were never to see me again, that would only make things worse. If you go on as you are, you won't live another 5 days. Unbearable thought, actually. But if that's so, then why have I been running away? No response. How clear everything seemed. It wasn't only the roar of the engines, it was the curious movement of the plane, that never-ending irregular undulation, as if it rode the air in bumps and dips and over curbs and now and then uphill. The whales speeding along on the whale path, as Beowulf called it. Armand's hair was brushed to one side neatly. Gold watch on his wrist, one of those high-tech numbers he so adored. Think of that thing flashing its digits inside a coffin during the day. And the black jacket, old-fashioned, rather, with narrow lapels. The vest was black silk. It looked like that anyway. But his face... Ah, he had fed all right. Fed plenty. Do you remember anything I said to you earlier? Yes, Daniel said. But the truth is he had trouble remembering. Then it came back suddenly, oppressively. Something about destruction everywhere. But I'm dying. They're dying, I'm dying. They got to be immortal before it happened. I am merely alive. See, I remember. I would like to have the bourbon now. There is nothing I can do to make you want to live. Isn't that so? Not that again. I will jump out of the plane if you go on. Will you listen to me, then? Really listen? How can I help it? I can't get away from your voice when you want me to listen. It's like a tiny microphone inside my head. What is this, tears? You're going to weep over me? For 1 second he looked so young. What a travesty. Damn you, Daniel, he said, so that Daniel heard the words aloud. A chill passed over Daniel, horrid to see him suffering. Daniel said nothing. What we are, Armand said. It wasn't meant to be, you know that. You didn't have to read Lestat's book to find it out. Any one of us could have told you it was an abomination, a demonic fusion, then what Lestat wrote was true. A demon going into the ancient Egyptian mother and the father. Well, a spirit, anyway. They had called it a demon back then. Doesn't matter whether or not it's true. The beginning is no longer important. What matters is that the end may be at hand. Deep tightening of panic. The atmosphere of the dream returning, the shrill sound of the twins' screams. Listen to me, Armand said patiently, calling him back away from the two women. Lestat has awakened something or someone. Akasha. Enkill. Perhaps. It may be more than one or two. No one knows for certain. There is a vague, repeated cry of danger, but no one seems to know whence it comes. They only know that we are being sought out and annihilated, that coven houses, meeting places, go up in flames. I've heard the cry of danger, Daniel whispered, sometimes very strong in the middle of the night, and then at other moments like an echo. Again he saw the twins. It had to be connected to the twins. But how do you know these things about the coven houses? About Daniel, don't try me. There isn't much time left. I know. The others know. It's like a current, running through the wires of a great web. Yes. Whenever Daniel had tasted the vampiric blood, he had glimpsed for one instant that great glittering mesh of knowledge, connections, half-understood visions. And it was true, then. The web had begun with the mother and the father years ago. Armand interrupted. It wouldn't have mattered to me, all this. What do you mean?
But I don't want it to end now. I don't want to continue unless you...
His face changed slightly. Faint look of surprise.
I don't want you to die.
Daniel said nothing. Eerie, the stillness of this moment. Even with the plane riding the air currents gently, Armand sitting there so self-contained, so patient, with the words belying the smooth calm of the voice.
I'm not afraid because you're here, Daniel said suddenly. You're a fool, then. But I will tell you another mysterious part of it.
Yes?
Lestat is still in existence. He goes on with his schemes, and those who've gathered near him are unharmed.
But how do you know for certain? Short little velvet laugh.
There you go again, so irrepressibly human. You overestimate me or underestimate me. Seldom do you ever hit the mark.
I work with limited equipment. The cells in my body are subject to deterioration, to a process called aging,
and they're gathered in San Francisco. They crowd the back rooms of a tavern called Dracula's Daughter. Perhaps I know because others know it, and one powerful mind picks up images from another and unwittingly or deliberately passes those images along. Perhaps one witness telegraphs the image to many. I can't tell. Thoughts, feelings, voices, they're just there, traveling the web, the threads. Some are clear, others clouded. Now and then the warning overrides everything. Danger. It is as if our world falls silent for one instant, then other voices rise again.
And Lestat, where's Lestat?
He's been seen, but only in glimpses. They can't track him to his lair. He's too clever to let that happen. But he teases them. He races his black Porsche through the streets of San Francisco. He may not know all that's happened.
Explain.
The power to communicate varies. To listen to the thoughts of others is often to be heard oneself. Lestat is concealing his presence. His mind may be completely cut off. And the twins, the two women in the dream, who are they? I don't know. Not all have had these dreams, but many know of them, and all seem to fear them, to share the conviction that somehow Lestat is to blame. For all that's happened, Lestat is to blame.
A real devil among devils.
Daniel laughed softly.
With a subtle nod, Armand acknowledged the little jest wearily. He even smiled.
Stillness. Roar of the engines. Do you understand what I'm telling you? There have been attacks upon our kind everywhere but there.
Where Lestat is.
Precisely. But the destroyer moves erratically. It seems it must be near to the thing it would destroy. It may be waiting for the concert in order to finish what it has begun.
It can't hurt you. It would have already...
The short, derisive laugh again, barely audible. A telepathic laugh. Your faith touches me, as always, but don't be my acolyte just now. The thing is not omnipotent. It can't move with infinite speed. You have to understand the choice I've made. We're going to him because there isn't any other safe place to go. It has found rogues in far-flung places and burnt them to ashes.
And because you want to be with Lestat.
No answer. You know you do. You want to see him. You want to be there if he needs you. If there's going to be a battle. No answer. And if Lestat caused it, maybe he can stop it. Still Armand didn't answer. He appeared confused. It is simpler than that, he said finally. I have to go. The plane seemed a thing suspended on a spume of sound.
Daniel looked drowsily at the ceiling, at the light moving. To see Lestat at last. He thought of Lestat's old house in New Orleans, of the gold watch he'd recovered from the dusty floor. And now it was back to San Francisco, back to the beginning, back to Lestat. God, he wanted the bourbon. Why wouldn't Armand give it to him? He was so weak. They'd go to the concert. He'd see Lestat. But then the sense of dread came again, deepening, the dread which the dreams inspired. "Don't let me dream any more of them," he whispered suddenly. He thought he heard Armand say yes. Suddenly Armand stood beside the bed. His shadow fell over Daniel. The whale's belly seemed smaller, no more than the light surrounding Armand. "Look at me, beloved," he said. Darkness. And then the high iron gates opening, and the moon flooding down on the garden. What is this place? Oh, Italy it had to be, with this gentle, embracing, warm air, and a full moon shining down on the great sweep of trees and flowers, and beyond the Villa of the Mysteries, at the very edge of ancient Pompeii. But how did we get here? He turned to Armand, who stood beside him, dressed in strange, old-fashioned velvet clothes. For one moment he could do nothing but stare at Armand, at the black velvet tunic he wore, and the leggings, and his long, curling auburn hair. "We aren't really here," Armand said. "You know we aren't." He turned and walked into the garden towards the villa, his heels making the faintest sound on the worn grey stones. But it was real. Look at the crumbling old brick walls, and the flowers in their long, deep beds, and the path itself with Armand's damp footprints, and the stars overhead, the stars. He turned around and reached up into the lemon tree and broke off a single fragrant leaf. Armand turned, reached back to take his arm. The smell of freshly turned earth rose from the flower beds. "Ah, I could die here." "Yes," said Armand, "you could. And you will, and you know I've never done it before. I told you, but you never believed me. Now Lestat's told you in his book. I've never done it. Do you believe him?" "Of course I believed you. The vow you made, you explained everything. But, Armand, this is my question. To whom did you make this vow?" Laughter. Their voices carried over the garden. Such roses and chrysanthemums, how enormous they were. And light poured from the doorways of the Villa of the Mysteries. Was there music playing? Why, the whole ruined place was brilliantly illuminated under the incandescent blue of the night sky. "So you would have me break my vow. You would have what you think you want. But look well at this garden, because once I do it, you'll never read my thoughts or see my visions again. A veil of silence will come down." "But we'll be brothers, don't you see?" Daniel asked. Armand stood so close to him they were almost kissing. The flowers were crushed against them, huge, drowsing yellow dahlias and white gladioli, such lovely, drenching perfume. They had stopped beneath a dying tree in which the wisteria grew wild. Its delicate blossoms shivered in clusters, its great twining arms white as bone. And beyond, voices poured out of the villa. Were there people singing? "But where are we really?" Daniel asked. "Tell me." "I told you. It's just a dream. But if you want a name, let me call it the gateway of life and death. I'll bring you with me through this gateway. And why? Because I am a coward, and I love you too much to let you go." Such joy Daniel felt, such cold and lovely triumph. And so the moment was his, and he was lost no more in the awesome free fall of time, no more one of the teeming millions who would sleep in this dank, odoriferous earth beneath the broken, withered flowers without name or knowledge, all vision lost. I promise you nothing. How can I? I've told you what lies ahead. I don't care. I'll go towards it with you. Armand's eyes were reddened, weary, old. Such delicate clothes these were, hand-sewn, dusty, like the clothes of a ghost. Were they what the mind conjured effortlessly when it wanted to be purely itself? "Don't cry, it's not fair," Daniel said. "This is my rebirth. How can you cry? Don't you know what this means? Is it possible you never knew?" He looked up suddenly to catch the whole sweep of this enchanted landscape, the distant villa, the rolling land above and below, and then he turned his face upwards, and the heavens astonished him. Never had he seen so many stars. Why, it seemed as if the sky itself went up and up forever, with stars so plentiful and bright that the constellations were utterly lost. No pattern, no meaning, only the gorgeous victory of sheer energy and matter. But then he saw the Pleiades, the constellation beloved of the doomed red-haired twins in the dream, and he smiled. He saw the twins together on a mountain-top, and they were happy. It made him so glad. "Say the word, my love," Armand said. "I'll do it. We'll be in hell together after all." "But don't you see," Daniel said, "all human decisions are made like this. Do you think the mother knows what will happen to the child in her womb? Dear God, we are lost, I tell you. What does it matter if you give it to me and it's wrong? There is no wrong. There is only desperation, and I would have it. I want to live forever with you." He opened his eyes. The ceiling of the cabin of the plane. The soft yellow lights reflected in the warm wood-paneled walls, and then around him the garden, the perfume, the sight of the flowers almost breaking loose from their stems. They stood beneath the dead tree twined full of airy purple wisteria blossoms, and the blossoms stroked his face, the clusters of waxy petals. Something came back to him, something he had known long ago, that in the language of an ancient people the word for flowers was the same as the word for blood. He felt the sudden sharp stab of the teeth in his neck. His heart was caught, suddenly, wrenched in a powerful grip. The pressure was more than he could bear, yet he could see over Armand's shoulder, and the night was sliding down around him, the stars growing as large as these moist and fragrant blooms, while they were rising into the sky. For a split second he saw the vampire Lestat, driving, plunging through the night in his long, sleek black car. How like a lion Lestat looked, with his mane of hair blown back by the wind, his eyes filled with mad humor and high spirits, and then he turned and looked at Daniel, and from his throat came a deep, soft laugh. Louis was there, too. Louis was standing in a room under Visadero Street, looking out of the window, waiting, and then he said, "Yes, come, Daniel, if that is what must happen." But they didn't know about the burnt-out coven houses. They didn't know about the twins, about the cry of danger. They were all in a crowded room, actually, inside the villa, and Louis was leaning against the mantel in a frock coat. Everyone was there. Even the twins were there. "Thank God you've come," Daniel said. He kissed Louis on one cheek, and then the other, decorously. "Why, my skin is as pale as yours." He cried out suddenly as his heart was let go, and the air filled his lungs. The garden again. The grass was all around him. The garden grew up over his head. "Don't leave me here, not against the earth." "Drink, Daniel." The priest said the Latin words as he poured the Holy Communion wine into his mouth. The red-haired twins took the sacred plates, the heart, the brain. This, the brain and heart of my mother, I devour, with all respect for the spirit of my mother. God, give it to me! He knocked the chalice to the marble floor of the church, so clumsy, but God, the blood! He sat up, crushing Armand to him, drawing it out of him, draught after draught. They had fallen over together in the soft bank of flowers. Armand lay beside him, and his mouth was open on Armand's throat, and the blood was an unstoppable fount. "Come into the Villa of the Mysteries," said Louis to him. Louis was touching his shoulder. "We're waiting." The twins were embracing each other, stroking each other's long, curling red hair. The kids were screaming outside the auditorium because there were no more tickets. They would camp in the parking lot until tomorrow night. "Do we have tickets?" he asked. "Armand, the tickets." Danger. Ice. It's coming from the one trapped beneath the ice. Something hit him, hard. He was floating. "Sleep, beloved." "I want to go back to the garden, the villa." He tried to open his eyes. His belly was hurting. Strangest pain. It seemed so far away. "You know he's buried under the ice." "Sleep," Armand said, covering him with the blanket. "And when you wake, you'll be just like me. Dead." San Francisco. He knew he was there before he even opened his eyes. And such a ghastly dream, he was glad to leave it, suffocating, blackness, and riding the rough and terrifying current of the sea. But the dream was fading. A dream without sight, and only the sound of the water, the feel of the water, a dream of unspeakable fear. He'd been a woman in it, helpless, without a tongue to scream. Let it go away. Something about the wintry air on his face, a white freshness that he could almost taste. San Francisco, of course. The cold moved over him like a tight garment, yet inside he was deliciously warm. Immortal. Forever. He opened his eyes. Armand had put him here. Through the viscid darkness of the dream, he'd heard Armand telling him to remain. Armand had told him that here he would be safe. Here. The French doors stood open all along the far wall, and the room itself, opulent, cluttered, one of those splendid places that Armand so often found, so dearly loved. Look at the sheer lace panel blown back from the French doors. Look at the white feathers curling and glowing in the Aubusson carpet. He climbed to his feet and went out through the open doors. A great mesh of branches rose between him and the wet, shining sky, stiff foliage of the Monterey cypress. And down there, through the branches, against a velvet blackness, he saw the great burning arc of the Golden Gate Bridge. The fog poured like thick white smoke past the immense towers. In fits and gusts it tried to swallow the pylons, the cables, then vanished as if the bridge itself, with its glittering stream of traffic, burnt it away. Too magnificent, this spectacle, and the deep, dark outline of the distant hills beneath their mantle of warm lights. But to take one tiny detail, the damp rooftops spilling downhill away from him, or the gnarled branches rising in front of him, like elephant hide, this bark, this living skin. Immortal. Forever. He ran his hands back through his hair, and a gentle tingling passed through him. He could feel the soft imprint of his fingers on his scalp after he had taken his hands away. The wind stung him exquisitely. He remembered something. He reached up to find his fanged teeth. Yes, They were beautifully long and sharp. Someone touched him. He turned so quickly he almost lost his balance. Why, this was all so inconceivably different. He steadied himself, but the sight of Armand made him want to cry. Even in deep shadow, Armand's dark brown eyes were filled with a vibrant light. And the expression on his face, so loving. He reached out very carefully and touched Armand's eyelashes. He wanted to touch the tiny, fine lines in Armand's lips. Armand kissed him. He began to tremble. The way it felt, the cool, silky mouth, like a kiss of the brain, the electric purity of a thought. "Come inside, my pupil," Armand said. "We have less than an hour left." But the others? Armand had gone to discover something very important. What was it? Terrible things happening, coven houses burned. Yet nothing at the moment seemed more important than the warmth inside him and the tingling as he moved his limbs. "They're thriving, plotting," Armand said. Was he speaking out loud? He must have been. But the voice was so clear. "They're frightened of the wholesale destruction, but San Francisco isn't touched. Some say Lestat has done it to drive everyone to him. Others that it's the work of Marius, or even the twins, or those who must be kept, who strike with infinite power from their shrine." The twins! He felt the darkness of the dream again around him, a woman's body, tongueless, terror, closing him in. Nothing could hurt him now, not dreams or plots. He was Armand's child. "But these things must wait," Armand said gently. "You must come and do as I tell you. We must finish what was begun." Finish? It was finished. He was reborn. Armand brought him in out of the wind. Glint of the brass bed in the darkness, of a porcelain vase alive with gilded dragons, of the square grand piano with its keys like grinning teeth. Yes, touch it, feel the ivory, the velvet tassels hanging from the lampshade. The music. Where did the music come from? A low, mournful jazz trumpet playing all alone. It stopped him, this hollow, melancholy song, the notes flowing slowly into one another. He did not want to move just now. He wanted to say he understood what was happening, but he was absorbing each broken sound. He started to say thank you for the music, but again his voice sounded so unaccountably strange, sharper, yet more resonant. Even the feel of his tongue, and out there the fog, look at it, he pointed, the fog blowing right past the terrace, the fog eating the night. Armand was patient. Armand understood. Armand brought him slowly through the darkened room. "I love you," Daniel said. "Are you certain?" Armand answered. It made him laugh. They had come into a long, high hallway, the stairs descending in deep shadow, a polished balustrade. Armand urged him forward. He wanted to look at the rug beneath him, a long chain of medallions woven with lilies, but Armand had brought him into a brightly lighted room. He caught his breath at the sheer flood of illumination, light moving over the low-slung leather couches, chairs. But the painting on the wall. So vivid, the figures in the painting, formless creatures who were actually great thick smears of glaring yellow and red paint. Everything that looked alive was alive. That was a distinct possibility. You painted armless beings swimming in blinding color, and they had to exist like that forever. Could they see you with all those tiny, scattered eyes, or did they see only the heaven and hell of their own shining realm, anchored to the studs in the wall by a piece of twisted wire? He could have wept to think of it, wept at the deep-throated moan of the trumpet, and yet he wasn't weeping. He had caught a strong, seductive aroma. God, what is it? His whole body seemed to harden inexplicably. And suddenly he was staring at a young girl. She sat in a small, gilded, straight-backed chair, watching him, ankles crossed, her thick brown hair a gleaming mop around her white face. Her scant clothes were dirty. A little runaway with her torn jeans and soiled shirt. What a perfect picture, even to the sprinkling of freckles across her nose and the greasy backpack that lay at her feet. But the shape of her little arms, the way her legs were made, and her eyes, her brown eyes. He was laughing softly, but it was humorless, crazed. It had a sinister sound to it. How strange. He realized he had taken her face in his hands, and she was staring up at him, smiling, and a faint scarlet blush came in her warm little cheeks. Blood. That was the aroma. His fingers were burning. Why, he could even see the blood vessels beneath her skin. And the sound of her heart, he could hear it. It was getting louder. It was such a moist sound. He backed away from her. God, get her out of here, he cried. Take her, Armand whispered. And do it now. Chapter 5. Cayman, my Cayman. No one is listening. Now you may sing the self-song, as the bird does, not for territory or dominance, but for self-enlargement. Let something come from nothing. Stan Rice from Texas Suite, Body of Work, 1983. Until this night, this awful night, he'd had a little joke about himself. He didn't know who he was or where he'd come from, but he knew what he liked. And what he liked was all around him. The flower stands on the corners, the big steel and glass buildings full of milky evening light, the trees, of course, the grass beneath his feet. And the bought things of shining plastic and metal, toys, computers, telephones, it didn't matter. He liked to figure them out, master them, then crush them into tiny, hard, multicolored balls which he could then juggle or toss through plate glass windows when nobody was about. He liked piano music, the motion pictures, and the poems he found in books. He also liked the automobiles that burnt oil from the earth like lamps, and the great jet planes that flew on the same scientific principles above the clouds. He always stopped and listened to the people laughing and talking up there when one of the planes flew overhead. Driving was an extraordinary pleasure. In a silver Mercedes-Benz, he had sped on smooth, empty roads from Rome to Florence to Venice in one night. He also liked television, the entire electric process of it, with its tiny bits of light. How soothing it was to have the company of television, the intimacy with so many artfully painted faces speaking to you in friendship from the glowing screen. The rock and roll, he liked that too. He liked all music. He liked the vampire Lestat singing Requiem for the Marquise. He didn't pay attention to the words much. It was the melancholy and the dark undertone of drums and cymbals made him want to dance. He liked giant yellow machines that dug into the earth late at night in the big cities with men in uniforms crawling all over them. He liked the double-decker buses of London and the people, the clever mortals everywhere. He liked them too, of course. He liked walking in Damascus during the evening and seeing in sudden flashes of disconnected memory the city of the ancients, Romans, Greeks, Persians, Egyptians in these streets. He liked the libraries, where he could find photographs of ancient monuments in big, smooth, good-smelling books. He took his own photographs of the new cities around him, and sometimes he could put images on these pictures which came from his thoughts. For example, in his photograph of Rome, there were Roman people in tunics and sandals superimposed upon the modern versions in their thick, ungraceful clothes. Oh yes, much to like around him always. The violin music of Bartok, little girls in snow-white dresses coming out of the church at midnight, having sung at the Christmas Mass. He liked the blood of his victims, too, of course, that went without saying. It was no part of his little joke. Death was not funny to him. He stalked his prey in silence. He didn't want to know his victims. All a mortal had to do was speak to him, and he was turned away. Not proper, as he saw it, to talk to these sweet, soft-eyed beings and then gobble their blood, break their bones and lick the marrow, squeeze their limbs to a dripping pulp. And that was the way he feasted now, so violently. He felt no great need for blood any more, but he wanted it. And the desire overpowered him in all its ravening purity, quite apart from thirst. He could have feasted upon 3 or 4 mortals a night. Yet he was sure, absolutely sure, that he had been a human being once. Walking in the sun, in the heat of the day, yes, he had once done that, even though he certainly couldn't do it now. He envisioned himself sitting at a plain wood table and cutting open a ripe peach with a small copper knife. Beautiful, the fruit before him. He knew the taste of it. He knew the taste of bread and beer. He saw the sun shining on the dull yellow sand that stretched for miles and miles outside. Lie down and rest in the heat of the day, someone had once said to him. Was this the last day that he had been alive? Rest, yes, because tonight the king and the queen will call all the court together, and something terrible, something... But he couldn't really remember. No, he just knew it. That is, until this night. This night. Not even when he'd heard the vampire Lestat did he remember. The character merely fascinated him a little, a rock singer calling himself a blood drinker. And he did look unearthly, but then that was television, wasn't it? Many humans in the dizzying world of rock music appeared unearthly. And there was such human emotion in the vampire Lestat's voice. It wasn't merely emotion, it was human ambition of a particular sort. The vampire Lestat wanted to be heroic. When he sang, he said, "Allow me my significance. I am the symbol of evil, and if I am a true symbol, then I do good." Fascinating. Only a human being could think of a paradox like that. And he himself knew this because he'd been human, of course. Now, he did have a supernatural understanding of things. That was true. Humans couldn't look at machines and perceive their principles as he could, and the manner in which everything was familiar to him. That had to do with his superhuman powers as well. Why, there was nothing that surprised him, really. Not quantum physics, nor theories of evolution, or the paintings of Picasso, or the process by which children were inoculated with germs to protect them from disease. No. It was as if he'd been aware of things long before he remembered being here, long before he could say, "I think, therefore I am." But disregarding all that, he still had a human perspective. That no one would deny. He could feel human pain with an eerie and frightening perfection. He knew what it meant to love and to be lonely. Ah, yes, he knew that, above all things, and he felt it most keenly when he listened to the vampire Lestat's songs. That's why he didn't pay attention to the words. And another thing. The more blood he drank, the more human-looking he became. When he'd first appeared in this time, to himself and others, he hadn't looked human at all. He'd been a filthy skeleton, walking along the highway in Greece towards Athens, his bones enmeshed in tight, rubbery veins, the whole sealed beneath a layer of toughened white skin. He'd terrified people. How they had fled from him, gunning the engines of their little cars, but he'd read their minds, seen himself as they saw him, and he understood, and he was so sorry, of course. In Athens he'd gotten gloves, a loose wool garment with plastic buttons, and these funny modern shoes that covered up your whole foot. He'd wrapped rags around his face with only holes for his eyes and mouth. He'd covered his filthy black hair with a grey felt hat. They still stared, but they didn't run screaming. At dusk, he roamed through the thick crowds in Omonia Square, and no one paid him any mind. How nice the modern bustle of this old city, which in long-ago ages had been just as vital, when students came there from all over the world to study philosophy and art. He could look up at the Acropolis and see the Parthenon, as it had been then, perfect, the house of the goddess, not the ruin it was today. The Greeks, as always, were a splendid people, gentle and trusting, though they were darker of hair and skin now, on account of their Turkish blood. They didn't mind his strange clothes. When he talked in his soft, soothing voice, imitating their language perfectly, except for a few apparently hilarious mistakes, they loved him. And in private, he had noticed that his flesh was slowly filling out. It was hard as a rock to the touch, yet it was changing. Finally, one night, when he unwrapped the ragged covering, he had seen the contours of a human face. So this is what he looked like, was it? Big black eyes with fine, soft wrinkles at the corners and rather smooth lids. His mouth was a nice, smiling mouth. The nose was neat and finely made, he didn't disdain it, and the eyebrows, he liked those best of all, because they were very black and straight, not broken or bushy, and they were drawn high enough above his eyes so that he had an open expression, a look of veiled wonder that others might trust. Yes, it was a very pretty young male face. After that he'd gone about uncovered, wearing modern shirts and pants. But he had to keep to the shadows. He was just too smooth and too white. He said his name was Cayman when they asked him, but he didn't know where he'd gotten it. And he had been called Benjamin once later. He knew that, too. There were other names, but when? Cayman. That was the first and secret name, the one he never forgot. He could draw 2 tiny pictures that meant Cayman, but where these symbols had come from he had no idea. His strength puzzled him as much as anything else. He could walk through plaster walls, lift an automobile and hurl it into a nearby field. Yet he was curiously brittle and light. He drove a long, thin knife right through his own hand. Such a strange sensation, and blood everywhere. Then the wounds closed, and he had to open them again to pull the knife out. As for the lightness, well, there was nothing that he could not climb. It was as though gravity had no control over him once he decided to defy it. And one night, after climbing a tall building in the middle of the city, he flew off the top of it, descending gently to the street below. Lovely, this. He knew he could traverse great distances if only he dared. Why, surely he had once done it, moving into the very clouds. But then, maybe not. He had other powers as well. Each evening as he awakened, he found himself listening to voices from all over the world. He lay in the darkness, bathed in sound. He heard people speaking in Greek, English, Romanian, Hindustani. He heard laughter, cries of pain. And if he lay very still, he could hear thoughts from people, a jumbled undercurrent full of wild exaggeration that frightened him. He did not know where these voices came from, or why one voice drowned out another. Why, it was as if he were God, and he were listening to prayers. and now and then, quite distinct from the human voices, there came to him immortal voices too. Others like him out there, thinking, feeling, sending a warning. Far away their powerful, silvery cries, yet he could easily separate them from the human warp and woof. But this receptiveness hurt him. It brought back some awful memory of being shut up in a dark place with only these voices to keep him company for years and years and years. Panic. He would not remember that. Some things one doesn't want to remember. Like being burned, imprisoned. Like remembering everything and crying, terrible, anguished crying. Yes, bad things had happened to him. He had been here on this earth under other names and at other times, but always with this same gentle and optimistic disposition, loving things. Was his a migrant soul? No. He had always had this body. That's why it was so light and so strong. Inevitably he shut off the voices. In fact, he remembered an old admonition: if you do not learn to shut out the voices, they will drive you mad. But with him now it was simple. He quieted them simply by rising, opening his eyes. Actually, it would have required an effort to listen. They just went on and became one irritating noise. The splendor of the moment awaited him, and it was easy to drown out the thoughts of mortals close at hand. He could sing, for instance, or fix his attention hard upon anything around him. Blessed quiet. In Rome there were distractions everywhere. How he loved the old Roman houses, painted ochre and burnt sienna and dark green. How he loved the narrow stone streets. He could drive a car very fast through the broad boulevard full of reckless mortals, or wander the Via Veneto until he found a woman with whom to fall in love for a little while. And he did so love the clever people of this time. They were still people, but they knew so much. A ruler was murdered in India, and within the hour all the world could mourn. All manner of disasters, inventions, and medical miracles weighed down upon the mind of the ordinary man. People played with fact and fancy. Waitresses wrote novels at night that would make them famous. Laborers fell in love with naked movie queens in rented cassette films. The rich wore paper jewelry, and the poor bought tiny diamonds. And princesses sallied forth onto the Champs-Élysées in carefully faded rags. Ah, he wished he was human. After all, what was he? What were the others like? The ones whose voices he shut out. Not the first brood, he was sure of it. The first brood could never contact each other purely through the mind. But what the hell was the first brood? He couldn't remember. A little panic seized him. Don't think of these things. They wrote poems in a notebook, modern and simple, yet he knew that they were in the earliest style he'd ever known. He moved ceaselessly about Europe and Asia Minor, sometimes walking, sometimes rising into the air and willing himself to a particular place. He charmed those who would have interfered with him, and slumbered carelessly in dark hiding places by day. After all, the sun didn't burn him anymore. But he could not function in the sunlight. His eyes began to close as soon as he saw light in the morning sky. Voices, all those voices, other blood-drinkers crying in anguish. Then nothing. And he awoke at sunset, eager to read the age-old pattern of the stars. Finally, he grew brave with his flying. On the outskirts of Istanbul, he went upwards, shooting like a balloon far over the roofs. He tossed and tumbled, laughing freely, and then willed himself to Vienna, which he reached before dawn. Nobody saw him. He moved too fast for them to see him. and besides, he did not try these little experiments before prying eyes. He had another interesting power, too. He could travel without his body. Well, not really travel. He could send out his vision, as it were, to look at things far away. Lying still, he would think, for example, of a distant place that he would like to see, and suddenly he was there before it. Now, there were some mortals who could do that, too, either in their dreams or when they were awake with great and deliberate concentration. Occasionally he passed their sleeping bodies and perceived that their souls were traveling elsewhere. But the souls themselves he could never see. He could not see ghosts or any kind of spirit, for that matter. But he knew they were there. They had to be. And some old awareness came to him that once as a mortal man in the temple he had drunk a strong potion given to him by the priests, and had traveled in the very same way, up out of his body and into the firmament. The priests had called him back. He had not wanted to come. He was with those among the dead whom he loved. But he had known he must return. That was what was expected of him. He'd been a human being then, all right. Yes, definitely. He could remember the way the sweat had felt on his naked chest when he lay in the dusty room and they brought the potion to him. Afraid. But then they all had to go through it. Maybe it was better to be what he was now, and be able to fly about with body and soul together. But not knowing, not really remembering, not understanding how he could do such things or why he lived off the blood of humans, all this caused him intense pain. In Paris, he went to vampire movies, puzzling over what seemed true and what was false. Familiar, all this, though much of it was silly. The vampire Lestat had taken his garments from these old black and white films. Most of the creatures of the night wore the same costume, the black cloak, the stiff white shirt, the fine black jacket with tails, the black pants. Nonsense, of course. Yet it comforted him. After all, these were blood drinkers, beings who spoke gently, liked poetry, and yet killed mortals all the time. He bought the vampire comics and cut out certain pictures of beautiful gentlemen blood drinkers, like the vampire Lestat. Maybe he himself should try this lovely costume. Again, it would be a comfort. It would make him feel that he was part of something, even if the something didn't really exist. In London, past midnight, in a darkened store, he found his vampire clothes. Coat and pants and shining patent leather shoes, a shirt as stiff as new papyrus with a white silk tie, and oh, the black velvet cloak, magnificent, with its lining of white satin. It hung down to the very floor. He did graceful turns before the mirrors. How the vampire Lestat would have envied him, and to think he, Cayman, was no human, pretending he was real. He brushed out his thick black hair for the first time. He found perfumes and unguents in glass cases and anointed himself properly for a grand evening. He found rings and cufflinks of gold. Now he was beautiful, as he had once been in other garments long ago. And immediately in the streets of London people adored him. This had been the right thing to do. They followed him as he walked along, smiling and bowing now and then and winking his eye. Even when he killed, it was better. The victim would stare at him as if seeing a vision, as if understanding. He would bend, as the vampire Lestat did in the television songs, and drink first gently from the throat before ripping the victim apart. Of course, this was all a joke. There was something frightfully trivial about it. It had nothing to do with being a blood drinker. That was the dark secret. Nothing to do with the faint things he only half remembered now and then and pushed from his mind. Nevertheless, it was fun for the moment to be somebody and something. Yes, the moment was splendid. And the moment was all he ever had. After all, he would forget this time too, wouldn't he? These nights with their exquisite details would vanish from him, and in some even more complex and demanding future he would be loosed again, remembering only his name. Home to Athens he went finally. Through the museum by night he roamed with a stub of candle, inspecting the old tombstones with their carved figures, which made him cry. The dead woman seated, always the dead are seated, reaches out for the living baby she has left behind, who is held in her husband's arm. Names came back to him, as if bats were whispering in his ear. Go to Egypt, you'll remember. But he would not. Too soon to beg for madness and forgetfulness, safe in Athens, roaming the old cemetery beneath the Acropolis, from which they'd taken all the steel. Never mind the traffic roaring by. The earth here is beautiful, and it still belongs to the dead. He acquired a wardrobe of vampire garments. He even bought a coffin, but he did not like to get inside. For one thing, it was not shaped like a person, this coffin, and it had no face on it, and no writings to guide the soul of the dead, not proper. Rather like a box for jewelry, as he saw it. But still, being a vampire, well, he thought he should have it, and it was fun. Mortals who came to the flat loved it. He served them blood-red wine in crystal glasses. He recited the rhyme of the ancient mariner for them, or sang songs in strange tongues which they loved. Sometimes he read his poems. What good-hearted mortals! And the coffin gave them something to sit on in a flap that contained nothing else. But gradually the songs of the American rock singer, the vampire Lestat, had begun to disturb him. They weren't fun anymore. Neither were the silly old films. But the vampire Lestat really bothered him. What blood drinker would dream of acts of purity and courage, such a tragic tone to the songs? Blood drinker. Sometimes when he awoke, alone on the floor of the hot, airless flat, with the last light of day fading through the curtained windows, he felt a heavy dream lift from him, in which creatures sighed and groaned in pain. Had he been following through a ghastly nightscape the path of two beautiful red-haired women who suffered unspeakable injustice, twin beauties to whom he reached out again and again? After they cut out her tongue, the red-haired woman in the dream snatched the tongue back from the soldiers and ate it. Her courage had astonished them. Ah, do not look at such things. His face hurt, as if he had been crying also, or miserably anxious. He let himself relax slowly, behold the lamp, the yellow flowers. Nothing. Just Athens, with its miles and miles of undistinguished stucco buildings, and the great broken temple of Athena on the hill, looming over all despite the smoke-filled air. Evening time. The divine rush as thousands in their drab workaday clothes poured down the escalators to the underground trains. Syntagma Square scattered with the lazy drinkers of Retsina or Ouzo, suffering beneath the early evening heat, and the little kiosks selling magazines and papers from all lands. He didn't listen to any more of the vampire Lestat's music. He left the American dance halls where they played it. He moved away from the students who carried small tape players clipped to their belts. Then one night, in the heart of the Plaka, with its glaring lights and noisy taverns, he saw other blood drinkers hurrying through the crowds. His heart stopped. Loneliness and fear overcame him. He could not move or speak. Then he tracked them through the steep streets, in and out of one dancing place after another, where the electronic music blared. He studied them carefully as they rushed on through the crush of tourists, not aware that he was there. Two males and a female, in scant black silk garments, the woman's feet strapped painfully into high-heeled shoes. Silver sunglasses covered their eyes. They whispered together and gave out sudden, piercing bursts of laughter. Decked with jewels and scent, they flaunted their shining preternatural skin and hair. But never mind these superficial matters. They were very different from him. They were nothing as hard and white to begin with. In fact, they were made up of so much soft human tissue that they were animated corpses still, beguilingly pink and weak, and how they needed the blood of their victims. Why, they were suffering agonies of thirst right now, and surely this was their fate nightly, because the blood had to work endlessly in all the soft human tissue. It worked not merely to animate the tissue, but to convert it slowly into something else. As for him, he was all made up of that something else. He had no soft human tissue left. Though he lusted for blood, it was not needed for this conversion. Rather, he realized suddenly that the blood merely refreshed him, increased his telepathic powers, his ability to fly, or to travel out of his body, or his prodigious strength. Ah, he understood it. For the nameless power that worked in all of them, he was now a nearly perfected host. Yes, that was it, exactly. And they were younger, that's all. They had merely begun their journey towards true vampiric immortality. Didn't he remember? Well, not actually, but he knew it. That they were fledglings, no more than 100 or 200 years along the way. That was the dangerous time when you first went mad from it, or the others got you, shut you up, burned you, that sort of thing. Many did not survive those years. And how long ago it had been for him, of the first brood. Why, the amount of time was almost inconceivable. He stopped beside the painted wall of a garden, reaching up to rest his hand on a gnarled branch, letting the cool, fleecy green leaves touch his face. He felt himself washed in sadness suddenly, sadness more terrible than fear. He heard someone crying, not here, but in his head. Who was it? Stop! Well, he would not hurt them, these tender children. No, he wanted only to know them, to embrace them. After all, we are of the same family, blood drinkers, you and I. But as he drew nearer, as he sent out his silent yet exuberant greeting, they turned and looked at him with undisguised terror. They fled. Through a dark tangle of hillside lanes they descended, away from the lights of the placa, and nothing he could say or do would make them stop. He stood rigid and silent, feeling a sharp pain he had not known before. Then a curious and terrible thing happened. He went after them until he had them in sight again. He became angry, really angry. "Damn you! Punish you that you hurt me!" And lo and behold, he felt a sudden sensation in his forehead, a cold spasm just behind the bone. Out of him a power seemed to leap as if it were an invisible tongue. Instantly it penetrated the hindmost of the fleeing trio, the female, and her body burst into flame. Stupefied, he watched this. Yet he realized what had happened. He had penetrated her with some sharply directed force. It had kindled the powerful combustible blood that he and she had in common, and at once the fire had shot through the circuit of her veins. Invading the marrow of her bones, it had caused her body to explode. In seconds, she was no more. Ye gods! He had done this! In grief and terror he stood, staring down at her empty clothes, unburnt, yet blackened and stained with grease. Only a little of her hair was left on the stones, and this burnt away to wisps of smoke as he watched. Maybe there was some mistake. But no, he knew he'd done it. He'd felt himself doing it. And she had been so afraid. In shocked silence he made his way home. He knew he'd never used this power before or even been aware of it. Had it come to him only now, after centuries of the blood working, drying out his cell, making them thin and white and strong like the chambers of a wasp's nest? Alone in his flat, with the candles and incense burning to comfort him, he pierced himself again with his knife and watched the blood gush. Thick and hot it was, pooling on the table before him, glittering in the light of the lamp as if it was alive. And it was. In the mirror he studied the darkening radiance which had returned to him after so many weeks of dedicated hunting and drinking. A faint yellow tinge to his cheeks, a trace of pink to his lips. But never mind, he was as the abandoned skin of the snake lying on the rock, dead and light and crisp, save for the constant pumping of this blood, this vile blood. And his brain, his brain, what did it look like now? Translucent as a thing made of crystal, with the blood surging through its tiny compartments? And therein the power lived, did it not, with its invisible tongue? Going out again, he tried this newfound force upon animals, upon the cats, for which he had an unreasonable loathing, evil things, those creatures, and upon rats, which all men disdain. Not the same. He killed these creatures with the invisible tongue flick of energy, but they didn't catch fire. Rather, the brains and hearts suffered some sort of fatal rupture, but the natural blood in them, it was not combustible, and so they did not burn. This fascinated him, in a cold, harrowing fashion. What a subject I am for study, he whispered, eyes shining suddenly with unwelcome tears. Capes, white ties, vampire movies, what was this to him? Who in hell was he? The fool of the gods, roaming the road from moment to moment, through eternity? When he saw a great lurid poster of the vampire Lestat mocking him in a video store window, he turned and with the tongue flick of energy shattered the glass. Ah, lovely, lovely. Give me the forests, the stars. He went to Delphi that night, ascending soundlessly above the darkened land. Down into the moist grass he went, to walk where the oracle had once sat, in this the ruin of the god's house. But he would not leave Athens. He must find the two blood-drinkers and tell them he was sorry, that he would never, never use this power against them. They must talk to him. They must be with him. Yes. The next night upon awakening he listened for them, and an hour later he heard them as they rose from their graves. A house in the Plaka was their lair, with one of those noisy, smoky taverns open to the street. In its cellars they slept by day, he realized, and came up by dark to watch the mortals of the tavern sing and dance. Lamia, the old Greek word for vampire, was the name of this establishment, in which the electric guitars played the primitive Greek music, and the young mortal men danced with one another, hips churning with all the seductiveness of women, as the Retsina flowed. On the walls hung pictures from the vampire movies, Bela Lugosi as Dracula, the pale Gloria Holden as his daughter, and posters of the blonde and blue-eyed vampire Lestat. So they, too, had a sense of humor, he thought gently. But the vampire pair, stunned with grief and fear, sat together, staring at the open door as he peered in. How helpless they looked. They did not move when they saw him, standing on the threshold with his back to the white glare of the street. What did they think when they saw his long cloak? A monster come alive from their own posters to bring them destruction when so little else on earth could? I come in peace. I only wish to speak with you. Nothing shall anger me. I come in love. The pair appeared transfixed. Then suddenly one of them rose from the table, and both gave a spontaneous and horrid cry. Fire blinded him as it blinded the mortals who pushed past him in their sudden stampede to the street. The blood-drinkers were in flames, dying, caught in a hideous dance with twisted arms and legs. The house itself was burning, rafters smoking, glass bottles exploding, orange sparks shooting up to the lowering sky. Had he done this? Was he death to the others, whether he willed such a thing or not? Blood tears flowed down his white face onto his stiff shirt front. He lifted his arm to shield his face with his cloak. It was a gesture of respect for the horror happening before him, the blood-drinkers dying within. No, couldn't have done it, couldn't. He let the mortals push him and shove him out of the way. Sirens hurt his ears. He blinked as he tried to see despite the flashing lights. And then, in a moment of violent understanding, he knew that he had not done it, because he saw the being who had. There, covered in a cloak of grey wool and half hidden in a dark alleyway, stood the One, silently watching him. And as their eyes met, she softly whispered his name. Cayman, my Cayman. His mind went blank, wiped clean. It was as though a white light descended on him, burning out all detail. He felt nothing for one serene moment. He heard no noise of the raging fire, nothing of those who still jostled him as they went past. He merely stared at this thing, this beautiful and delicate being, exquisite as ever she had been. An unsupportable horror overcame him. He remembered everything, everything he had ever seen or been or known. The centuries opened before him, the millennia stretched out, going back and back to the very beginning. First brood. He knew it all. He was shuddering, crying. He heard himself say with all the rancor of an accusation, "You!" Suddenly, in a great, withering flash, he felt the full force of her undisguised power. The heat struck him in the chest, and he felt himself staggering backwards. "Ye gods, you will kill me too!" But she could not hear his thoughts. He was knocked against the whitewashed wall. A fierce pain collected in his head. Yet he continued to see, to feel, to think, and his heart beat steadily as before. He was not burning. And then, with sudden calculation, he gathered his strength and fought this unseen energy with a violent thrust of his own. "Ah, it is malice again, my sovereign!" he cried out in the ancient language. How human the sound of his voice! But it was finished. The alleyway was empty. She was gone. Or more truly, she had taken flight, rising straight upwards, just as he himself had often done, and so fast that the eye could not see. Yes, he felt her receding presence. He looked up and without effort found her, a tiny pen-stroke moving towards the west, above the bits and pieces of pale cloud. Raw sounds shocked him, sirens, voices, the crackle of the burning house as its last timbers collapsed. The little narrow street was jam-crowded. The bawling music of the other taverns had not stopped. He drew back, away from the place, weeping with one backward glance for the domain of the dead blood-drinkers. Ah, how many thousands of years he could not count. And yet it was still the same war. For hours he wandered the dark back streets. Athens grew quiet. People slept behind wooden walls. The pavement shone in the mist that came as thick as rain. Like a giant snail shell was his history, curling and immense above him, pressing him down to the earth. with its impossible weight. Up a hill he moved finally, and into the cool, luxurious tavern of a great modern steel and glass hotel. Black and white, this place, just as he was, with its checkered dance floor, black tables, black leather banquettes. Unnoticed, he sank down on a bench in the flickering dimness, and he let his tears flow. Like a fool, he cried, with his forehead pressed to his arm. Madness did not come to him. Neither did forgetfulness. He was wandering the centuries, revisiting the places he had known with tender, thoughtless intimacy. He cried for all those he had known and loved. But what hurt him above all things was the great suffocating sense of the beginning, the true beginning. Even before that long-ago day when he had lain down in his house by the Nile in the noon stillness, knowing he must go to the palace that night. The true beginning had been a year before, when the king had said to him, "But for my beloved queen, I would take my pleasure of these two women. I would show that they are not witches to be feared. You will do this in my stead." It was as real as this moment. The uneasy court gathered there, watching, black-eyed men and women in their fine linen skirts and elaborate black wigs, some hovering behind the carved pillars, others proudly close to the throne. And the red-haired twins standing before him, his beautiful prisoners, whom he had come to love in their captivity. "I cannot do this." But he had done it. As the court waited, as the king and queen waited, he had put on the king's necklace with its gold medallion to act for the king. And he had gone down the steps from the dais as the twins stared at him, and he had defiled them, one after the other. Surely this pain couldn't last. Into the womb of the earth he would have crawled if he had had the strength for it. Blessed ignorance! How he wanted it. Go to Delphi, wander in the high, sweet-smelling green grass, pick the tiny wild flowers. Ah, would they open for him as for the light of the sun if he held them beneath the lamp? But then he did not want to forget at all. Something had changed. Something had made this moment like no other. She had risen from her long slumber. He had seen her in an Athens street with his own eyes. Past and present had become one. As his tears dried, he sat back, listening, thinking. Dancers writhed on the lighted checkerboard before him. Women smiled at him. Was he a beautiful porcelain Pierrot to them, with his white face and red-stained cheeks? He raised his eyes to the video screen, pulsing and glittering above the room. His thoughts grew strong, like his physical powers. This was now, the month of October, in the late 20th century after the birth of Christ, and only a handful of nights ago he had seen the twins in his dreams. No, there was no retreat. For him the true agony was just beginning, but that did not matter. He was more alive than he had ever been. He wiped his face slowly with a small linen handkerchief. He washed his fingers in the glass of wine before him, as if to consecrate them. And he looked up again to the high video screen where the vampire Lestat sang his tragic song. Blue-eyed demon, yellow hair flung wild about him with the powerful arms and chest of a young man. Jagged, yet graceful his movements, lips seductive, voice full of carefully modulated pain. And all this time you have been telling me, haven't you? Calling me, calling her name. The video image seemed to stare at him, respond to him, sing to him, when of course it could not see him at all. Those who must be kept, my king and my queen. Yet he listened with his full attention to each syllable, carefully articulated above the din of horns and throbbing drums. And only when the sound and the image faded did he rise and leave the tavern to walk blindly through the cool marble corridors of the hotel and into the darkness outside. Voices called out to him, voices of blood-drinkers the world over, signaling, voices that had always been there. They spoke of calamity, of converging to prevent some horrid disaster. The mother walks. They spoke of the dreams of the twins, which they did not understand. And he had been deaf and blind to all this. "How much you do not understand, Lestat," he whispered. He climbed to a dim promontory finally and gazed at the high city of temples far beyond, broken white marble gleaming beneath the feeble stars. "Damn you, my sovereign," he whispered. "Damn you into hell for what you did to all of us. And to think that in this world of steel and gasoline, of roaring electronic symphonies and silent, gleaming computer circuitry, we wander still." But another curse came back to him, far stronger than his own. It had come a year after the awful moment when he had raped the two women. A curse screamed within the courtyard of the palace, under a night sky as distant and uncaring as this. "Let the spirits witness, for theirs is the knowledge of the future, both what it would be and what I will. You are the queen of the damned. That's what you are. Evil is your only destiny. But at your greatest hour, it is I who will defeat you. Look well on my face. It is I who will bring you down." How many times during the early centuries had he remembered those words? In how many places across desert and mountains and through fertile river valleys had he searched for the two red-haired sisters? Among the Bedouins who had once sheltered them, among the hunters who wore skins still, and the people of Jericho, the oldest city in the world, they were already legend. And then blessed madness had descended. He had lost all knowledge, rancor, and pain. He was Cayman, filled with love for all he saw around him, a being who understood the word joy. Could it be that the hour had come, that the twins had somehow endured just as he had, and for this great purpose his memory had been restored? Ah, what a lustrous and overwhelming thought! That the first brood would come together, that the first brood would finally know victory. But with a bitter smile he thought of the vampire Lestat's human hunger for heroism. "Yes, my brother, forgive me for my scorn. I wanted too the goodness, the glory. But there is likely no destiny and no redemption, only what I see before me as I stand above this soiled and ancient landscape, just birth and death, and horrors await us all." He took one last look at the sleeping city, the ugly and careworn modern place where he had been so content, wandering over countless old graves. And then he went upwards, rising within seconds above the clouds. Now would come the greatest test of this magnificent gift, and how he loved the sudden sense of purpose, illusory though it might be. He moved west, towards the vampire Lestat, and towards the voices that begged for understanding of the dreams of the twins. He moved west, as she had moved before him. His cloak flared like sleek wings, and the delicious cold air bruised him and made him laugh suddenly. as if for one moment he were the happy simpleton again. Chapter 6. The story of Jesse, the great family, and the Talamasca. 1. The dead don't share. Though they reach towards us from the grave, I swear they do not hand their hearts to you. They hand their heads, the part that stares. Stan Rice, from Their Share, Body of Work, 1983. 2. Cover her face. Mine eyes dazzle. She died young. John Webster. 3. The Talamasca. Investigators of the paranormal, we watch, and we are always here. London, Amsterdam, Rome. Jessie was moaning in her sleep. She was a delicate woman of 35 with long, curly red hair. She lay deep in a shapeless feather mattress, cradled in a wooden bed which hung from the ceiling on 4 rusted chains. Somewhere in the big rambling house a clock chimed. She must wake up. 2 hours until the Vampire Lestat's concert. But she could not leave the twins now. This was new to her, this part unfolding so rapidly, and the dream was maddeningly dim, as all the dreams of the twins had been. Yet she knew the twins were in the desert kingdom again. The mob surrounding the twins was dangerous, and the twins, how different they looked, how pale. Maybe it was an illusion, this phosphorescent luster, but they appeared to glow in the semi-darkness, and their movements were languid, almost as if they were caught in the rhythm of a dance. Torches were thrust at them as they embraced one another. But look, something was wrong, very wrong. One of them was now blind. Her eyelids were shut tight, the tender flesh wrinkled and sunken. Yes, they have plucked out her eyes. And the other one, why does she make those terrible sounds? Be still, don't fight any more, said the blind one in the ancient language which was always understandable in the dreams, and out of the other one came a horrid, guttural moaning. She couldn't speak. They'd cut out her tongue. I don't want to see any more. I want to wake up. But the soldiers were pushing their way through the crowd. Something dreadful was to happen, and the twins became suddenly very still. The soldiers took hold of them, dragged them apart. Don't separate them. Don't you know what this means to them? Get the torches away. Don't set them on fire. Don't burn their red hair. The blind twin reached out for her sister, screaming her name, Makare! And Makare, the mute one, who could not answer, roared like a wounded beast. The crowd was parting, making way for 2 immense stone coffins, each carried on a great heavy bier. Crude, these sarcophagi, yet the lids had the roughened shape of human faces, limbs. What have the twins done to be put in these coffins? I can't stand it, the biers being set down, the twins dragged towards the coffins, the crude stone lids being lifted. Don't do it. The blind one is fighting as if she can see it, yet they are overpowering her, lifting her and putting her inside the stone box. In mute terror, Makare is watching, though she herself is being dragged to the other bier. Don't lower the lid, or I will scream for Makare, for both of them. Jessie sat up, her eyes open. She had screamed. Alone in this house with no one to hear her, she'd screamed, and she could feel the echoes still. Then nothing but the quiet settling around her, and the faint creaking of the bed as it moved on its chains. The song of the birds outside in the forest, the deep forest, and her own curious awareness that the clock had struck 6. The dream was fading rapidly. Desperately she tried to hold on to it, to see the details that always slipped away, the clothing of these strange people, the weapons the soldiers carried, the faces of the twins. But it was already gone. Only the spell remained, and an acute awareness of what had happened, and the certainty that the Vampire Lestat was linked to these dreams. Sleepily she checked her watch. No time left. She wanted to be in the auditorium when the vampire Lestat entered. She wanted to be at the very foot of the stage. Yet she hesitated, staring at the white roses on the bedside table. Beyond, through the open window, she saw the southern sky full of a faint orange light. She picked up the note that lay beside the flowers, and she read it through once more. "My darling, I have only just received your letter, as I am far from home, and it took some time for this to reach me. I understand the fascination which this creature Lestat holds for you. They are playing his music even in Rio. I have already read the books which you have enclosed, and I know of your investigation of this creature for the Talamasca. As for your dreams of the twins, this we must talk about together. It is of the utmost importance, for there are others who have had such dreams. But I beg you, no, I order you not to go to this concert. You must remain at the Sonoma compound until I get there. I am leaving Brazil as soon as I can. Wait for me. I love you. Your Aunt, Maharet." "Maharet, I'm sorry," she whispered. But it was unthinkable that she not go, and if anyone in the world would understand, it was Maharet. The Talamasca, for whom she'd worked for 12 long years, would never forgive her for disobeying their orders. But Maharet knew the reason. Maharet was the reason. Maharet would forgive. Dizzy, the nightmare still wouldn't let go. The random objects of the room were disappearing in the shadows, yet the twilight burned so clear suddenly that even the forested hills were giving back the light. And the roses were phosphorescent, like the white flesh of the twins in the dream. White roses. She tried to remember something she'd heard about white roses. You send white roses for a funeral. But no, Maharet could not have meant that. Jessie reached out, took one of the blossoms in both hands, and the petals came loose instantly. Such sweetness. She pressed them to her lips, and a faint yet shining image came back to her from that long-ago summer of Maharet in this house in a candle-lighted room, lying on a bed of rose petals, so many white and yellow and pink rose petals, which she had gathered up and pressed to her face and her throat. Had Jessie really seen such a thing? So many rose petals caught in Maharet's long red hair, hair like Jessie's hair like the hair of the twins in the dream, thick and wavy and streaked with gold. It was one of 100 fragments of memory which she could never afterwards fit into a whole, but it no longer mattered what she could or could not remember of that dreamy, lost summer. The vampire Lestat waited. There would be a finish, if not an answer, not unlike the promise of death itself. She got up. She put on the worn hacking jacket that was her second skin these days, along with the boy's shirt open at the neck and the jeans she wore. She slipped on her worn leather boots, ran the brush through her hair. Now to take leave of the empty house she'd invaded this morning. It hurt her to leave it. But it had hurt her more to come at all. At the first light she'd arrived at the edge of the clearing, quietly stunned to discover it unchanged after 15 years, a rambling structure built into the foot of the mountain, its roofs and pillared porches veiled in blue morning-glory vines. High above, half hidden in the grassy slopes, a few tiny secret windows caught the first flash of morning light. Like a spy, she'd felt, as she came up the front steps with the old key in her hand. No one had been here in months, it seemed, dust and leaves wherever she looked. Yet there were the roses waiting in their crystal vase, and the letter for her pinned to the door with a new key in the envelope. For hours she'd wandered, revisited, explored. Never mind that she was tired, that she'd driven all night. She had to walk the long shaded galleries, to move through the spacious and overwhelming rooms. Never had the place seemed so much like a crude palace, with its enormous timbers shouldering the rough-sawn plank ceilings, the rusted smokestack chimneys rising from the round stone hearths. Even the furnishings were massive, the millstone tables, chairs and couches of unfinished lumber piled with soft down pillows, bookshelves and niches carved into the unpainted adobe walls. It had the crude medieval grandeur, this place. The bits and pieces of Mayan art, the Etruscan cups and Hittite statues, seemed to belong here, amid the deep casements and stone floors. It was like a fortress. It felt safe. Only Maharet's creations were full of brilliant color, as if they'd drawn it from the trees and sky outside. Memory hadn't exaggerated their beauty in the least. Soft and thick, the deep hooked wool rugs carrying the free pattern of woodland flower and grass everywhere, as if the rug were the earth itself. And the countless quilted pillows with their curious stick figures and odd symbols, and finally the giant hanging quilts, modern tapestries that covered the walls with childlike pictures of fields, streams, mountains, and forests, skies full of sun and moon together, of glorious clouds and even falling rain. They had the vibrant power of primitive painting, with their myriad tiny bits of fabric sewn so carefully to create the detail of cascading water or falling leaf. It had killed Jessie to see all this again. By noon, hungry and light-headed from the long, sleepless night, she'd gotten the courage to lift the latch from the rear door that led into the secret, windowless rooms within the mountain itself. Breathless, she had followed the stone passage. Her heart pounded as she found the library unlocked and switched on the lamps. 15 years ago. Simply the happiest summer of her life. All her wonderful adventures afterwards, ghost hunting for the Talamasca, had been nothing to that magical and unforgettable time. She and Maharet in this library together, with a fire blazing, and the countless volumes of the family history amazing her and delighting her, the lineage of the great family, as Maharet always called it, the thread we cling to in the labyrinth which is life. How lovingly she had taken down the books for Jessie, unlocked for her the caskets that contained the old parchment scrolls. Jessie had not fully accepted it that summer, the implications of all she'd seen. There had been a slow confusion, a delicious suspension of ordinary reality, as if the papyruses covered with a writing she could not classify belonged more truly to dream. After all, Jessie had already become a trained archaeologist by that time. She'd done her time on digs in Egypt and at Jericho, yet she could not decipher those strange glyphs. In the name of God, how old were these things? For years after, she'd tried to remember other documents she'd seen. Surely she had come into the library one morning and discovered a back room with an open door. Into a long corridor she'd gone past other unlighted rooms. She'd found a light switch finally, and seen a great storage place full of clay tablets covered with tiny pictures. Without doubt she'd held these things in her hands. Something else had happened, something she had never really wanted to recall. Was there another hallway? She knew for certain that there had been a curving iron stairway, which took her down into lower rooms with plain earthen walls. Tiny bulbs were fixed in old porcelain light sockets. She had pulled chains to turn them on. Surely she had done that. Surely she had opened a heavy redwood door. For years after, it had come back to her in little flashes. A vast, low-ceilinged room with oak chairs, a table, and benches that looked as if they were made from stone. And what else? Something that at first seemed utterly familiar, and then... Later that night she'd remembered nothing but the stairway. Suddenly it was 10 o'clock, and she'd just awakened, and Maharet was standing at the foot of her bed. Maharet had come to her and kissed her. Such a lovely, warm kiss. It had sent a low, throbbing sensation through her. Maharet said they'd found her down by the creek, asleep in the clearing, and at sunset they'd brought her in. Down by the creek? For months after, she'd actually remembered falling asleep there. In fact, it was a rather rich recollection of the peace and stillness of the forest, of the waters singing over the rocks. But it had never happened. Of that she was now sure. But on this day, some 15 years later, she had found no evidence one way or the other of these half-remembered things. Rooms were bolted against her. Even the neat volumes of the family history were in locked glass cases which she dared not disturb. Yet never had she believed so firmly in what she could recall. Yes, clay tablets covered with nothing but tiny stick figures for persons, trees, animals. She'd seen them, taken them off the shelves, and held them under the feeble overhead light. And the stairway, and the room that frightened her, no, terrified her. Yes, all there. Nevertheless, it had been paradise here. In those warm summer days and nights when she had sat by the hour talking to Maharet, when she had danced with Mael and Maharet by the light of the moon. Forget for now the pain afterwards, trying to understand why Maharet had sent her back home to New York, never to come here again. My darling, the fact is I love you too much. My life will engulf yours if we are not separated. You must have freedom, Jessie, to devise your own plans, ambitions, dreams. It was not to relive the old pain that she had returned. It was to know again, for a little while, the joy that had gone before. Fighting weariness this afternoon, she'd wandered out of the house finally, and down the long lane through the oaks. So easy to find the old paths through the dense redwoods, and the clearing ringed in fern and clover on the steep rocky banks of the shallow rushing creek. Here Maharet had once guided her through total darkness, down into the water and along a path of stones. Mael had joined them. Maharet had poured the wine for Jessie, and they had sung together a song Jessie could never recall afterwards, though now and then she would find herself humming this eerie melody with inexplicable accuracy, then stop, aware of it, unable to find the proper note again. She might have fallen asleep near the creek, in the deep mingled sounds of the forest, so like the false recollection of years ago, so dazzling the bright green of the maples catching the rare shafts of light, and the redwoods, how monstrous they seemed in the unbroken quiet, mammoth, indifferent, soaring hundreds of feet before their somber, lacy foliage closed on the frayed margin of sky. And she'd known what the concert tonight, with Lestat's screaming fans, would demand of her. But she'd been afraid that the dream of the twins would start again. Finally, she'd gone back to the house and taken the roses and the letter with her. Her old room. 3 o'clock. Who wound the clocks of this place that they knew the hour? The dream of the twins was stalking her, and she was simply too tired to fight anymore. The place felt so good to her. No ghosts here of the kind she'd encountered so many times in her work. Only the peace. She'd lain down on the old hanging bed, on the quilt that she herself had made so carefully with Maharet that summer. And sleep and the twins had come together. Now she had 2 hours to get to San Francisco, and she must leave this house, maybe in tears again. She checked her pockets, passport, papers, money, keys. She picked up her leather bag, slung it over her shoulder, and hurried through the long passage to the stairs. Dusk was coming fast, and when darkness did cover the forest, nothing would be visible at all. There was still a bit of sunlight in the main hall when she reached it. Through the western windows, a few long, dusty rays illuminated the giant tapestry quilt on the wall. Jessie caught her breath as she looked at it. Always her favorite for its intricacy, its size. At first it seemed a great mass of random, tiny prints and patches. Then gradually the wooded landscape emerged from the myriad pieces of cloth. One minute you saw it, the next it was gone. That's how it had happened over and over again that summer, when, drunk with wine, she had walked back and forth before it, losing the picture, then recovering it. The mountain, the forest, a tiny village nestled in the green valley below. "I'm sorry, Maharet," she whispered again softly. She had to go. Her journey was nearly ended. But as she looked away, something in the quilted picture caught her eye. She turned back, studied it again. Were there figures there, which she had never seen? Once more it was a swarm of stitched-together fragments. Then slowly the flank of the mountain emerged, then the olive trees, and finally the rooftops of the village, no more than yellow huts scattered on the smooth valley floor. The figures? She could not find them. That is until she again turned her head away. In the corner of her eye they were visible for a split second, two tiny figures holding each other, women with red hair. Slowly, almost cautiously, she turned back to the picture. Her heart was skipping. Yes, there. But was it an illusion? She crossed the room until she stood directly before the quilt. She reached up and touched it. Yes. Each little rag-doll being had a tiny pair of green buttons for its eyes, a carefully sewn nose and red mouth. And the hair was red yarn, crimped into jagged waves and delicately sewn over the white shoulders. She stared at it, half disbelieving, yet there they were, the twins. And as she stood there, petrified, the room began to darken. The last light had slipped below the horizon. The quilt was fading before her eyes into an unreadable pattern. In a daze she heard the clock strike the quarter hour. Call the Talamasca, call David in London, tell him part of it, anything. But that was out of the question, and she knew it. And it broke her heart to realize that no matter what did happen to her tonight, the Talamasca would never know the whole story. She forced herself to leave, to lock the door behind her and walk across the deep porch and down the long path. She didn't fully understand her feelings, why she was so shaken and on the verge of tears. It confirmed her suspicions, all she thought she knew, and yet she was frightened. She was actually crying. Wait for Maharet. But that she could not do. Maharet would charm her, confuse her, drive her away from the mystery in the name of love. That's what had happened in that long-ago summer. The vampire Lestat withheld nothing. The vampire Lestat was the crucial piece in the puzzle. To see him and touch him was to validate everything. The red Mercedes Roadster started instantly, and with a spray of gravel she backed up, turned, and made for the narrow, unpaved road. The convertible top was down. She'd be frozen by the time she reached San Francisco, but it didn't matter. She loved the cold air on her face. She loved to drive fast. The road plunged at once into the darkness of the woods. Not even the rising moon could penetrate here. She pushed to 40, swinging easily into the sudden turns. Her sadness grew heavier suddenly, but there were no more tears. The vampire Lestat, almost there. When at last she hit the county road, she was speeding, singing to herself in syllables she could hardly hear above the wind. Full darkness came just as she roared through the pretty little city of Santa Rosa and connected with the broad, swift current of Highway 101 south. The coastal fog was drifting in. It made ghosts of the dark hills to the east and west. Yet the bright flow of tail lamps illuminated the road ahead of her. Her excitement was mounting. 1 hour to the Golden Gate. The sadness was leaving her. All her life she'd been confident, lucky, and sometimes impatient with the more cautious people she'd known. And despite her sense of fatality on this night, her keen awareness of the dangers she was approaching, she felt her usual luck might be with her. She wasn't really afraid. She'd been born lucky, as she saw it, found by the side of the road minutes after the car crash that had killed her 7 months pregnant teenaged mother, a baby spontaneously aborted from the dying womb, and screaming loudly to clear her own tiny lungs when the ambulance arrived. She had no name for 2 weeks as she languished in the county hospital, condemned for hours to the sterility and coldness of machines. But the nurses had adored her, nicknaming her the Sparrow, and cuddling her and singing to her whenever allowed. Years later they were to write to her, sending along the snapshots they'd taken, telling her little stories, which had greatly amplified her early sense of having been loved. It was Maharet who at last came for her, identifying her as the sole survivor of the Reeves family of South Carolina and taking her to New York to live with cousins of a different name and background. There she was to grow up in a lavish old 2-story apartment on Lexington Avenue with Mariah and Matthew Godwin, who gave her not only love but everything she could want. An English nanny had slept in her room till Jessie was 12 years old. She could not remember when she'd learned that her Aunt Maharet had provided for her, that she could go on to any college and any career she might choose. Matthew Godwin was a doctor. Mariah was a sometime dancer and teacher. They were frank about their attachment to Jessie, their dependence upon her. She was the daughter they had always wanted, and these had been rich and happy years. The letters from Maharet started before she was old enough to read. They were wonderful, often full of colorful postcards and odd pieces of currency from the countries where Maharet lived. Jessie had a drawer full of rupees and lira by the time she was 17. But more important, she had a friend in Maharet, who answered every line she ever wrote with feeling and care. It was Maharet who inspired her in her reading, encouraged her music lessons and painting classes, arranged her summer tours of Europe, and finally her admission to Columbia, where Jessie studied ancient languages and art. It was Maharet who arranged her Christmas visits with European cousins, the Scartinos of Italy, a powerful banking family who lived in a villa outside Siena, and the humbler Borchards of Paris, who welcomed her to their overcrowded but cheerful home. The summer that Jessie turned 17, she went to Vienna to meet the Russian émigré branch of the family, young, fervent intellectuals and musicians whom she greatly loved. Then it was off to England to meet the Reeves family, directly connected to the Reeveses of South Carolina, who had left England centuries ago. When she was 18, she'd gone to visit the Petrolona cousins in their villa on Santorini, rich and exotic-looking Greeks. They had lived in near-feudal splendor, surrounded by peasant servants, and had taken Jessie with them on a spur-of-the-moment voyage aboard their yacht to Istanbul, Alexandria, and Crete. Jessie had almost fallen in love with young Constantine Petrolona. Maharet had let her know the marriage would have everyone's blessings, but she must make her own decision. Jessie had kissed her lover goodbye and flown back to America, the university, and preparation for her first archaeological dig in Iraq. But even through the college years, she remained as close to the family as ever. Everyone was good to her. But then everyone was good to everyone else. Everyone believed in the family. Visits among the various branches were common. Frequent intermarriage had made endless entanglements. Every family house contained rooms in constant readiness for relatives who might drop in. Family trees seemed to go back forever. People passed on funny stories about famous relatives who had been dead for 300 or 400 years. Jessie had felt a great communion with these people, no matter how different they seemed. In Rome, she was charmed by the cousins who drove their sleek Ferraris at breakneck speed, stereos blaring, and went home at night to a charming old palazzo where the plumbing didn't work and the roof leaked. The Jewish cousins in Southern California were a dazzling bunch of musicians, designers, and producers who had one way or the other been connected with the motion pictures and the big studios for 50 years. Their old house off Hollywood Boulevard was home to a score of unemployed actors. Jessie could live in the attic if she wanted to. Dinner was served at 6 to anybody and everybody who walked in. But who was this woman Maharet, who had always been Jessie's distant but ever-attentive mentor, who guided her studies with frequent and thoughtful letters, who gave her the personal direction to which she so productively responded and which she secretly craved? To all the cousins whom Jessie was ever to visit, Maharet was a palpable presence, though her visits were so infrequent as to be remarkable. She was the keeper of the records of the great family, that is, all the branches under many names throughout the world. It was she who frequently brought members together, even arranging marriages to unite different branches, and the one who could invariably provide help in times of trouble, help that could sometimes mean the difference between life and death. Before Maharet, there had been her mother, now called Old Maharet, and before that Great-Aunt Maharet, and so forth and so on, as long as anybody could remember. There will always be a Maharet, was an old family saying, rattled off in Italian as easily as in German or Russian or Yiddish or Greek. That is, a single female descendant in each generation would take the name and the record-keeping obligations, or so it seemed anyhow, for no one save Maharet herself really knew those details. "When will I meet you?" Jessie had written many times over the years. She had collected the stamps off the envelopes from Delhi and Rio and Mexico City, from Bangkok and Tokyo and Lima and Saigon and Moscow. All the family were devoted to this woman and fascinated by her. But with Jessie there was another secret and powerful connection. From her earliest years, Jessie had had unusual experiences, unlike those of the people around her. For example, Jessie could read people's thoughts in a vague, wordless way. She knew when people disliked her or were lying to her. She had a gift for languages because she frequently understood the gist, even when she did not know the vocabulary. And she saw ghosts, people and buildings that could not possibly be there. When she was very little, she often saw the dim gray outline of an elegant townhouse across from her window in Manhattan. She'd known it wasn't real, and it made her laugh at first, the way it came and went, sometimes transparent, other times as solid as the street itself, with lights behind its lace-curtained windows. Years passed before she learned that the phantom house had once been the property of architect Stanford White. It had been torn down decades ago. The human images she saw were not at first so well formed. On the contrary, there were brief flickering apparitions that often compounded the inexplicable discomfort she felt in particular places. But as she got older, these ghosts became more visible, more enduring. Once, on a dark, rainy afternoon, the translucent figure of an old woman had ambled towards her and finally passed right through her. Hysterical, Jessie had run into a nearby shop where clerks had called Matthew and Maria. Over and over, Jessie tried to describe the woman's troubled face, her bleary-eyed stare, which seemed utterly blind to the real world about her. Friends often didn't believe Jessie when she described these things, yet they were fascinated and begged her to repeat the stories. It left Jessie with an ugly, vulnerable feeling. So she tried not to tell people about the ghosts, though by the time she was in her early teens she was seeing these lost souls more and more often. Even walking in the dense crowds of Fifth Avenue at midday she glimpsed these pale, searching creatures. Then one morning in Central Park, when Jessie was 16, she saw the obvious apparition of a young man sitting on a bench not far from her. The park was crowded, noisy, yet the figure seemed detached, a part of nothing around it. The sounds around Jessie began to go dim, as if the thing were absorbing them. She prayed for it to go away. Instead, it turned and fixed its eyes on her. It tried to speak to her. Jessie ran all the way home. She was in a panic. These things knew her now, she told Matthew and Maria. She was afraid to leave the apartment. Finally, Matthew gave her a sedative and told her she would be able to sleep. He left the door of her room open so she wouldn't be frightened. As Jessie lay there, halfway between dream and waking, a young girl came in. Jessie realized she knew this young girl, of course. She was one of the family. She'd always been here, right by Jessie. They'd talked lots of times, hadn't they? And no surprise at all that she was so sweet, so loving, and so familiar. She was just a teenager, no older than Jessie. She sat on Jessie's bed and told Jessie not to worry, that these spirits could never hurt her. No ghost had ever hurt anybody. They didn't have the power. They were poor, pitiful, weak things. "You write to Aunt Maharet," the girl said, and then she kissed Jessie and brushed the hair back out of Jessie's face. The sedative was really working then. Jessie couldn't even keep her eyes open. There was a question she wanted to ask about the car wreck when she was born, but she couldn't think of it. "Goodbye, sweetheart," said the girl, and Jessie was asleep before the girl had left the room. When she woke up, it was 2 o'clock in the morning. The flat was dark. She began her letter to Maharet immediately, recounting every strange incident that she could remember. It wasn't until dinner time that she thought of the young girl with a start. Impossible that such a person had been living here and was familiar and had always been around. How could she have accepted such a thing? Even in her letter she had said, of course Miriam was here, and Miriam said... And who was Miriam? A name on Jessie's birth certificate. Her mother. Jessie told no one what had happened, yet a comforting warmth enveloped her. She could feel Miriam here. She was sure of it. Maharet's letter came 5 days later. Maharet believed her. These spirit apparitions were nothing surprising at all. Such things most certainly did exist, and Jessie was not the only person who saw them. Our family, over the generations, has contained many a seer of spirits, and as you know, these were the sorcerers and witches of ages past. Frequently this power appears in those who are blessed with your physical attributes, your green eyes, pale skin, and red hair. It would seem the genes travel together. Maybe science one day will explain this to us, but for now be assured that your powers are entirely natural. This does not mean, however, that they are constructive. Though spirits are real, they make almost no difference in the scheme of things. They can be childish, vindictive, and deceitful. By and large, you cannot help the entities who try to communicate with you, and sometimes you are merely gazing at a lifeless ghost. That is a visual echo of a personality no longer present. Don't fear them, but do not let them waste your time, for that they love to do once they know that you can see them. As for Miriam, you must tell me if you see her again. But as you have done as she asked in writing to me, I do not think she will find it necessary to return. In all probability she is quite above the sad antics of those whom you see most often. Write to me about these things whenever they frighten you, but try not to tell others. Those who do not see will never believe you. This letter proved invaluable to Jessie. For years she carried it with her in her purse or pocket wherever she went. Not only had Maharet believed her, but Maharet had given her a way to understand and survive this troublesome power. Everything that Maharet said had made sense. After that, Jessie was occasionally frightened again by spirits, and she did share these secrets with her closest friends. But by and large she did as Maharet had instructed her, and the powers ceased to bother her. They seemed to go dormant. She forgot them for long periods. Maharet's letters came with ever greater frequency. Maharet was her confidant, her best friend. As Jessie entered college, she had to admit that Maharet was more real to her through the letters than anyone else she had ever known. But she had long come to accept that they might never see each other. Then, one evening, during Jessie's 3rd year at Columbia, she had opened the door of her apartment to discover the lights burning and a fire going under the mantel, and a tall, thin, red-haired woman standing at the andirons with the poker. Such beauty! That had been Jessie's first overwhelming impression. Skillfully powdered and painted, the face had an oriental artifice, save for the remarkable intensity of the green eyes and the thick, curly red hair pouring down over the shoulders. "My darling," the woman said, "it's Maharet." Jessie had rushed into her arms, but Maharet had caught her, gently holding her apart as if to look at her. Then she'd covered Jessie with kisses, as if she dared not touch her in any other way, her gloved hands barely holding Jessie's arms. It had been a lovely and delicate moment. Jessie had stroked Maharet's soft, thick red hair, so like her own. "You are my child," Maharet had whispered. "You are everything I had hoped you would be. Do you know how happy I am?" Like ice and fire, Maharet had seemed that night, immensely strong yet irrepressibly warm. A thin yet statuesque creature, with a tiny waist and flowing skirts, she had the high-toned mystery of fashion mannequins, the eerie glamour of women who have made of themselves sculpture, her long brown wool cape moving with sweeping grace as they left the flat together, yet how easy with one another they had been. It had been a long night on the town. They'd gone to galleries, the theatre, and then to a late-night supper, though Maharet had wanted nothing. She was too excited, she said. She did not even remove her gloves. She wanted only to listen to all that Jessie had to tell her, and Jessie had talked unendingly about everything, Columbia, her work in archaeology, her dreams of fieldwork in Mesopotamia. So different from the intimacy of letters. They had even walked through Central Park in the pitch darkness together, Maharet telling Jessie there was not the slightest reason to be afraid, and it had seemed entirely normal then, hadn't it? And so beautiful, as if they were following the paths of an enchanted forest, fearing nothing, talking in excited yet hushed voices. How divine to feel so safe! Near dawn, Maharet left Jessie at the apartment with promises to bring her to visit in California very soon. Maharet had a house there, in the Sonoma Mountains. But 2 years were to pass before the invitation ever came. Jessie had just finished her bachelor's degree. She was scheduled to work on a dig in Lebanon in July. "You must come for 2 weeks," Maharet had written. The plane ticket was enclosed. Mail, a dear friend, would fetch her from the airport. Though Jessie hadn't admitted it at the time, there had been strange things happening from the start. Mail, for instance, a tall, overpowering man with long, wavy blonde hair and deep-set blue eyes. There had been something almost eerie about the way he moved, the timbre of his voice, the precise way he handled the car as they drove north to Sonoma County. He'd worn the rawhide clothes of a rancher, it seemed, even to the alligator boots, except for a pair of exquisite black kid gloves and a large pair of gold-rimmed, blue-tinted glasses. And yet he'd been so cheerful, so glad to see her, and she'd liked him immediately. She told him the story of her life before they reached Santa Rosa. He had the most lovely laugh. But Jessie had gotten positively dizzy looking at him once or twice. Why? The compound itself was unbelievable. Who could have built such a place? It was at the end of an impossible unpaved road to begin with, and its back rooms had been dug out of the mountain as if by enormous machines. Then there were the roof timbers. Were they primeval redwood? They must have been 12 feet in girth. And the adobe walls, positively ancient. Had there been Europeans in California so long ago that they could have... But what did it matter? The place was magnificent, finally. She loved the round iron hearths and animal skin rugs, and the huge library and the crude observatory with its ancient brass telescope. She had loved the good-hearted servants who came each morning from Santa Rosa to clean, do laundry, prepare the sumptuous meals. It did not even bother her that she was alone so much. She loved walking in the forest. She went into Santa Rosa for novels and newspapers. She studied the tapestried quilts. There were ancient artifacts here she could not classify. She loved examining these things. And the compound had every convenience. Aerials high on the mountain brought television broadcasts from far and wide. There was a cellar movie theater complete with projector, screen, and an immense collection of films. On warm afternoons she swam in the pond to the south of the house. As dusk fell, bringing the inevitable Northern California chill, huge fires blazed in every hearth. Of course, the grandest discovery for her had been the family history, that there were countless leather volumes tracing the lineage of all the branches of the great family for centuries back. She was thrilled to discover photograph albums by the hundreds and trunks full of painted portraits, some no more than tiny oval miniatures, others large canvases now layered with dust. At once she devoured the history of the Reeveses of South Carolina, her own people, rich before the Civil War and ruined after. Their photographs were almost more than she could bear. Here at last were the forebears she truly resembled. She could see her features in their faces. They had her pale skin, even her expression, and two of them had her long, curly red hair. To Jessie, an adopted child, this had a very special significance. It was only towards the end of her stay that Jessie began to realize the implications of the family records as she opened scrolls covered with ancient Latin, Greek, and finally Egyptian hieroglyphs. Never afterwards was she able to pinpoint the discovery of the clay tablets deep within the cellar room, but the memory of her conversations with Maharet were never clouded. They'd talked for hours about the family chronicles. Jessie had begged to work with the family history. She would have given up school for this library. She wanted to translate and adapt the old records and feed them into computers. Why not publish the story of the great family? For surely such a long lineage was highly unusual, if not absolutely unique. Even the crowned heads of Europe could not trace themselves back before the Dark Ages. Maharet had been patient with Jessie's enthusiasm, reminding her that it was time-consuming and unrewarding work. After all, it was only the story of one family's progress through the centuries. Sometimes there were only lists of names in the record, or short descriptions of uneventful lives, tallies of births and deaths, and records of migration. Good memories, those conversations. And the soft, mellow light of the library, the delicious smells of the old leather and parchment, of the candles and the blazing fire. And Maharet, by the hearth, the lovely mannequin, her pale green eyes covered with large, faintly tinted glasses, cautioning Jessie that the work might engulf her, keep her from better things. It was the great family that mattered, not the record of it. It was the vitality in each generation and the knowledge and love of one's kin. The record merely made this possible. Jessie's longing for this work was greater than anything she'd ever known. Surely Maharet would let her stay here. She'd have years in this library, discovering finally the very origins of the family. Only afterwards did she see it as an astounding mystery, and one among many during that summer. Only afterwards had so many little things preyed on her mind. For example, Maharet and Mael simply never appeared until after dark, and the explanation, they slept all day, was no explanation at all. And where did they sleep? That was another question. Their rooms lay empty all day, with the doors open, the closets overflowing with exotic and spectacular clothes. At sunset they would appear, almost as if they'd materialized. Jessie would look up. Maharet would be standing by the hearth, her makeup elaborate and flawless, her clothes dramatic, her jeweled earrings and necklace sparkling in the broken light. Mael, dressed as usual in soft brown buckskin jacket and pants, stood silently against the wall. But when Jessie asked about their strange hours, Maharet's answers were utterly convincing. They were pale beings, they detested sunlight, and they did stay up so late. True, Why, at 4 a.m, they were still arguing with each other about politics or history, and from such a bizarre and grand perspective, calling cities by their ancient names, and sometimes speaking in a rapid, strange tongue that Jessie could not classify, let alone understand. With her psychic gift, she sometimes knew what they were saying, but the strange sounds baffled her. And something about Mael rankled Maharet. It was obvious. Was he her lover? It did not really seem so. Then it was the way that Mael and Maharet kept speaking to each other, as if they were reading each other's minds. All of a sudden, Mael would say, "But I told you not to worry," when in fact Maharet had not said a word out loud. And sometimes they did it with Jessie, too. One time, Jessie was certain, Maharet had called her, asked her to come down to the main dining hall, though Jessie could have sworn she heard the voice only in her head. Of course, Jessie was psychic, but were Mael and Maharet both powerful psychics as well? Dinner. That was another thing, the way that Jessie's favorite dishes appeared. She didn't have to tell the servants what she liked and didn't like. They knew. Escargots, baked oysters, fettuccine alla carbonara, beef Wellington, any and all her favorites were the nightly fare. And the wine. She had never tasted such delicious vintages. Yet Maharet and Mael ate like birds, or so it seemed. Sometimes they sat out the entire meal with their gloves on. And the strange visitors. What about them? Santino, for instance, a black-haired Italian who arrived one evening on foot with a youthful companion named Eric. Santino had stared at Jessie as if she were an exotic animal. Then he'd kissed her hand and given her a gorgeous emerald ring, which had disappeared without explanation several nights later. For 2 hours Santino had argued with Maharet in that same unusual language, then left in a rage with the flustered Eric. Then there were the strange nighttime parties. Hadn't Jessie awakened twice at 3 or 4 a.m. to find the house full of people? There had been people laughing and talking in every room, and all of these people had something in common. They were very pale, with remarkable eyes, much like Mael and Maharet. But Jessie had been so sleepy, she couldn't even remember going back to bed. Only that at one point she had been surrounded by several very beautiful young men who filled a glass of wine for her, and the next thing she knew it was morning. She was in bed, the sun was pouring through the window, the house was empty. Also, Jessie had heard things at odd hours, the roar of helicopters, small planes. Yet no one said a word about such things. But Jessie was so happy. These things seemed of no consequence. Maharet's answers would banish Jessie's doubts in an instant. Yet how unusual that Jessie would change her mind like that. Jessie was such a confident person. Her own feelings were often known to her at once. She was actually rather stubborn, and yet she always had two attitudes toward various things Maharet told her. On the one hand, "Why, that's ridiculous." And on the other, "Of course." But Jessie was having too much fun to care. She spent the first few evenings of her visit talking with Maharet and Mael about archaeology, and Maharet was a fund of information, though she had some very strange ideas. For example, she maintained that the discovery of agriculture had actually come about because tribes who lived very well by hunting wanted to have hallucinogenic plants ever available to them for religious trances. And also they wanted beer. Never mind that there wasn't a shred of archaeological evidence. Just keep digging, Jessie would find out. Mael read poetry out loud beautifully. Maharet sometimes played the piano very slowly, meditatively. Eric reappeared for a couple of nights, joining them enthusiastically in their singing. He'd brought films with him from Japan and Italy, and they'd had a splendid time watching these. Kwai Dan, in particular, had been quite impressive, though frightening, and the Italian Juliet of the Spirits had made Jessie break into tears. All of these people seemed to find Jessie interesting. In fact, Mael asked her incredibly odd questions. Had she ever in her life smoked a cigarette? What did chocolate taste like? How could she dare to go with young men alone in automobiles or to their apartments? Didn't she realize they might kill her? She had almost laughed. No, but seriously, that could happen, he insisted. He worked himself into a state over it. Look at the papers. Women of the modern cities were hunted by men like deer in the wood. Best to get him off that subject and onto his travels. His descriptions of all the places he'd been were marvelous. He'd lived for years in the jungles of the Amazon, yet he would not fly in an aeroplane. That was too dangerous. What if it exploded? And he didn't like cloth garments, because they were too fragile. Jessie had a very peculiar moment with Mael. They'd been talking together at the dining table. She'd been explaining about the ghosts she sometimes saw, and he had referred to these crossly as the addle-brained dead, or the insane dead, which had made her laugh in spite of herself. But it was true. Ghosts did behave as if they were a little addle-brained. That was the horror of it. Do we cease to exist when we die? Or do we linger in a stupid state, appearing to people at odd moments and making nonsensical remarks to mediums? When had a ghost ever said anything interesting? But they are merely the earthbound, of course, Mael had said. Who knows where we go when we at last let loose of the flesh and all its seductive pleasures? Jessie had been quite drunk by this time, and she felt a terrible dread coming over her. Thoughts of the old ghost mansion of Stanford White and the spirits roaming the New York crowds. She'd focused sharply upon Mael, who for once was not wearing his gloves or his tinted glasses. Handsome Mael, whose eyes were very blue, except for a bit of blackness at the centers. Besides, Mael said, there are other spirits who have always been here. They were never flesh and blood, and it makes them so angry. What a curious idea. How do you know this? Jessie had asked, still staring at Mael. Mael was beautiful. The beauty was the sum of the faults, the hawk nose, the too prominent jaw, the leanness of the face with the wild, wavy, straw-colored hair around it. Even the eyes were too deep-set, yet all the more visible for it. Yes, beautiful. To embrace, to kiss, to invite to bed. In fact, the attraction she'd always felt to him was suddenly overwhelming. Then an odd realization had seized her. This isn't a human being. This is something pretending to be a human being. It was so clear. But it was also ridiculous. If it wasn't a human being, what the hell was it? It certainly was no ghost or spirit, that was obvious. I guess we don't know what's real or unreal, she had said without meaning to. You stare at anything long enough, and suddenly it looks monstrous. She had in fact turned away from him to stare at the bowl of flowers in the middle of the table. Old tea roses falling to pieces amid the baby's breath and fern and purple zinnias. And they did look absolutely alien, these things, the way that insects always do, and sort of horrible. What were these things, really? Then the bowl broke into pieces, and the water went everywhere, and Mael had said quite sincerely, "Oh, forgive me, I didn't mean to do that." Now that had happened, without question. Yet it had made not the slightest impact. Mael had slipped away for a walk in the woods, kissing her forehead before he went, his hand trembling suddenly as he reached to touch her hair, and then apparently thought the better of it. Of course, Jessie had been drinking. In fact, Jessie drank too much the entire time she was there, and no one seemed to notice. Now and then they went out and danced in the clearing under the moon. It was not an organized dancing. They would move singly, in circles, gazing up at the sky. Mael would hum, or Maharet would sing songs in the unknown language. What had been her state of mind to do such things for hours? And why had she never questioned, even in her mind, Mael's strange manner of wearing gloves about the house, or walking in the dark with his sunglasses on? Then one morning, well before dawn, Jessie had gone to bed drunk and had a terrible dream.
Mael and Maharet were fighting with each other. Mael kept saying over and over, "But what if she dies? What if somebody kills her or a car hits her? What if, what if, what if?" It had become a deafening roar. Then, several nights later, the awful and final catastrophe had begun. Mael had been gone for a while, but then he'd returned. She'd been drinking Burgundy all evening long, and she was standing on the terrace with him, and he had kissed her, and she had lost consciousness, and yet she knew what was going on. He was holding her, kissing her breasts, yet she was slipping down through a fathomless darkness. Then the girl had come again, the teenaged girl who'd come to her that time in New York when she was so afraid. Only Mael couldn't see the girl, and of course Jessie knew exactly who she was, Jessie's mother, Miriam, and that Miriam was afraid. Mael had suddenly released Jessie. "Where is she?" he'd cried out angrily. Jessie had opened her eyes. Maharet was there. She struck Mael so hard he flew backwards over the railing of the terrace, and Jessie screamed, pushing aside the teenage girl accidentally as she ran to look over the edge. Far down there in the clearing, Mael stood unhurt. Impossible, yet obviously the case. He was on his feet already, and he made Maharet a deep ceremonial bow. He stood in the light falling from the windows of the lower rooms, and he blew a kiss to Maharet. Maharet looked sad, but she smiled. She'd said something under her breath and made a little dismissive gesture to Mael, as if to say she wasn't angry. Jessie was in a panic that Maharet would be angry with her, but when she looked into Maharet's eyes, she knew that there was no cause for worry. Then Jessie looked down and saw that the front of her dress was torn. She felt a sharp pain where Mael had been kissing her, and when she turned to Maharet, she became disoriented, unable to hear her own words. She was sitting on her bed somehow, propped against the pillows, and she wore a long flannel gown. She was telling Maharet that her mother had come again. She'd seen her on the terrace. But that was only part of what she'd been saying, because she and Maharet had been talking for hours about the whole thing. But what whole thing? Maharet told her she would forget. Oh, God, how she tried to recall after. Bits and pieces had tormented her for years. Maharet's hair was down, and it was very long and full. They had moved through the dark house together like ghosts, she and Maharet, Maharet holding her, and now and then stopping to kiss her, and she had hugged Maharet. Maharet's body felt like stone that could breathe. They were high up in the mountain in a secret room. Massive computers were there, with their reels and red lights giving off a low electronic hum. And there, on an immense rectangular screen that stretched dozens of feet up the wall, was an enormous family tree, drawn electronically by means of light. This was the Great Family, stretching back through all the millennia. Ah, yes, to one root. The plan was matrilineal, which had always been the way with the ancient peoples, as it had been with the Egyptians, yes, descent through the princesses of the royal house, and as it was, after a fashion, with the Hebrew tribes to this day. All the details had been plain to Jessie at this moment. Ancient names, places, the beginning. God, had she known even the beginning? The staggering reality of hundreds of generations charted before her eyes. She had seen the progress of the family through the ancient countries of Asia Minor and Macedonia and Italy, and finally up through Europe and then to the New World. And this could have been the chart of any human family. Never after was she able to re-invoke the details of that electronic map. No, Maharet had told her she would forget it. The miracle was that she remembered anything at all. But what else had happened? What had been the real thrust of their long talk? Maharet crying? That she remembered. Maharet weeping with the soft, feminine sound of a young girl. Maharet had never appeared so alluring. Her face had been softened, yet luminous, the lines so few and so delicate.
But it had been shadowy then, and Jessie could scarcely see anything clearly. She remembered the face burning like a white ember in the darkness, the pale green eyes clouded yet vibrant, and the blonde eyelashes glistening as if the tiny hairs had been stroked with gold. Candles burning in her room. The forest rising high outside the window. Jessie had been begging, protesting. But what in God's name was the argument about? You will forget this. You will remember nothing. She'd known when she opened her eyes in the sunlight that it was over. They had gone. Nothing had come back to her in those first few moments, except that something irrevocable had been said. Then she had found the note on the bedside table. My darling, it is no longer good for you to be around us. I fear we have all become too enamored of you, and would sweep you off your feet and take you away from those things which you have set out to do. You will forgive us for leaving so suddenly. I am confident that this is best for you. I have arranged for the car to take you to the airport. Your plane leaves at 4 o'clock. Your cousins Mariah and Matthew will meet you in New York. Be assured I love you more than words can say. My letter will be waiting for you when you reach home. Some night, many years from now, we will discuss the family history again. You may become my helper with these records if you still wish it. But for now, this must not engulf you. It must not lead you away from life itself. Yours always, with unquestioning love, Maharet. Jessie had never seen Maharet again. Her letters came with the same old regularity, full of affection, concern, advice. But never again was there to be a visit. Never was Jessie invited back to the house in the Sonoma forest. In the following months, Jessie had been showered with presents, a beautiful old townhouse on Washington Square in Greenwich Village, a new car, a heady increase in income, and the usual plane tickets to visit members of the family all over the world. Eventually, Maharet underwrote a substantial part of Jessie's archaeological work at Jericho. In fact, as the years passed, she gave Jessie anything and everything Jessie could possibly desire. Nevertheless, Jessie had been damaged by that summer. Once in Damascus, she had dreamed of Mael and awakened, crying. She was in London, working at the British Museum, when the memories began to come back with full force. She never knew what triggered them. Maybe the effect of Maharet's admonition, "You will forget," had simply worn off. But there might have been another reason. One evening in Trafalgar Square she'd seen Mael, or a man who looked exactly like him. The man who stood many feet away had been staring at her when their eyes met. Yet when she'd waved, he'd turned his back and walked off without the slightest recognition. She'd run after him, trying to catch up with him, but he was gone as if he'd never been there. It had left her hurt and disappointed. Yet 3 days later she'd received an anonymous gift, a bracelet of hammered silver. It was an ancient Celtic relic, she soon found out, and probably priceless. Could Mael have sent her this precious and lovely thing? She wanted so to believe it. Holding the bracelet tightly in her hand, she felt his presence. She remembered the long-ago night when they'd spoken of addle-brained ghosts. She smiled. It was as if he were there, holding her, kissing her. She told Maharet about the gift when she wrote. She wore the bracelet ever after that. Jessie kept a diary of the memories that came back to her. She wrote down dreams, fragments she saw in flashes, but she did not mention any of this in her letters to Maharet. She had a love affair while she was in London. It ended badly, and she felt rather alone. It was at that time that the Talamasca contacted her, and the course of her life was changed forever. Jessie had been living in an old house in Chelsea, not far from where Oscar Wilde had once lived. James McNeill Whistler had once shared the neighborhood, and so had Bram Stoker, the author of Dracula. It was a place that Jessie loved. But unbeknownst to her, the house in which she'd leased her rooms had been haunted for many years. Jessie saw several strange things within the first few months. They were faint, flickering apparitions of the kind one frequently sees in such places, echoes, as Maharet had called them, of people who'd been there years before. Jessie ignored them. However, when a reporter stopped her one afternoon explaining that he was doing a story on the haunted house, she told him rather matter-of-factly about the things she'd seen. Common enough ghosts for London, an old woman carrying a pitcher from the pantry, a man in a frock coat and top hat who would appear for a second or more on the stair. It made for a rather melodramatic article. Jessie had talked too much, obviously. She was called a psychic, or natural medium, who saw these things all the time. One of the Reeves family in Yorkshire called to tease her a little about it. Jessie thought it was funny, too. But other than that, she didn't much care. She was deep into her studies at the British Museum. It just didn't matter at all. Then the Talamasca, having read the paper, came to call. Aaron Leitner, an old-fashioned gentleman with white hair and exquisite manners, asked to take Jessie to lunch. In an old but meticulously maintained Rolls-Royce, he and Jessie were driven through London to a small and elegant private club. Surely it was one of the strangest meetings Jessie had ever had. In fact, it reminded her of the long-ago summer, not because it was like it, but because both experiences were so unlike anything else that had ever happened to Jessie. Leitner was a bit on the glamorous side, as Jessie saw it. His white hair was quite full and neatly groomed, and he wore an impeccably tailored suit of Donegal tweed. He was the only man she'd ever seen with a silver walking stick. Rapidly and pleasantly he explained to Jessie that he was a psychic detective. He worked for a secret order called the Talamasca, whose sole purpose was to collect data on paranormal experiences and maintain those records for the study of such phenomena. The Talamasca held out its hand to people with paranormal powers, and to those of extremely strong ability it now and then offered membership, a career in psychic investigation, which was, in fact, more truly a vocation, as the Talamasca demanded full devotion, loyalty, and obedience to its rules. Jessie almost laughed. But Leitner was apparently prepared for her skepticism. He had a few tricks he always used at such introductory meetings, and to Jessie's utter amazement he managed to move several objects on the table without touching them. A simple power, he said, which functioned as a calling card. As Jessie watched the salt shaker dance back and forth of its own volition, she was too amazed to speak. But the real surprise came when Leitner confessed he knew all about her. He knew where she'd come from, where she'd studied. He knew that she'd seen spirits when she was a little girl. It had come to the attention of the Order years ago through routine channels, and a file had been created for Jessie. She must not be offended. Please understand that Talamasca proceeded in its investigations with the utmost respect for the individual. The file contained only hearsay reports of things that Jessie had told neighbors, teachers, and school friends. Jessie could see the file any time she wanted. That was always the way it was with the Talamasca. Contact was always eventually attempted with subjects under observation. Information was freely given to the subject, though it was otherwise confidential. Jessie questioned Leitner rather relentlessly. It soon became clear that he did know a great deal about her, but he knew nothing whatsoever about Maharet or the great family. And it was this combination of knowledge and ignorance that lured Jessie. One mention of Maharet, and she would have turned her back on the Talamasca forever, for to the great family Jessie was unfailingly loyal. But the Talamasca cared only about Jessie's abilities, and Jessie, in spite of Maharet's advice, had always cared about them too. Then the history of the Talamasca itself proved powerfully attractive. Was this man telling the truth? A secret order which traced its existence back to the year 758, an order with records of witches, sorcerers, mediums, and seers of spirits going back to that remote period. It dazzled her, as the records of the great family had once dazzled her. And Leitner graciously withstood another round of relentless questioning. He knew his history and his geography, that was clear enough. He spoke easily and accurately of the persecution of the Cathars, the suppression of the Knights Templar, the execution of Grandier, and a dozen other historical events. In fact, Jessie couldn't stump him. On the contrary, he referred to ancient magicians and sorcerers of whom she had never heard. That evening, when they arrived at the Mother House outside London, Jessie's fate was pretty much sealed. She didn't leave the Mother House for a week, and then only to close up her flat in Chelsea and return to the Talamasca. The Mother House was a mammoth stone structure built in the 1500s and acquired by the Talamasca only 200 years ago. Though the sumptuous panelled libraries and parlours had been created in the 18th century, along with appropriate plasterwork and friezes, the dining room and many of the bedchambers dated back to the Elizabethan period. Jessie loved the atmosphere immediately, the dignified furnishings, the stone fireplaces, the gleaming oak floors. Even the quiet civil members of the order appealed to her as they greeted her cheerfully, then returned to their discussions or the reading of the evening papers as they sat about the vast, warmly lighted public rooms. The sheer wealth of the place was startling. It lent substance to Leitner's claims, and the place felt good. Psychically good. People here were what they said they were. But it was the libraries themselves that finally overwhelmed her, and brought her back to that tragic summer when another library and its ancient treasures had been shut against her. Here were countless volumes chronicling witch trials and hauntings and poltergeist investigations, cases of possession, of psychokinesis, reincarnation, and the like. Then there were museums beneath the building, rooms crammed with mysterious objects connected with paranormal occurrences. There were vaults to which no one was admitted except the senior members of the order. Delicious, the prospect of secrets revealed only over a period of time. "So much work to be done always," Aaron had said casually. "Why, all these old records, you see, are in Latin, and we can no longer demand that the new members read and write Latin. It's simply out of the question in this day and age. And these storage rooms, you see, the documentation on most of these objects hasn't been re-evaluated in 4 centuries. Of course, Aaron knew that Jessie could read and write not only Latin, but Greek, ancient Egyptian, and ancient Sumerian as well. What he didn't know was that here Jessie had found a replacement for the treasures of that lost summer. She had found another great family. That night a car was sent to get Jessie's clothing and whatever she might want from the Chelsea flat. Her new room was in the southwest corner of the Mother House, a cozy little affair with a coffered ceiling and a Tudor fireplace. Jessie never wanted to leave this house, and Aaron knew it. On Friday of that week, only 3 days after her arrival, she was received into the order as a novice. She was given an impressive allowance, a private parlor adjacent to her bedroom, a full-time driver, and a comfortable old car. She left her job at the British Museum as soon as possible. The rules and regulations were simple. She would spend 2 years in full-time training, traveling with other members when and where necessary throughout the world. She could talk about the order to members of her family or friends, of course, but all subjects, files, and related details remained confidential, and she must never seek to publish anything about the Talamasca. In fact, she must never contribute to any public mention of the Talamasca. References to specific assignments must always omit names and places and remain vague. Her special work would be within the archives, translating and adapting old chronicles and records. And in the museum she would work on organizing various artifacts and relics at least 1 day of each week. But fieldwork, investigations of hauntings and the like, would take precedence over research at any time. It was a month before she wrote to Maharet of her decision, and in her letter she poured out her soul. She loved these people and their work. Of course, the library reminded her of the family archive in Sonoma and the time when she'd been so happy. Did Maharet understand? Maharet's answer astonished her. Maharet knew what the Talamasca was. In fact, Maharet seemed quite thoroughly familiar with the history of the Talamasca. She said without preamble that she admired enormously the efforts of the order during the witchcraft persecutions of the 15th and 16th centuries to save the innocent from the stake. Surely they have told you of their underground railroad, by means of which many accused persons were taken from the villages and hamlets where they might have been burnt, and given refuge in Amsterdam, an enlightened city where the lies and foolishness of the witchcraft era were not long believed. Jessie hadn't known anything about this, but she was soon to confirm every detail. However, Maharet had her reservations about the Talamasca. Much as I admire their compassion for the persecuted of all eras, you must understand that I do not think their investigations amount to much. To clarify, spirits, ghosts, vampires, werewolves, witches, entities that defy description, all these may exist, and the Talamasca may spend another millennium studying them, but what difference will this make to the destiny of the human race? Undoubtedly there have been, in the distant past, individuals who saw visions and spoke to spirits, and perhaps as witches or shamans these people had some value for their tribes or nations. But complex and fanciful religions have been founded upon such simple and deceptive experiences, giving mythical names to vague entities and creating an enormous vehicle for compounded superstitious belief. Have not these religions been more evil than good? Allow me to suggest that, however one interprets history, we are now well past the point where contact with spirits can be of any use. A crude but inexorable justice may be at work in the skepticism of ordinary individuals regarding ghosts, mediums, and like company. The supernatural, in whatever form it exists, should not interfere in human history. In sum, I am arguing that, except for comforting a few confused souls here and there, the Talamasca compiles records of things that are not important and should not be important. The Talamasca is an interesting organization, but it cannot accomplish great things. I love you. I respect your decision. But I hope for your sake that you tire of the Talamasca and return to the real world very soon. Jessie thought carefully before answering. It tortured her that Maharet didn't approve of what she had done. Yet Jessie knew there was a recrimination in her decision. Maharet had turned her away from the secrets of the family. The Talamasca had taken her in. When she wrote, she assured Maharet that the members of the order had no illusions about the significance of their work. They had told Jessie it was largely secret. There was no glory, sometimes no real satisfaction. They would agree in full with Maharet's opinions about the insignificance of mediums, spirits, ghosts. But did not millions of people think that the dusty finds of archaeologists were of little significance as well? Jessie begged Maharet to understand what this meant to her, and lastly she wrote, much to her own surprise, the following lines. I will never tell the Talamasca anything about the great family. I will never tell them about the house in Sonoma and the mysterious things that happened to me while I was there. They would be too hungry for this sort of mystery, and my loyalty is to you. But some day, I beg you, let me come back to the California house. Let me talk to you about the things that I saw. I've remembered things lately. I have had puzzling dreams. But I trust your judgment in these matters. You've been so generous to me. I don't doubt that you love me. Please understand how much I love you. Maharet's response was brief. Jessie, I am an eccentric and willful being. Very little has ever been denied me. Now and then I deceive myself as to the effect I have upon others. I should never have brought you to the Sonoma house. It was a selfish thing to do for which I cannot forgive myself. But you must soothe my conscience for me. Forget the visit ever took place. Do not deny the truth of what you recall, but do not dwell on it either. Live your life as if it had never been so recklessly interrupted. Someday I will answer all your questions, but never again will I try to subvert your destiny. I congratulate you on your new vocation. You have my unconditional love forever.